All right. Um, so we're all ready?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So, as you all will remember, hopefully, well, except Dol, um, you were in the you're still in the underground portion of the like underneath the cabin. Well, I guess it's technically not under the cabin because there was a tunnel, but you get the idea. Like you're underground near the cabin. Um, and yeah, Val, you have that note that you haven't read yet. Um, you had all finished looting the guy, and you're all ready to leave and head back with the steward's daughter back towards the town and the bailiff.
Do we want to do our conversation initiation rolls? Yep.
Oh yes, yes, we should do that. Everyone roll me
Be
just a
careful,
d20.
buddy.
Just D20.
Yeah, just a baseline d20. God, I said that way more Australian than I meant to.
8.
8. I got a 7. Hell yeah.
An 11. An 11.
Alright.
I got a 15.
Hell yeah.
Yay! Yay! Doll might actually get to start doing stuff. And
I
it
got an
not.
18.
I'm so excited for you.
Yay! The girls actually get to go first now.
Alright, what did the girls get individually, please?
I got a
I
15.
got an 8.
Doll
Dol,
got an
Dol.
18. Doll got a 15.
Okay, 18 Val, 15 Doll. Well done, girls. Well done.
And I used IRL dice too.
Hell yeah. They didn't betray you this time.
I'm good here. I'm
This
thirsty.
time.
I'm excited.
Um. Alright, yeah, no. So yeah, you all start in the underground part. You're all sort of just standing around, getting ready to leave. Um, you haven't read the note yet out loud, Val, or anything. We're all getting ready to head off to the bailiff. And Val, you are up first, so what would you choose to do?
Oh wait, okay, so we're not in the tunnel anymore, correct?
No, you're still in the bit where you killed the guy. You haven't left the underground part yet.
Okay, is Doll with us?
Yes, Doll was with us.
Okay. I probably won't say much, but I'll walk over to the steward's daughter
Mhm.
and hand her my water skin and to give her some water.
Okay. Yeah, no, she takes that. She looks at you gratefully. And yeah, drinks a decent amount of the water. You're gonna have to refill it when you get to town, but water's not difficult to come by, so it's not like a big loss or anything. Um,
Okay.
she was clearly pretty thirsty.
I mean, I would too if I was kidnapped.
Yeah, no, exactly. She thanks you. She like goes to like put her hand on your shoulder to thank you, but like hesitates for a bit and then decides against it. Unsure of like, because I mean she doesn't really know who any of you are. You just sort of came in here and killed the guy who kidnapped her. Um, and yeah, she looks at you and she's like, can we head back to town now, please? I really don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, let's just get you home.
Alrighty. Dol, it is your turn.
I would go up to the steward's daughter, help her, to her feet, like
Mm-hmm.
hold her hand to the back, ask her how she's doing, and try to start leading her out like immediately to get her out as quickly as possible so she doesn't have to be there anymore.
Alrighty. Um, yeah, no, she like, she smiles at your touches, feeling more at ease. Uh, and yeah, um, she follows your lead towards the exit. Uh, she tells you like, yeah, they didn't really hurt me. They didn't, feed me or give me very much water, but they didn't harm me too badly. Um, just interrogations. Um, and that's all. Uh, Alaric.
Um, Alaric would, seeing that we're going ahead and getting moving, would do one last check, make sure he's got all his shit, and then he would very likely probably giving a look to Pablo and probably just a sort of a nod and then a gesture to we should probably keep pace with them. You know,
Yep.
we're at this point at this point it's an escort, so and Alaric would move up and he would try to move slowly. He's trying not to stress her out anymore, but I mean, figures she probably isn't going to be super wary of us after rescuing her, so he's just still trying to move a little slower. And he would just take a rear position behind the girls off to one side, just still acting as like a keeping up the rear, keeping an eye out for things as they just move out, just in case. Never really know at this point. And this is the home stretch, so
Yeah. Um, you know, since this was an interaction with Pablo just like nods and agrees. Kage, it is you.
Kage, seeing that everybody's getting ready to head out, would kind of sprint a little bit ahead, do kind of, one of those half turns, walking backwards for about a step or two, and do, all right, if we're heading out, I'm gonna scout ahead. I'm trying to keep close, just on the off chance that maybe there are some more bandits around. Don't want any surprises. Any objections?
Uh,
hey, sounds good to me, man.
Yeah.
No objections.
Pablo
It's fine with me.
Pablo nods. Like and that sort of yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
Yep. Right. And yeah, for Pablo's turn, he's just walking with the rest of the group. And yeah, so you all leave. You get outside. There's no one really around. The the bandits that you told to leave left. Well, the bandit that you told to leave left. The others are dead. Um, in fact, as you're all walking along, Dole, you look over to where the other bandit was that you were conversing with, and you acknowledge his dead body and continue walking. Um, and yeah, you all continue walking down the path uh, towards the town again, I believe, unless anyone wants to do something else.
I would like to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll a perception check to see if I can somehow hear or find the bandit that we told to leave? If he's still in the vicinity?
Sure. Roll me a perception.
Oh, god damn
No.
it. I rolled a 6.
Womp womp.
My bandit chef!
Yeah, no, you see where he buried his friends. Like he's made like little marks out of like sticks. Um, like an Erstat's gravestone. Um, and then yeah, you don't see him around. You assume he's run off to go do something, cry, write a poem. You don't really know or care that much. Um, and yeah, yeah, you get back down towards the town. Um, you see as who was it? Kage, Pablo, and Alaric. You see you look off into the woods a bit, where the downed guy was, and you see some like local town guards, putting him onto like a bit of wood to like move him away without moving him around too much. Um, and he is being attended to and taken away.
Cool beans. Okay. Little note of relief for Alaric.
Yeah. Pablo, like acknowledges it. Doesn't really do much else. And yeah, you're all back on the outskirts of town, about like 100 feet or so from the tavern you were all just in. Well, you were all in before the adventures were kicked off. Val, it's your turn.
Um. Okay. Have we dropped off the stewardess daughter, or?
No, she's still with you. In fact, I dare say you're still looking for the bailiff, and it occurs to you that you never really got like the bailiff didn't seem to have much faith in you guys because when he wrote down that card with his name and signature and everything, he didn't put down where to find him. Um, so you have his name, but you don't know where he is. Um, you get the impression that he might have not had the most faith in you being able to rescue the steward's daughter, but you also get the impression that he was distraught thinking he was going to be executed for failing. So maybe he just forgot. Um, but
Um.
it occurs to you that you can check the tavern. That was where you last saw him.
Yeah. I would like to check the tavern to see if he's there.
All right. I assume you all follow Valerie towards the tavern. All right. Yeah, you get into the tavern. Um, you see the bartender where the like near where the bailiff was, and he's just like wiping down the desk. There's no bailiff around, but he does like look up at you as you open the door and nods you over, and just in like a welcoming guest sort of gesture. Uh,
Um.
yeah.
I would go up, seeing that he's not there. I would go up to the bartender, and I would ask him, um, "Hey, where did the bailiff go? We have the steward's daughter."
Yep. Um, and for a rough description of the bartender, just by the by, um, he doesn't look too complicated. You know, like he's just like your average guy. Um, he's not complicated. Okay, look, sounds like I'm describing his personality at this point. Um, no, he's about 5'7", short brown hair. You know, blue eyes. Just your average guy.
Human, correct?
Yes, just a human man, little man. Um, not exactly spectacular, but also not exactly, you know, unspectacular. Wearing just
Barkeep's a good barkeep.
yeah, exactly. He's
Yeah.
just a guy. He's just a guy. Um, yeah, wearing typical bartender robes. Like the like white tunic almost with like a brown belt.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, he's pretty slim. But yeah, he nods you over, and he mentions you might be looking for the bailiff. I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, nah, that's no problem. He does look past you and he acknowledges the steward's daughter and he like gives her a polite wave, ma'am. And then yeah, uh he pulls out like a small little local map of the town, um, and he gestures to where the bailiff's office is. Um, he says, "Yeah, you can just find him there. He's there most days." Yeah, no, it's a pretty simple job. No big deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, he nods politely, and then goes back to wiping down the bar. But he does keep an eye on everyone in case someone wants to like order a drink or something. Uh,
I would then turn to the group and I'm gonna ask, um, do all of us go to drop them off, or should we just do one?
I
One
mean,
of
I
us
think we
go.
all go. We're supposed to reward us, so I think it'd be best for us all to be there.
yeah,
Yeah, but at the same time, do we really want to run 6 man deep in a town when, one or two of us, I mean, there's not going to be anything we got to worry about. One or two of us go get, go to the bailiff, collect the loot. The rest of us, sit here. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I need to find a healer. I need to find somebody to finish patching me up.
He
I
makes
would
Well, I mean,
the steward's daughter since
someone
she's
to
a
go with
victim.
him.
this girl is still with us. She probably just wants to go home.
Yeah.
Her father.
Pablo does sort of like look over at Kage and is like, well, we're offered 150 apiece, right? Like per one of us. If only one of us shows up asking for the 150 for everyone else, I mean, you know how that might look, right?
Ah, good point. Alright, but before we go,
Shite, I didn't think about that. Good point, Pablo.
yeah, I didn't either, but before we go, and he turns to the sewer star and he says, may I please order everybody a drink, you included?
She looks unimpressed. Like, really? Okay, whatever. She's dismissive but unimpressed. Like, yep, fine, whatever. I just want to go home. I don't give a fuck. Um, because remember, she was kidnapped for 3 days. Um, but yeah, you're
Okay,
allowed to
well,
order drinks.
I was like, say, upon getting confirmation from her, Kage would turn to the bartender and say, alright, I want five, five of whatever these guys want, and he leans into the bartender and he says, and I want the heartiest meal and the, smoothest drink that you have, non-alcoholic, for the stewardess daughter, and slips him 3 gold coins.
All right. Yeah. He nods in sort of like a. I see. I see. And yeah, he gets everyone a drink, and then he comes out. He comes out of the kitchen. Um, and he like looks towards the steward's daughter. And says like, "Your meal will be ready in a few minutes, ma'am." Um, and then yeah, you all have your drinks, and he gives her a what looks to be a fine wine, which is somewhat out of place in a tavern on the outskirts of a small town.
Uh,
Uh,
just for narrative's sake, Alaric would just sort of probably stand in the general vicinity and would drink. He would definitely drink his drink, but he'd kind of nurse it a little bit. It kind of probably still seems like he's in work mode essentially.
yeah, that checks out. Um, Doll, is there anything you'd like to do?
I'm going to sit next to the steward's daughter. You know, kind of talk to her, just try and calm her down because it's obvious she doesn't want to be here anymore and just wants to go home. So I try and make casual conversation with her and calm her down and comfort her.
Yeah. Um, like upon seeing you again, you were the one who like calmed her significantly at the start. She does like faintly smile at you. Um, and she talks to you a bit, and she's like, yeah, I understand that you guys want to have like food and drink. You just I imagine it wasn't easy, um, dispatching of those cretins. Um, I want to be home. I want to see my dad. I it was pretty important what happened. You know, yeah, you get the impression she doesn't harbor any ill will. She just wants to go home.
I'd nod along to the things she says and just try and comfort her a bit more and just tell her that we want to get a meal in her before she goes home, make sure she's well fed. Don't want her dad to worry anymore than he already is. I don't know, it's something along those lines.
Yep, no, that's fine. She smiles warmly, and for the record, the bartender does come out with the food. Um, and the steward's daughter, she picks at it. It's a nice bit of steak. It's not too big. It's pretty soft to cut. It's not all that well seasoned, but I mean, uh, it's the best thing she's eaten in 3 days. So upgrade. Um, and yeah, she gently she eats that down while the rest of you discuss amongst yourself anything. Alaric, anything else you would like to add?
I think just with everything that's happened, our little bits of combat, since the start of this adventure, Alark hasn't really tossed around any real magic. So he's probably like, still has he's like, oh, there's that familiar feeling of I've used a little bit of my magic for the day.
Hmm.
Like, so he's just sort of like settling into himself again, and he'd probably make eye contact with Pablo, especially, and just give him one of those commiserating nods,
Yeah.
and just sip his drink. And at some point, would probably just kind of looking around, not really interested in drinking at this point, would probably just pull out and light his pipe, and he would just kind of post up there, and he'd just be waiting, because he understands what's happening. We want to try to make her have a little more strength, and
Yeah.
then we get her back home. So he's just biding his time at this point. He's still not fully relaxed.
Yeah. No. And just like to put it out there, like she wasn't like the steward's daughter wasn't starving. She just hadn't been fed the best food. Um, she was just a bit dehydrated, a little hungry, hungry than people like to be. You know what I mean? And you know how we can all handle a little bit of hunger. She was a bit more than that. So she's grateful for the food, but she also is stressed. Um, and yeah, Kage, anything else you want to add?
Kage's just gonna kind of take his drink, go off to somewhat of a dark corner and stuff, and just he's gonna keep an eye on the rest of the group and the door. Just do what a scout usually does. Keep an eye on everything, dip on his drink, and wait for the steward's daughter to finish our meal so that we can go ahead and move on along.
Yeah. Um, that's fair. Uh, you know, um, for Pablo's thing, um, he's drinking his milk again, as he usually does. Um, and yeah, after a few, everyone finishes their drinks and such. Steward's daughter is looking a mite more. She's got a bit more bounce in her step. She seems to have needed the food more than she seemed. Um, but yeah, she's much more relaxed now, if still, anxious to get home. Um, and yeah, I think upon seeing that everyone's finished, she would say to Val, more than likely, can we head home now? Um, I really just want to get out of. I want to get back home.
Yeah, of course. Let's get you home,
Um,
and then I would probably just lead her out.
yeah. Uh, uh, Doll, do you follow?
I follow right behind her, still patting the daughter's back, gently leading her away with us and making sure she's still, comfortable.
Yep. Alaric?
Yeah. At this point, Alaric would be, now that we're moving again, he'd be seemingly trying to make himself sort of relax a little more, and he would just take up a very casual sort of flanking position off in the back. Just doesn't expect anything to happen at this point. We're in the town. There's guards. He's just there in case. That at this point, he's just here to tag along and catch his breath still.
Yeah, that checks out. Kage?
Kage is gonna kind of take a somewhat similar position to Alaric. He's not gonna stand right up on top of Alaric, but he's gonna take a rear position.
Right, yeah.
Like Alaric said, we're in town. There's not a whole lot of threat. Kage's really not gonna feel like he's gonna have to scout ahead. He's gonna go ahead and lag in the back.
Yep. Um, and as for Pablo, he's just standing by the steward's daughter's side, um, just to like reassure her almost. No one's gonna fuck with you with a 6 foot cat man next to you. Um,
That was sort of what I was getting at with Alaric. Maybe the similar thing we did before, where we would have that like mirroring of each other and just be a presence.
yeah. Um, so typical escort position. Um, and yeah, no, you all make your way towards the bailiff's town. Um, and not bailiff's town, sorry, the bailiff's like office. As you pass the bailiff, as you like get to the bailiff's office, you do see. Give me a second. I had it written down here. Yeah, you see a general store, a tailor, and like a camping supplies store. Just in case any of you want to grab something once you are paid. And yeah, you're all at the door of the bailiff's office. Val, it would be your turn.
Yeah, I would walk in and see if the bailiff is in his office.
Yeah. Um,
Is he sitting at his desk?
yeah. So did you say you knocked on the door or just opened it?
I think I just walked in.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. Um, yeah. Like as you walk in, you see he's got a young assistant. She like looks up and she's a bit confused, not expecting any visitors. And then she does like see behind you. She sees the steward's daughter. Um, and she immediately yells out for the bailiff to come around. Um, to which he does. But I'll let you all take your turns before we get down to that conversation. Dol?
I walk in behind them with the stewardess daughter. I'm just kind of standing there waiting for him to come over since we do finally have her in the right place.
Yep. Alaric?
Yeah, yeah. Alaric would probably just kind of slip in the door and then just. How like is the space decently sized, or is it more of a like a little office space?
It's like so towards the bailiff's office, right? There's like the door to the bailiff's office, a small hallway, the assistant's sitting at the end of the hallway, and then just before the assistant is like the doorway veering off to the left. That is the bailiff's thing. She's just sort of there to like take receptionist basically. Um,
Right. Alaric would probably just hang out the back, and once we find our spot to settle in, Alaric will pick a spot on a wall and just lean.
yeah. Um, Kage.
Oh wait, actually, Alaric would, since Val's at this, Val's been heading it. Alaric would reach into his coat and pull out our little piece of paperwork just to have it in case, and he would just hand it over to Val. Or wordlessly, he would just extend it to her.
Yeah. So Val, yeah, you take the note that's basically just like proves that the bailiff assigned you this work and owes you money. Um, and yeah, Kage.
Okay, is this door like a full door, or is it kind of like one of those flap doors that you see in like old westerns and stuff?
Um, no, it's not
Like
the.
if I decide to stay outside so that I'm not crowding, would the bailiff be able to see me?
Well, there would be enough room for everyone inside. Like it's a decently long hallway. This is the bailiff's office after all. Um, he's used to having like some visitors. So you could be inside, but if you choose to be outside, I don't think you would be seen unless someone went and got you as like proof of, see, there's another guy.
Okay, Kage will go ahead and walk in, and he'll go like maybe halfway between he's not gonna go to the stewardess or the receptionist. He's just gonna go in far enough that if somebody else comes through the door, they're not gonna smack him with the door, but he's just gonna stand with his back against the wall.
Yeah, no, there's decent enough room for all of you in here. And Pablo does walk in, and he sort of stands there with like a just absentmindedly scratching the back of his neck. And yeah, the bailiff comes out, and he he seems a bit like he seems a bit disheartened before he sees you, right? So it's like he's looking a bit glum, and then he sees you and he sees the steward's daughter, and he immediately starts smiling again. You see like the light return to his eyes. He's upbeat. He's like, "Oh my god, you found her! Um, thank you all so much. Come here, come here." And he gestures her over, and she goes with him. And he's like, just wait in my office. I'll go get your father after this. I just gotta handle these people, and then we can get you back home, and you can everything. We can go over everything. He clearly cares about her a decent amount. as does most people, because, like I mentioned earlier, she's well liked by the town. She's a kind, despite being, upper class, she's not the typical snobby upper class. She is kind. And she does turn around and thank you before she walks into the bailiff's office. She's like, thank you all so much. It means the world to me that you came to my rescue. And yeah, it's
So
up.
Lark would give her a small, just slight smile and a nod.
Yep. Do any of others of you react to her thanks?
Kage just does, the obligatory, two finger, acknowledged and.
Yep, yep. Val?
I think because she is a woman, I am gonna be a little bit more sympathetic
Mm-hmm.
towards her. So I would probably put my hand on her shoulder and basically I'll say, he's like, no problem, sweetie. Just
Yep.
be careful from now on.
She smiles, she's acknowledges, she thanks you. Doll?
I'd smile at her, tell her it was our pleasure, and I'd tell her to make sure she spends extra time with her dad today.
Yep. She smiles at that, nods her head. Pablo sort of just like gives her a half wave, and then yeah, you all turn your attention towards the bailiff. I don't know if I described him before, but think like dirty blonde hair, bit of a beard going on, average build, nothing special. Wearing more officious looking robes, being an official. And he says, I believe I owe you all a bit of money. And he looks at Val, do you hand him the note or not? Like the note with all the signatures and everything on it.
Yeah, I might as well. I have no need for it.
Yeah. Yeah, he takes it and he looks at the symbol, the specifically the Guild of Lupiscara, and looks at Alaric, and he asks, unsure, do I need to send word that you handled this job to them, or will they just know? Like, how does this work? Because he's clearly unfamiliar, but understands that you are a part of some sort of guild.
No, it's all right. I'll handle the notifications. Were it something a little larger, maybe a monster attack or something like that, it'd be something different. But something as simple as this, I'll notify them later on here in a few days when I get the chance.
All right. Yeah, he sort of like nods. He puts the thing in his back pocket. He does look at the Kage, I forgot your organization. What was it? The Shadow something?
Shadow Walkers.
Yeah, he does like take knowledge of the Shadow Walkers. How well would you say the Shadow Walkers are known?
I mean, it's not a particularly well-known group. It's a shadow organization. Is basically what it is. But it's. I'm trying to think of how to put it. It's.
Bark, bark.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I'm having so much difficulty trying to talk.
trying to
I'm
trying to think.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think, and I'm dealing with the kid, and hearing her bark's breaking my concentration.
So is it a thieves guild?
It's basically just a thieves guild, but it's not the thieves guild.
Yep. All right. Yeah. No. He does like acknowledge the symbol, but like actually, what I'll do is I'll roll a d20, because you are in the same province as that guild. So, and you are quite near one of the main city. So I'll just roll it to see if he does recognize it at all. On a 10, yeah, he does recognize it, and he sort of looks at you with like a slight bit of disdain, but is also grateful that you still saved the steward's daughter regardless. Because like from his perspective, it's like, oh, a thieves guild, right? Okay. So he's grateful, but clearly unimpressed with just who you're affiliated with. But he doesn't say anything.
I was fixing seeing the disdain and stuff. Kage would kind of pick up because he knows what that symbol means, and he just kind of looks at the bailiff, throws his hand up, and he's like, "It's I don't have a name. I don't have a history. That's my master's symbol, and that's the only thing I know to use."
Yeah, the bailiff, unsure if he believes you, sort of just like nods. He clearly is just he just wants to pay you. Get because remember, he mentioned in the tavern when you first met that he was like he was pretty sure he was going to get killed today if somehow the steward store didn't return. So he's clearly just eager to be like, hey, look, you don't have to kill me. I found her.
Yeah.
So he nods. And he looks at everyone. He's like, I believe the amount was 150 gold pieces each. He asks, with a hint of questioning to his voice to make sure he got the number right.
Kage would nod.
Yep. Val?
Yeah, a lark would just give an affirmative as well.
Yep. Val?
I was like, yeah, that's the correct number.
All right. Doll?
She'd say, sir, yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Pablo looks at everyone and just nods. And yeah, no, he goes back into his room, comes out with 5 like pouches of gold, hands it all to you individually. He says you can count them if you like. There's no, I've got no problem with it. That all the money should be there. And yeah, he just asks, is there anything else you may need?
Or is everybody going to take a turn, or can I do a quick question?
Depends on how quick the question is. What is it? Just ask.
Kage's just going to look at the bailiff and be like, does this town have a cleric?
Yeah. The bailiff he'll nod and say, yeah, we have a little church down the road. There is a cleric in there. She should be around. Yes.
Kage would nod and start heading towards the door.
Yep. Val. That. Yeah.
So we have the gold, correct?
Yes, you have the gold.
Okay. Well, seeing that the steward daughter is fine now, and I have the gold and I've been paid, I am just going to walk out.
Mm-hmm.
And head to the general store.
Okie dokie. Doll.
I'm also going to head to the general store because there's supplies that I need.
Yep. Alaric.
What was Pablo gonna do?
Pablo's turn is last, but Pablo.
Okay. We're just running through real quick.
Yep.
And Kage, you said that you're gonna go run down the cleric and get topped up real quick.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the cleric and get topped up.
Yeah, that's what you get the idea of doing. Or maybe he's just interested in religion. Who knows?
I mean, hey, not for me to judge. But and then ladies, y'all were just gonna hit the general store, try to stock up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm probably go tag along with Kage.
All right.
Help him run down this damn cleric, make sure he's all topped up and taken care of. Then he and I can go hit the general store, and I mean Pablo can run what he wants to do, and
Yeah.
then we can just catch up with the girls later.
Kage, you already mentioned you were heading off to the cleric. Pablo just.
No, darling, I'm good.
I assume that wasn't to us.
No, that is a book table. I'm all good. I just didn't want to type it out. It's easier for me to hit the button. My cursor was already on it. No, I'm good. Well, my healing potion hit me all the way. I managed to roll just high enough.
All right. But yeah, yeah, right. Pablo does follow the girls to the general store. Um, he's just like he assumes that's where people are gonna, try to regroup everyone. So he just goes to the general store and idly checks around, but not looking for anything specific. Um, in fact, if the girls care to notice, they will just see Pablo like picking up miscellaneous items, looking at them, putting them back down. Um, Not being weird about it, but definitely just like keeping an eye on where everyone is. Um,
Okay.
and yeah, is there anything
Um,
specific you would like to try and get from the general store?
I well, I would like to see what the general store has like in this town.
All right.
Like just to see what wares there are, to see if there's anything I need to buy right away.
Yeah. In fact, I'll add gold to all your character sheets while I'm explaining things.
I already added 150 to mine.
All right, sweet. That's
Yeah, I'm
easy.
good.
I'll say I'll add
Yeah,
mine
I did
too.
that too.
All right. Well, yeah. If you're all dead, that's easy actually. No shade. I just didn't expect the new ones to know how to do that yet. Um, but you're all doing very very well. Um,
I
so
wanted to make sure I preempted it and like got into the menu beforehand, just so it would be easy.
yep. So yeah. Val, run me a perception check. It'll be easy to pass.
Perception check.
Yep,
Okay.
just a perception check.
10.
10. Yeah, no, that's easy. You find here's a list of things that catch your eye. So you find um, just general purpose painkillers, which are selling for 25 gold. You get 5 tablets with each. Um, and if you care to read the bottle, it will mention that it's a little pick me up. It'll make sure that it'll keep you in a fight longer. And in game, it's just 1d4 healing per tablet. So you can buy as many of those as you want. There's also there's just like rations, just like stuff like beef jerky, nuts, etc., etc. There's some fishing equipment, some hunting equipment, more arrows if you want them, and even some little like rabbit traps and stuff like that. Like the ones that you apply pressure and it snaps up on the leg. And that's all that catches your eye, really.
So there's only painkillers, rations, fishing.
Yeah, if there's anything else you would like to look for specifically, just ask me and I'll let you know.
Um. Ooh. Okay. What kind of weapons are
Um,
available?
well, yeah, this man isn't an arms dealer,
Okay.
by any stretch of the imagination, but like I said, there is hunting equipment, so there's arrows, bows, um, there's spears for spearfishing,
Well, I have a bow.
uh, yeah.
Are they just standard arrows?
Um, on a 10, you spot like about 5 broadhead arrows, which compared to standard arrows are more effective at taking down things like deer or theoretically people. Um, but they're designed for hunting bigger game, and there's only 5 of them left. They seem to sell out pretty fast.
All right. How much are the arrows?
The broadheads themselves, being what they are, they're about 5 gold a piece. So what, 50? No wait,
Fine.
yeah, 25 total. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, doll. You're a real doll for that. I would like to buy the broadhead arrows and painkillers.
Yep. Yes, 5 pills for the record, Alaric. Yeah, 5 pills for 25 GP.
25.
So
Yeah.
yeah, how many pills were you getting? Like how many like boxes of pills were you getting?
Just do a like I said, so 5 pills for 25, just for now.
All right, so just like one.
Box.
Yeah, just one. Like
One.
they come in that like I forget what the term is, but you know how like when you get any sort of medication in a box, it comes out like a sheet of tabs that you pop out. That sort of deal.
Okay.
Blister pack.
Yeah, you get a you
So
get
one, like a 5 pills per one. So I buy one thing and I get 5 pills, right?
yes, exactly. So
Yes.
25 GP.
Okay.
That'll be 25 gold, and then you want to buy the arrows, right?
Yes, the broadhead.
Yep. All right. So that's what total 50 gold spent. So take 50 gold out, add broadheads. If they aren't officially a thing, I'll homebrew them for you,
Give
and
me
I'll
a
send them.
second, I'm getting a phone call.
Yep. I'll send them to you in DMs if they aren't already a thing. I'll just have a look there for you. I think they should be, but I'll just make sure. Okay, they aren't. So yeah, just broadhead arrows. Do you want me to add them as a custom item, or do you want to add them as a custom item? Because I can do that for you if you need.
In the custom.
Yeah, I can add them as a custom item for you. They'll appear in your backpack, and you can equip them, etc., etc. Or would you like to do it?
I can do it. You can just move on.
All right. Just call them broadhead arrows. No, for the notes part, just put does 1d6 bleeding damage per turn after a successful hit on an enemy.
Wait, what is that? Was that
1d6
1d6?
bleeding damage per turn on a hit enemy. And then just put in brackets 3 turns.
Okay.
And then add 5 of those to your inventory. As for painkillers, it's just painkillers, 1d4 healing, and then the number is 5. And once you've done that, Dole, what would you like to buy?
I am back.
Welcome back. Just in time. What are you buying?
Okay. From the list that was given, I do want to buy 1 pack of painkillers.
Okay, that's 25 gold pieces.
Also, could you take it out for me? I'm not at my computer right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. I also want to buy rations.
Yep. Remove. Yep. Rations are about. How many rations do you want to buy?
Considering we have 5 people, I'm gonna buy 5 rations.
Well, remember, everyone else already has rations because they didn't just take money.
Well, I know, but I know.
Alright.
I'm doing it in case. Better safe than sorry.
Alright, we'll say that a ration is a gold piece of pop. Pretty cheap. Oh wait, no, should I just added the money to you? My bad. You gotta remove.
No, it's fine. Leave it.
No, you're not that fucking lucky. Alright, here we go. So yeah, just rations and painkillers?
I also want to buy a bear trap. Or rabbit trap, as you said.
Rabbit trap, okay. Does it give you PTSD upon seeing a rabbit trap?
Listen.
I'll
use it for other things, not rabbits.
Kinky. Alright.
Hey, yo.
Whoa.
A rabbit trap is 15 gold pieces.
And I also want to ask, is there anything in there where I could store water?
Yeah, there are water skins for sale. Those are literally just like 3 silver pieces, so I can remove those. I can deal with those for you easy.
Yes, please. And that should be all I'm getting.
All right.
Can I fill up the water there, or do I have to go somewhere else for that?
There is a well in the center of town,
Alright.
which is actually not too far from the bailiff's office. You could just duck out and do it in a turn. That's easy, no problem.
Alright.
So let me just give me a second. 97 SP, and because you didn't have any SP, you only had a gold piece, so you gave him 1 gold piece, and he gave you 97 silver pieces in change. So, yep, and then from there it would be Alaric's turn. Alaric, what you doing?
Wow. Okay. Hello. I was in chat.
All good.
There we go. Okay, so well, I was gonna stick with Kage, so we can kind of do that concurrently. Although Alaric would be interested, having now the amount of gold he has on him. He would be interested in probably getting that broken down somewhat.
Yep.
So is there like a bank or a
Um,
money changer?
There's a post office which you think would be able to handle it. They do handle in a decent amount of currency, and as long as they have what matches up, they don't really mind exchanging currency for people.
Because I mean, it obviously wouldn't be a lot because it's a fucking 100 silver for a gold. So,
Yeah.
but it's a
Um,
matter of like, oh, I'll break down a couple of gold into silvers, and then like 1 gold into copper, and have that just be. I'll have some more baseline currencies because it's going to be annoying breaking down gold pieces over and over and over again every time I need to. I'd rather have that broken down if we can, but I want it to be narrative, so it's not just, hey, can I go fuck with my money?
yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, there are street performers on the street that are willing to break it down for money, but it's a different sort of thing.
That's different. I don't get anything back other than entertainment, which is still great and all, but damn it, I need different money. I have 208 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Because my pack fucking gave me 50, and I forgot that it did that. One of the things gave me 50 gold pieces, and I think I already get 10 on basic.
Yeah, no. You're all
So
pretty.
You have overloaded my bitch ass.
Y'all are pretty minted at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't want 200 fucking gold pieces because I'm gonna have to be just constantly breaking that down for money. It'd be so nice to have some copper and silver.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You know what? I may even bump an entire 100 gold because what is that? Isn't that what and no, that's 10 gold pieces is a platinum. I may pop up some platinums too just to eat up some of this because I mean I can't.
You know,
I'll get into some electrum.
it's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
And just like for the record, like unless you explicitly ask for like, you know, a high quality meal at a tavern or whatever, I'm not gonna make you pay for that. Money is really only going to be used for big purchases. And like if you're paying for a caravan or something to like move you places.
Yeah, I forgot about electrum, so I'm actually more than likely going to just break it down into electrum and silver, just so it's like, yeah, I have all the normal purchase monies. If I really need copper, I'll break it down. Okay.
All good, all good. Yeah, no, that's no problem.
All right.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
I would be tagging along with Kage then, if we were able to go to the post office, and I'll make those adjustments once Kage gets going.
Yeah, for the sake of fluidity, we'll just say that the post office is near the church, so you can just go do that while Kage's getting clericked up.
Most dope.
Kage, how you doing, bro? How you doing?
I need some healings, and now this is important. Alaric, are you actually going in the church with Kage, or are you going to veer off and go to the post office?
I don't think Alaric would be in any big rush. He'd just be like, he'd see the post office and think about the pouch of gold he's got on him right now and be like, I would like some electrum and silver to get rid of some of this. Maybe a couple of pieces of platinum to knock it off. So he'd be like, I'm in a rush. We can go in here and get this taken care of real fast, and then we'll swing by on our way to the shop.
Okay. So Kage would go into the church. Of course, he's going to hold the door open for Alaric, and describe the church a little bit, if you don't mind.
Well, this being Bastelond, which, as I mentioned in the lore, is like a Gothic England aesthetic. This isn't a like massive, like fucking church, but it is like think almost like um an upscaled like mausoleum almost, like very fancy, obviously with less of the death, sort of look, but like a very fancy stone large building, um, with like
You said the one word I was hoping you were gonna say. Okay.
which word?
Uh, death.
Oh, okay.
Does Kage happen to see a priest, priestess?
Yeah, no, you see, there are a few like monks, like worshippers, walking around. You do spot one that like looks more official than the others. Um, and he's standing there just like in the middle looking around. And do you go straight to the door and like the entryway?
Kage would go through the entryway, yes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, he sees you, and he like bows his head in greeting. Clearly this is the man you want to talk to if you have business with the church.
Yeah. Okay. Upon seeing the man bow, Kage would bow his head a little bit more than a normal bow, and damn it. Hold on.
Oh, good. Take your time.
Okay. Well, my controller died, and when it died, I was like, oh shit, it just disconnected my mic, but it didn't. Never mind.
Oh, good.
Uh, but no, Kage would do a little bit more of a deeper bow, and he would do an inverted cross in the hope that the uh head monk would know what that is implying.
Just for the DM, what the fuck is that supposed to imply?
Demoting a death god.
Oh, right. On account of Bastalon being the home of Catholicism, this isn't the best idea, and I think you would know that. Um, so I'm happy to let you retcon that if you want to, but if you don't,
He just does a deeper bow than
yeah,
the monk does and walks up.
this
That
is
is
the churches that I get the idea you're looking for are more so. I mean, I did specify minus the death architecture. Um, I don't know, maybe my mic dropped out there or whatever. Um, but yeah, uh, he he welcomes you over, and now this is an easygoing religion, right? They don't really care what you do, as long as you're not trying to wake Cthulhu. They don't give a fuck. They're just here to make sure people don't do bad shit, um, like morally bankrupt shit, like murder and etc. Um,
yeah, yeah.
but he looks at you. He's balding. He's got that like typical like monk where it's like only the hair around the sides. Um, he's wearing like black robes. He's got kind brown eyes. And he's clean shaven. He's a pudgy little fella. Um, and he asks, "What can I do for you, son?"
Kage would look at him and say, Father, this one has taken some substantial damage and was looking to see if maybe he could get some healing.
Yeah. He nods. Uh, and um, he takes you in the back of the church. There's like a little like back room. And you see a woman with like a gold necklace with like a little tentacle on it. Um,
Hmm.
and she smiles in and she's like, welcome in, my son. And she walks over and she casts, because you get the idea that this is like a common thing that happens. Let me just look at spells real quick for you.
Have it stink on is probably lay on hands.
Yeah. Give me a second. Yeah, I was thinking lay on hands, but I accidentally put healing hands. It was meant to be lay on hands. I just forgot the word.
Hmm.
Lay on hands. No, not a clarification. I want the actual stat. Um. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up where lay on hands is. Okay, anyway, just roll me a d5, I guess, um,
Okay.
and heal that.
You mean a D6?
A d6, yeah, sorry. I don't know why lay on hands isn't a fucking thing. Hold
4. Okay. That takes me back up to 4.
on. Yeah, alright, there we go. She uses lay on hands, and the male priest does, he does lean over and he's like, son, I'm sure you're aware this does cost a little bit of money, as it does take some strength out of the dear sister here.
Yeah.
And he put.
And
You're familiar with
Con-
the currency. It's about just another 15 gold, because like it's cheaper than the pills because it's not a thing you can use anywhere. You know what I mean? You have to go there to do it, and it is a church, so they are supposed to be charitable.
Kage would, you know, smile, just one of those big, cheesy, very happy smiles, and be like, "Of course, Father, I understand." And he would slip the father 25 gold.
Yep. Um, I, didn't I say 30?
No, you said it was 15.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I just fucking one of them days. Easy. Yeah. Slip him the 25. And then he smiles and he's like, thank you for your generous donation, my son. Um, and he looks happy. Um, and then he gestures out the door for you to take your leave.
Well, upon leaving the room, he'd walk back over to Alaric and be like, "All right, let's, I guess let's go do whatever it was that you needed to do."
Yep.
And I'm making the adjustments right now, mostly going downward in currencies.
Yep. All good.
Over gold.
La-
I'm gonna do last little bit of gold. I'm gonna pull out and get like a tiny amount of platinum, like 4 or 5.
Yeah. As I said, that's all fine. Like you do the math. I trust you. Um,
And then we can go ahead and head to the store to go stock up on supplies and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
On
Uh,
the path over, and let Kage go ahead if he wants to, and let the girls refill their water and stuff.
yeah. Just for the record, um, Pablo buys 10 of the pills, which cost him 50 gold pieces. Let me just add that real quick. Custom item. I probably will have it like somewhat canon that these disappear once you actually have a healing spell. It's just like this is a thing to make sure that you guys don't fucking die.
Oh, hate to interrupt. I know you said last night what the plan was for today. Are we doing this after this entire shopping spree?
Yeah, I'll let you buy the pills, and once you have the pills, that's fine. You can keep them after you level up because you're all going to level up shortly. Actually, wait.
Okay.
Yeah, once we all get to the general store, level up, I'll walk the girls through it. No problem. But yeah, add 10 pills total. Add item to equipment. Alrighty. So yeah, Pablo, pays for those, and then he sort of he's trying to keep the girls distracted. He's almost like worried that they wanna move on, and he kind of likes this group. He doesn't want anyone to leave. So he's trying to just keep them distracted.
I'll say sake of brevity just to help that along. Alaric would definitely get painkillers. I'll run my deductions here in a second. What's up with the fishing gear, hunting gear? Did you get just like description on that? Like what are we looking at? In terms of gear?
You know,
Is it just like bows and general like stuff?
yeah,
Even like
bows,
steel supply.
bows, fishing rods, fishing hooks, arrows, um, like rabbit traps for small animals. There's no like bear traps or anything.
Like fishing gear, they have like they have like a. I don't imagine they'd worry about it needing to be super advanced, but got some sort of like a little breakdown fishing pole.
Yeah, yeah. Those are pretty easy to make.
Because yeah, I mean, it's literally could just be sticks with little metal collars to help you put the section together.
Yeah, no, that's easy. Those are a thing that you can do. Um,
What would you want to run on the price? There?
since they're just like they're not like a thing that's going to be it's instantly useful to you. You know, call it 10 silver pieces for one. Um,
And you said it's 25 for the painkillers, right?
yes.
I'll run that out of collection. Give me a little nicer balance for my monies. Everything was over there pretty good. Okay, so then painkillers. Add that to my list. And then I can add a breakdown fishing pole.
Yeah.
No, the large Scotch got a water skin, so I think I'd be pretty good at that point.
Yeah. And yeah, so we're all back in the general store, I believe.
Yeah.
Um, all right. Val, we'll take it from the top again. So that's you.
Well, now that I've like everybody bought their stuff, correct?
Yes.
Everything they needed, and we're all in the general store. I see no point being part of this group anymore at first
Mm-hmm.
because it was just for a job. It was just for the money.
Yep. That's cool.
So I would be trying to leave.
All right. Dol.
I would notice that Valerie is trying to leave, and I'd probably kind of look between the group and her, like struggling to decide if I call out to her or not.
Alrighty. Alaric.
Um, what did we get into that letter at all
No.
above table?
No, you did not.
I actually think Alark would I mean would Alark notice the that Valerie had gotten that letter, or do you want me to like
Uh,
roll up?
I think everyone saw it.
We did. That's what you told us last night.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone saw it. So
Was
yeah.
it? Okay. So Alaric would just probably pipe up and just be like, "Hey Valerie, what ended up being inside that letter?"
Um, Kage.
Um,
Oh yeah, Val. Sorry. Yeah, if you two are talking, then yeah, you both get your turns at the same time.
letter.
Yeah, remember you picked
Oh,
up a
the
letter?
letter.
Yes, the letter.
Yeah, I would kind of look at Alaric and I'd look at Alaric first, and then the rest of the group, and then I'd be like, well, not here, not in the store.
Okay.
No, you make a good point. What do you think? Back to the tavern?
Well, what time of the day is it right now?
Uh, I'd say you started pretty early in the morning, about like 11. You know, like well, not late in the morning, I guess. 11 a.m. And then you spent a good few hours, you know, looking, analyzing the ambush site. So it's about getting on to about 4 5 p.m.
Yeah, I would say, um, it's getting pretty late. It's too late to go to leave the town, so I would say, um, let's stay at the inn for the night, and then we can make plan after that. And I'll show the letter to everybody.
Alrighty.
It's probably a good idea. We can find a table or a booth, something a little more private.
Yep.
After what we
Yeah.
saw in that cave, that with the sending of the raven still bothers me. I don't like that was what he was so dedicated in doing when he had his life at threat. That he was so concerned about getting that bird out. Something doesn't sit right.
Alright. Anything else to add, Val?
Nope.
Okay. Uh, Kage, it is you.
Kage would reach
Wait,
down
what
to
about
his water.
Doll?
Oh, wait.
Wasn't Doll
Oh
next?
no,
I mean,
it's
Doll's
Kage because you
reaction
were
was
just
Yeah.
responded to Ulrich.
Yeah, Dol was yeah waiting. Like Dol was torn between going between you and the group, and then
oh,
Alaric.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Kage, it is your turn.
Kage would reach down to his water skin, kind of shake it a little bit, and be like, "I don't know about you, but I need to refill this. Do you want to just go ahead and stop off at the well on the way to the tavern?"
Yeah, for the record, the well is like on the way to the tavern. It's not that out of the way. It's on like along the main road. Um. So yeah. If that's all.
Yep.
Pablo. Pablo sort of like as we're all walking towards the tavern slash well. Pablo does like get up next to Val and sort of like whispers to her like uh it seems like you're about to leave us. Is everything okay, or just you just want to go your own separate way? Like, what's up? He sounds like you can pick up that there is like genuine concern in his voice. He's like he seems to enjoy the company that he's with, um, and is just trying to gauge if you were just trying to leave the group, or if you were just trying to get a head start leaving.
Um, I would, I would glance at Pablo as we're walking while pulling out my water skin to fill up at the well,
Mm-hmm.
and and I would like just shake my head a little bit, and say like, no, I was only in it for the money. There's no point in being part of the group. So if there's nothing else, I'm just gonna show you guys the letter and then leave.
All right. Yeah, Pablo looks a little disheartened, you know. Um, he's like, uh, his like from anyone who's like looking at this happening, um, you see like his like ears go down a little bit, his tail um, stops flowing as freely. Um, and he's like, well, that's if that's what you want, that's okay. I can't force you to stick around. Uh, and then yeah, and by the way, just everyone, you get to the well, um, and you all refill your water skins. If there's any more conversation that you'd like to have at the well before we head to the tavern, now's the time.
I don't have anything.
Bill?
For small talk before we get to the well, I'd probably ask either Alaric or Kage like what happened down there while I was up there.
All right. Does either of you want to answer that?
Kage would pipe in. Stuart's daughter in a cage, fought a bear, almost died. Druid showed up, released a raven.
I did almost die. I actually was unconscious. How about that?
And Kage would kind of intentionally say it a little bit louder to kind of give Valerie a little bit of an incentive to stick around and be like, and shockingly, the other rogue got a kill. I'm proud of her.
Yeah, well, me killing somebody is nothing to be proud of.
All right. Um. Alaric.
Yeah, and Lark would just check his water scan, make sure everything's all good to go. But other than that, he's pretty set to move to the tavern.
All right. Koge.
Fill the water skin and head towards the tavern.
All right. Yeah. Pablo sort of like shakes his head at the her like saying that she wasn't proud of killing, um, and like he saw her kill, um, so he's like, well, you did a good thing. He was a bad man, um, but I suppose if you're new to this whole killing people thing, then yeah, it can take a toll. I mean, I've been doing this for a while, so it doesn't affect me as badly, but you did the right thing, and you shouldn't think about it too hard. And he's trying to comfort you, but he's not like touching you or anything. He's just trying to like let you know that, from his perspective at least, you didn't do anything wrong. You did what you needed to do, and you did it well.
I grew up basically with the mindset that there's always a better option. So no, I will not be proud of myself for killing somebody, but I understand where you're coming from. I don't need to be consoled.
Yeah. At that response, Pablo nods his head, bows it a little bit, um, and says, well,
I will kind of interject a little bit,
mhm.
um, and kind of just kind of under my breath, because Val is a little impressed or thankful that somebody tried to, even though she said it out loud.
Mhm.
So she under her breath she would just say, "Thank you."
Yeah.
Whether or not he heard it, she doesn't care.
I'll roll a perception just to make it like a roll of the dice thing, so you can keep up your mysteriousness, or if Pablo's cat ears do good. Come on, Pablo. 17. Pablo hears it,
Oh.
acknowledges that you said it under your breath mentally, um, and then like under his breath in response, he's like, "It's all good." But he doesn't make a big scene of it. Like you understand that Pablo does like Pablo gets your vibe. He gets the vibe loud and clear. Um, so uh, he gets the vibe loud and clear. Doesn't make a big scene of it. Um, he welcomes you for his comfort. Um, and like the way that he says it, kind of like he lets it hang in the air so that um, you get the feeling that he's always going to try that if you do stick around. Like if you meet again at some point, because he is fully expecting that you will leave at this point. If you ever meet up again, he's still going to be happy to talk to you if you need it. Um, and yeah, you all head off to the tavern. Um, and Val, you are the first one inside.
Of course. Um. So I will look around. Is the tavern empty, or is it like there's people inside
Um, well,
bustling around?
people are people are going to uh be getting off of work shortly. So like people are slowly filtering in, but it's not fully busy yet.
Okay. I will head to the table in the back,
Mm-hmm.
just assuming that everybody else is following me, and I would I start taking off my coat and
Yep.
I'm draping that over the chair because obviously I'm going to be there for a little while.
Yep,
I
that's
don't
it.
want to be heating.
That's easy. There's like a nice little corner sort of what's the word? Like the
Table.
yeah, booth, thank you. There's a like little corner booth. There's room enough for everyone. Um, there's theoretically room for people to have even space if like two people were to grab chairs and put them outside the booths but still facing the table. Um, so yeah, that's what you see. You take a seat there. Dole, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Oh, good.
Alright. I would follow behind Valerie to. You said we were at a table now.
Yeah, a little like booth in the corner with a table.
Okay, I'd follow. I'd follow them to there. Sit down next to Val and wait for the others to follow suit.
Yep. Alaric.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, Alaric would he would just he would follow along and he would kind of just like catch the bartender's attention
Yep.
and just like indicate that they're heading to one of the tables. Just he can swing by, they'll get around the drinks from him, and if he can actually when he comes by, like Alaric maybe will also make a gesture towards the stairs to indicate that they'll also probably be getting rooms for the night.
Yep, that's absolutely okay. Yeah, the bartender like he like sees you walk in and he's used to you people now. Um, you came in, got a job, left, came back, asked for where the guy was, etc., etc. He knows you. He knows you're decent people. So like nods welcoming. Um, he sees you walking towards the booth in the corner, and um, you see him like put on the I forget what it's called that like waiters have, where there's like that little bit of like cloth that like covers their lower waist. Um, he puts on the stuff that like he's clearly going to come out and say hi, and ask what you need.
Oh, you talk about like that half apron thing.
Yes, that's the one. I just don't know the word for it. Um, so yeah, no, you sit down, and then I believe it is Kage's turn.
Uh, I mean, Kage knowing for a fact that this is a secret conversation, assuming that this is going to be a conversation that we really don't want a whole lot of people listening in on, Kage's going to sit backwards facing the rest of the room, keeping an ear cocked for the conversation, but he's going to be keeping an eye on everybody else to make sure that nobody else gets close.
Yeah,
Outside of, like, the bartender.
that's cool. That's cool. Um, Pablo, for the record, Pablo does actually get the extra seat and put it down so that there's room in the booth for everyone. Um, and he sits on like it's like more of a stool than like a seat that you sit in. Um, but he's clearly there trying to like. You also get the impression that he's using his like body to like block a lot of the view of the group, um, from the way he's positioned. Uh, but yeah, the bartender comes around and like asks if anyone wants to try any meals. He asks about like if you want to try the special, and drinks.
What is the special for tonight?
It would be a lamb stew with some uh, like bread with garlic butter on it.
Kage is buying everybody a meal that wants one.
Alrighty. Um, that'll only be. We'll call it 2 gold per person, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, 10 gold total.
Does everybody want one?
I mean, yeah, wait, do you want?
I'll take one.
Okay.
Yeah, Alaric would indicate, and then Alaric would indicate the same from himself for drinks for everybody. He would just simply look at the group and just indicate order your drinks. And Alaric himself would indicate for some sort of liquor, some sort of liquor at this point that
Yeah. For the record, Pablo also wants food. I think Dol, you said yes as well, right? Yep. Pablo wants food, and Pablo will also buy. Pablo buys himself the drink. With everyone buying everything for each other, he feels a little bit like he wants to pay for himself, to ease the burden financially. Um,
How much are drinks?
they're relatively cheap, but he's doing. You can tell like it's more of like a gesture of like you don't need to pay for me, it's fine, rather than like a I don't want you to pay for me. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Um,
well, whatever it is that he takes out of his pouch, Kage takes out of his pouch and puts back into his pouch with a sleight of hand.
all right, roll me sleight of hand, and I'll you have to beat Pablo's passive perception, I guess.
18.
Yeah, Pablo does not notice. Um,
Oh yeah.
so yeah,
And you just let me know what the other 4 drinks would come out to money wise.
yeah. What is everyone getting?
I'm getting milk like in the beginning.
Oh, you're getting milk too. So you and Pablo both drink milk.
Yeah, in the very beginning when we started, Doll ordered milk.
All right, sweet. That's adorable. You're both drinking milk. What are the others having?
So then you have that Valerie, whatever you want, and Kage.
Um, honestly, this is tough. I don't know what she would want. Damn.
I will give you like I'll give you a small
Probably just go
list.
for it.
There's rum, uh, ales, meads, and you did peg that wine earlier that he gave to the steward's daughter that you can try and get, but you'll need a charisma check for that.
My charisma,
Is
not
there
the
whiskey
highest.
about? Whiskey afoot?
Uh, you think the closest you get to whiskey in an establishment like this would be the rum?
Dib large, perfectly fine with that.
All right.
And
Okay, I'll probably just get an ale.
Valerie, go up.
Okay.
Just an ale. Okay. I was gonna say if you want the wine, not for nothing, a large got a pretty good charisma score.
I was gonna say, yeah, Val. If you were to get the wine, you would add the +4 to your persuasion. +2 to your persuasion. Sorry. Um. So
Oh, he's a straight guy.
yes. But yeah, no. He comes around with all those drinks. The alcohols for whoever's getting
And mead.
so Val, you got an ale or a mead? Doesn't really change much. I just want to know for sake of my mind.
Ale.
Ale. All right. So ale and mead both come out to about a gold piece each. The rum, being a harder liquor, comes out to 3. And the milk is 3 more silver pieces per because it's easy to come by. It's literally just from a cow.
Milk comes
In
from
4,
cows?
and I'm assuming it would also be like a normal ass like an old fashioned glass of rum, not like a big ass fucking thing.
Yeah, no. It's just a small it's like almost a tankard, just a small like little metal.
Like the little
cup.
mule, like something the size of like a mule cup.
Yes.
Heard. Yeah, and Alark would just sip on that and then probably start like prepping his pipe, and he just kind of tuck himself back into the booth a little bit, just prep his pipe and prepare for conversation.
Yep. So yeah, the bartender goes. He brings you out all your food, etc., etc. Brings your drinks out, and then he goes back behind the bar, and you get the distinct feeling that you're going to be private from now on. So yeah, you all have food, drinks, and now it's time for discussions.
Well,
Yeah.
My turn.
Yes, it would be your turn, Val.
Okay. Now that everybody has ordered and we all have food, I think I would pull out the letter and read it.
Okay. Give me a second. Da-da-da. The note says, "Dear Redoran, um, you are given the duty of capturing and interrogating the steward's daughter from the town we have assigned you. You are to get information on the noble's planned route. Amadeus demands it. Sincerely, Flux." And then
Flux as in
F FLUX is the name.
Okay.
And then it there is a little thing at the bottom that says, "If you need to let me know of any emergencies, send your raven to the outskirts of Inverwick." I'll spell it for you in the chat so you can write it down.
Would Valerie be sharing this as you're reading it?
Would
Yeah,
you?
I'd probably
Yeah.
be reading it out loud.
Yeah. And that is what is written on the note.
Okay, so I would set the note down and kind of looks like kind of stare at it in confusion before looking at everybody and just kind of ask out loud, why do they want information on the routes? What's on the routes?
Alright, next in line would be Doll, unless everyone wants to have a quick conversation about that.
I was
I
gonna
think
bring
Alara.
the routes and contents of the paper if I can go first.
Yeah. So repeat again what you wanted to do real quick, please.
I was going to say that in the paper, in the town, it says in the town we assigned you to. That gives off the vibe that they've assigned multiple people to multiple towns to like ask for more information about routes and stuff like that. So that would concern Doll a little bit, and she'd bring it up to everyone.
Alrighty. Alaric?
Yeah, Alaric, upon hearing like her reading this, would probably start to. I mean, because this is stuff like, I mean, he's actually been doing like formal training,
Yeah.
and so he's like hearing this, and he's like, like he's like, I would say it would probably be visible to everybody that Alaric, like he would start reading, and Alaric would be like, okay, and then it's the noble's roots, and it's like, and Alaric would literally, probably eyes would go wide, and he would start to lean in more, and would probably get a bit of a word look on his face. He would, that is not good. What noble? First, what information did they get out of her? What noble are they referring to? Is it her father? She was on a diplomatic mission, was she not? Who's that diplomatic mission for? If it's not her father, what if it's the person she was going to see? She never even got to know them. And Joel, you would have said that out loud. That like.
Yes, I was set out on to three.
Like,
she was there for 3 days. I didn't know what information she gave them either.
Yeah, this is the problem. We got there, and we don't know exactly what methods. They didn't seem to hurt her too bad, and she said as well. But we still don't know what they did. They had someone who was a caster. They could use magic. There's a lot of things you can do that don't leave marks. We don't know what. And like Doll said, this indicates there's more, which means there's probably multiple nobles, which means something's going on, and I'd wager there's going to be an ambush. Just like what happened to the steward's daughter, but on a bigger scale and with more information. Whoever this Flux character is has big plans, and they are in the steps of making it happen. I think we need to take this to the bailiff immediately, because they don't know that there's a bigger threat until she tells them, and after her experience, who knows how good her memory is going to be. I think we have a very big problem.
Yep. Kage, it would be your turn.
Okay, having heard the name Flux, I'm assuming that this is like a bandit of some kind.
Roll me a history. because I have a
That's what I was
feeling.
fixing.
Yeah, I'm thinking this guy would be pretty
We
well
know what we're
known.
probably thinking.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah. All right. You recognize the name Flux as he was once a quite popular in rogue circles, um, specifically for uh, known for planning and his leadership capabilities. Uh, and then he was a for the record he was a lizard folk, so like a think of like an anthropomorphized iguana. Um,
An Argonian from Skyrim.
Basically, yes. Um, he was quite skilled with the blade, and at some point, you stopped hearing stories about him. He sort of vanished off the face of Rogue's radars. There are stories that say like, oh, he joined up with an organization. There are stories that he got killed in a home invasion. There are stories that he was assassinated. Um, no one really knows, but judging by reading his name, you think you may have a clue.
But Kage would recognize that name, right?
Yeah, Kage definitely recognized that name, especially when I was 17.
Okay. Okay.
Uh.
Kage would, upon hearing the name Flux, would get this surprised look on his face, look over at the look back at the group and go, guys, Flux is supposed to be this man was a highly respected rogue back in the day, and he mysteriously disappeared off the face of the earth. Why is he running these things? You don't disappear like that just out of the blue and come back. Something's up.
Yep. Yeah, from Pablo's Pablo's sort of just standing there nodding along. Like the second you mentioned, the second Noble's routes were mentioned, Pablo is immediately just like thinking, like rubbing his head. You think that all of you roll me a perception check and tell me what you get.
10.
Okay.
21.
21. All right. Um, if anyone gets higher than 21, just let me know. But 21's honestly just gonna do it.
It was a dirty 21.
Doesn't matter. All right. Um, yeah, Doll. So you get the distinct impression from looking at the way that Pablo is acting that he knows something, but also like you get the impression that he wants to talk about it, but he isn't sure if it's actually relevant information.
I would chirp up and tell him, if you have anything, whether you think it's relevant or not, you should probably speak up about it now so we can go over it and make sure, see if anybody else knows anything about this possibly.
Yeah. At hearing your, like calming voice and everything, Pablo sort of does like relax a little bit. And he says, so it's probably obvious that I'm a bit of a sailor. He points to the hat and coat. I normally did privateer work, so the occasional escort, merc work, a lot of sea stuff. But however, when I pulled into port at at that port, uh, I did see quite a interesting group of people, high class looking nobles, um, inquiring about hiring some ships. But I don't know if it was the same nobles or not. This was about 2 weeks ago.
Well, now that's very interesting.
So what you're saying, Valerie is talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like asking. So you're saying their route includes ships.
I'm saying I saw nobles inquiring about ships, and if they're looking for nobles' routes, it might be sea charts, it might be on foot routes, but I'm just saying, like, as Joel asked, any information, this is the best I have to offer. It's what I've seen, it's what I've heard.
A lot of this still indicates to me that we should probably go talk to the bailiff about it. Tell him we've come across that we checked this bit of information that we found. And it turns out that there might be something worse, much worse going on.
Yeah. From the top, Val, it would be your turn.
I will exhale as kind of like exhausted, but not really.
Mm-hmm.
Exasperated. That's what I'm looking for. An
Yep.
exasperated sigh and just kind of lean back, cross my arms, and like shake my head and say, "This is becoming much larger than I initially thought. I'm not even sure if I want to be a part of this anymore. I was only in it for the money."
All right.
I mean, on that note, something threatens a lot of nobles. We have something to do, right? Making sure it doesn't happen. Grateful nobles tend to be very excellent sources of money, and one will
Um, um, yeah, no, Dole, it would be your turn.
I want to try and convince her to stay and to see this to the end.
All right. I suppose you can roll persuasion.
19.
19. I mean, I'm not gonna railroad Val, but
No, I'm just.
yeah, no, Val. Okay, Dole, tell Val what you would tell Val. Like, just like, what is this? What are you saying to Val? And we'll go from there.
I would look at her from where I am because I'm sitting next to her at the table. So I'd like turn myself to face her. I'm not touching her, getting into her space, but I am turning to face her, looking her in the eyes. This isn't at all what you thought it was going to be. You just wanted the money and to leave. I get that. And you did something you didn't want to do. You regretted that. I could tell that much. I know you don't want to continue with this, but if you did, you could be saving so many more people. And there is still the possibility to get paid for saving these people. So you said you just wanted the money. You could get more money out of this. But there's also the possibility that you save so many more innocents, just like that girl that we saved earlier today.
Yeah, okay. You're right. So Val sighs and kind of.
at least let's just at least sleep on it, all right? Let's just do that. Tonight, drink, let's eat, let's recover. Let's reconvene in the morning, and we can decide what we're going to do from there. Don't need to go back and talk to the bailiff tonight. I'm sure he'll have half of this information from her.
Yeah, Alaric, just wait.
You know,
Wait for Val to finish what she was saying. As you were, Val.
Yeah. So I also Val sighs and kind of looks at the paper again and kind of like reading it in her mind over and over, and also like thinking about Doll's words, and she kind of like nods her head a little bit, and basically it just says, "Yeah, okay, fine." I'll help. I'll help I'll help people.
All right. From that, now it's Alaric's turn.
Oh, good, that worked. Yeah, that was Alaric would. We can retcon that. I apologize.
It's all good. It happens. We're all excited. Don't worry about it.
We can retcon that to be Alaric would just lean forward and make that statement.
Mhm.
Say, we can just rest on this for tonight. But for right now, let's just relax, recover from all of this, and then we can reconvene in the morning.
Yep.
Go talk to the bailiff then, and we'll see if there's anything that can be done to help, because they're going to do a lot of that. And yes, a lot of people could get hurt. Yes, nobles, however you may feel about nobles, I don't know. Problem is that there's always going to be collateral. It's never just nobles that die. That's something that I don't.
Yep. Kage.
Kage, hearing all this information, would kind of think for a moment, and he would be like, okay, well, if all of this has went down and we've already shown up late, why don't I go ahead and go to the bailiff, relay the information that we have. If Pablo wants to tag along to give a little bit of the information, just go let him know. That way, we've got a little bit of a head start. I can come back, relay the information if y'all want to, or I can tell you on the morning.
Yep.
Kind of get a jump on the information gathering.
Yep. Real quick, I just want to say, because I don't know if I mentioned it because nobody else mentioned this from the note. I just want to make sure that you did hear me say it. In the note, Flux did say Amadeus demands it.
Yeah, you didn't.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. I thought I did, but like I noticed nobody was talking about it. I'm like, well, that was in there. I have it written down here, so maybe I like accidentally skipped over it. If you want to discuss Amadeus, we can, but I mean, I guess
Would that be a history check?
yeah, you can roll a history on it. In fact, you can um, you can roll a history for it. I'd say Alaric can roll a history for it, and
Well, okay. Let me word the question this way, and then you can decide how you want me to roll it. I'm thinking that sounds like a deity, not a person.
mhm. Yeah. In that case, roll religion. Religion is a roll, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is. 17.
Yeah, cool. It literally wouldn't have mattered. It's the exact same bonus anyway. Just
Yeah. Oh no. Alaric, you roll. Are you rolling for a if it's a god, or are you rolling for if it's a person?
Alaric was just gonna roll the general like history check of just
Okay.
have I ever heard of this before.
Yep.
Like,
All right.
he doesn't think to specify if it's a name. I mean, based on the cultures you described for the planet, especially, it's like I'm sure the name Amadeus isn't like unheard of.
Yeah.
It's like okay, I mean, probably a person. I mean, Flux is the name of a person apparently. So like, why would he be concerned about Amadeus?
Yeah.
So no, I think it would just be his history. But the thing is, like I said, it doesn't matter at which point. It's
Yeah.
the same. I have a +2 for either way.
Yep. Just roll it. Tell me what you get.
So that is the
In case you didn't hear me back, I rolled a 17.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm just trying to get like everyone's rolls so that I can tell everyone what they understand.
Okay.
All right. All right. So Kage, on a 17, Amadeus does not sound like a god. Doesn't sound like a deity, a demon, a fucking angel. Even it does. You don't recognize it from anything. Um,
Okay.
and for Alaric's history, you just all Alaric gathers is the name sounds like it's a name that's most commonly used by upper class people. So that's like, it's a fancy name basically. Yeah, it's not the average. The average fucking person, no matter where you are, pretty much isn't going to be called a name as high class sounding as Amadeus. However, on a 12, you also don't know if it's an alias or his actual name.
Heard. All right. So yeah, bailiff might know more. So
Yeah. Pablo. Pablo, just for the record, like upon Val mentioning she'll stick around, Pablo does sort of like seem to ease up a bit, and a small like smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. And then he stands up and he says, "Well, I'm gonna go get us all rooms. Kage, if you would like to head off to the bailiff to relay the information, and let him know we'll probably be back tomorrow just to make sure that we got everything."
Will do.
All right. And then Pablo will go off to pay for the rooms for everyone. Okay. What are the rest of you doing? Starting from Val.
I'd say I guess Lark at that point would kind of just like settle back a little more in the booth and sort of pensively puff on his pipe, take the occasional sip of his rum, and be obviously open for conversation, but elsewise would be obviously sort of mulling over the information they kind of put together.
Yeah. Val, you're on the. You do anything extra?
I will. I will grab my ale and take a sip before looking at Doll for a few seconds, and basically just kind of ask, it's like, so what exactly happened with that bandit? You were distracted.
Oh,
Go on, Dole.
who was that again?
That was Val asking you.
Val.
That was Val for me.
No, that's my character. So who are you talking about again?
Oh, she's trying to play dumb. Roll deception. Roll deception, Dole.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing. Oh, she's trying to deceive.
Roll deception. Tell me what you get.
20.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, no. Was that a natural or mod? Hold on.
No,
it's
mod.
Mod 20. Okay.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wouldn't Val roll a perception against that?
No, but Val would roll insight against that.
Insight.
Yep.
Where's that?
It's in the middle row.
Oh, insight. Yeah. I see.
Yep.
8.
Yeah, no, you are fully convinced that Dole walked off with a bandit and then immediately remembers nothing. Whoever else wants to like investigate the way Dole spoke, Kage, you've already left, unfortunately, so it'd just be Alaric because
I haven't left yet.
didn't you leave?
I left yet.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well then, yeah, I suppose
I
you
was
can
going to.
you can roll for insight then.
Insight. Okay. 14.
No way. For the record, Pablo does come back with like little keys to the rooms and hands one to each of you.
All right.
Alaric, you can roll.
You know what, Alaric? You said Pablo came back.
Yep.
Then Alaric would kind of seeing this would. Now he's like, okay, hold on, wait a minute. Like he just kind of leans back forward, and he just stop and go, and just kind of give a doll a long look, and then he just turn to Pablo and go, "Hey Pablo, what ended up happening with that bandit that doll let off?"
All right, give me a second.
We were a little worried, but I mean, you were there, so I didn't feel too
Well,
bad about it. What ended up happening? Because he seemed like he took him out.
well, I just flipped a coin to see if I'd tell the truth or a lie, and I got heads, so that's the truth. Yeah, Pablo sort of like upon hearing you mention the bandit that Dol distracted, he like sits down on his stool with like his hands between his legs, leaning forward in sort of that like oh boy do I have a story to tell sort of like position. Um,
Was glaring at Pablo.
yeah. What kind of glare are we talking here? Are you trying to intimidate Pablo, or just like looking at him like don't fucking don't?
Glaring at Pablo.
So you're
Unf-
trying to intimidate him to keep his mouth shut.
No, I wouldn't say that's intimidate. Is it? Oh, you are trying to intimidate? Okay, I was just don't think
Shut
you're
up,
that
Pablo.
intimidating. Go for it. Roll in Tim.
23.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
What's the opposite of intimidation? What's the roll against intimidation?
Fuck,
Is it a
what is
wisdom or a
this?
con?
Hold on.
I
Intimidation.
I kind of figured it'd be like I figured it'd be Constitution because you're trying to like resist the fear.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
I
it's
feel
like
that'd be
fear is a
con save.
physical reaction.
Yeah, con save. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that'd be a con save.
Ooh, a 16. Damn.
Oh, damn
Yeah.
it!
Pablo's like he's like I've got a story to tell, and then Dole, do you yell out, "Shut up, Pablo"?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Pablo leans forward, ready to tell you, yell, "Shut up, Pablo," and his ears immediately go back like a cat that's just been scolded. It's like, oh shit, okay. Um, Pablo like makes himself small almost.
Alaric would lean forward and just go, "Oh no, now you've got to tell us."
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to persuade Pablo.
Okay.
Oh no.
All right. I'll roll. Would that also be Constitution? Because I feel like Persuasion is Wisdom, Constitution is Intimidation.
I think it's a wisdom, maybe.
Well, I'll roll it.
I should have gotten someone to help me with it.
It was a 10 versus your what? Sorry.
8.
An 8, I think.
Okay. Yeah. No. I am successfully uncomforted.
Okay. Kage, upon seeing this, would look at Pablo and try and intimidate him and be like, no, what went down?
Okay. You can roll that, I guess.
You really just want to know?
Motherfucker! 11!
All right. Let's see if I beat that. 12.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You try to intimidate him. Pablo looks at you, rolls his eyes, and then continues to like go back to like making himself small, like in front of Doll. Like, oh shit, I'm in trouble.
Oh, I would say Alaric. I would say Alaric is just like I would say he is eyes fixed on Doll because now he's like
No,
there's
no.
a part of him that's a little suspicious because he's like, no, that's fucking weird. But he's like,
Val,
I don't know. She
would
doesn't
you
seem
ask
like it
Pablo?
would be anything.
Oh, Val, would
Oh
you
no,
ask
that's
Pablo?
Yes, Val should has the opportunity to ask Pablo.
I was
Oh,
gonna say
yeah.
there is that. But oh yeah, Alaric would be just staring at Doll like, okay, what the fuck is up?
Yeah. So Val, are you trying to get information out of Pablo?
Yeah.
What?
I'm going to
Go on, tell me what you're rolling.
intimidation or persuasion? What are
Uh,
we?
Well,
how are you?
I
How are you asking? How are you like? What are you doing?
Oh, I guess I am intrigued by what's happening. That I'll kind of lean forward against the table with my hand on my my cheek, my chin kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
that's a
Just
persuasion.
looking up.
Yeah, that sounds
Just
like a
looking
persuasion.
at.
In which case,
Ash is like, yeah, just tell us.
yeah. In which case, roll persuasion and add your +2.
Oh, that's right. right, she drove.
On top of my 2?
Yeah, on top of your 2. Add the special 2.
Yes.
16.
Is that including the special 2?
Yes.
Okay, 16, and I have to beat that with a wisdom. 0.
And
Incredible.
suddenly, hotness.
Yeah. Pablo goes from Pablo goes from tabby to his cheeks suddenly turn a ginger shade of red.
Oh, Alara. That the moment.
Oh yeah,
she leaned
I'm not
forward,
wearing my
Alaric kinda
jacket, by
looked-
the way.
Yeah, no.
Oh no, you're cooked, bro. So yeah, Alaric's like looking over at Valerie leaning forward, like, okay, wait, what? Like he's like utterly shocked at this point. He's like, there's no fucking way. And then it works, and he's just staring at Pablo now, like, oh, this got interesting.
Yeah, like none of you could intimidate Pablo or persuade him, but the second pretty girl he folds. So yeah, no, Pablo's like, Pablo is still scared by Doll, but he's also like so attracted to Val that
Pretty girl.
he blurts out rather than like tells the full story, and he just like blurts out, it's like, Doll kissed the bandit, and then like covers his mouth immediately.
Con save
You
not to
did
fall over
fucking
laughing.
what?
Con save not to fall over laughing.
Alright, roll me Constitution.
Bunny girl did what?
She kissed the bandit.
No,
17.
no.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let me take a breath. It was just
There's a fucking jacket.
Yeah,
Oh, well, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. Was it necessary?
Pablo's lips are thin. Like, he's doing that thing where he's like trying to keep his mouth like, no.
Oh,
And at this point, Pablo is fucking running because Doll has just threatened to turn him into a jacket. So he is fucking like, he's not even like running like a humanoid would. He's scampering like a cat, like fucking on all fours, like bolting up the stairs, goes into his room and slams the door shut. And like,
Doll chased him.
yeah, all right, we'll both roll dexterity.
Hold on. Well, hold on.
Okay, God damn it.
No, hold on. How is the booth set up at the moment? Because Kage intentionally sat on the outside.
Well, Pablo's on the out.
Yeah, because he had to go get the keys, so he would automatically be on the
What?
outside.
No, the reason why I'm asking is if Doll is on the inside of the booth against the wall, she's gonna have to hop over somebody.
I mean,
If she's
she
on the
can.
outside-
She has rabbit jump. She can just jump over everyone.
Okay, fair enough.
Roll dexterity versus me.
God damn it. I have -1. Shit!
What did you get? Oh,
Oh no.
yeah, no, I slammed the door. Or Pablo slams the door, and you're just like banging on the door, like fucking, come out here, you piece of shit, or something along those lines. In fact, you tell me what you would say.
Oh, and Alaric at this point would just be looking at Kage and looking at Valerie, and would just kind of like think for a second, like, do I should someone? You know what? At this point, I'm not gonna get involved, and would just grab his rum and lean back into the booth.
Yeah. So
Kage at this
Screaming
point
on
is
the
just
door,
bolting.
screaming.
My
She's sitting on the door
response.
screaming at Pablo. If you don't open this door, I'm gonna make you wish you were neutered at birth.
yeah. No one can see this, but Pablo is hiding. No, wait. In fact, actually, I'm gonna flip a coin again. Give me a second.
Well,
Alright,
as this is going down.
In fact,
Continue.
okay. Kage, Val, and Alaric, roll me perception.
Oh no. Oh,
So like,
no.
okay, so for perspective, the rooms go upstairs, and then there's like another like, walk around thing, and the room was above you guys. So like you can hear her yelling. All right,
I got a 10.
give me a second to roll something. All right, yeah. You like, okay, Alaric and Kage, you see out the window behind you. you see Pablo fall onto the ground from the second-story window, as he has tried to scamper out the window while Dol is banging on the door. He's
Okay,
just
do
trying
I
to get the fuck out.
I'll say, do I have enough time to look at Alaric, say, Alaric, you keep her busy, I'm going to the bailiff, I'm going to catch him.
While all of this is going down,
Keep her
real
busy.
quick,
What?
Hold on, Val, what did you
while
want to
all
say?
this, yeah, while all this is going down, Val can't help but start laughing.
Alright.
Con save!
Like she's
First smile and laugh.
Con save!
Oh,
To see if we catch it.
It would literally be because Alaric's just sitting in the booth like with them, like he's just been sitting in the booth, so he would see it, and he would just stop for a second and be like, and he would stop for a second, think about Pablo's reaction to Valerie, and be like, no, I get it, and then he'd be like immediately looking at Kage like, what do you mean keep her under control? What do you?
Actually, Dol, roll me perception.
Alright.
Oh no, she might have heard it!
Yeah.
Mm.
13.
Yeah, I'll say you will have heard them both yell out, you keep her busy, I'll go get him. From your party members. So you're aware that Pablo is out. The cat is out of the bag, literally.
God damn it!
Not
Now I
bag.
Using my rabbit
Do I
like
have
I'm
to
immediately
use it?
sprinting like to where he is because I want to see I can hear where he is with my rabbit ears. If you want me to roll for that.
Yeah, roll another perception to see if you can, like, try to, I don't know, like, sonar your ears almost, like, project them in a certain way.
6.
Alright. Yeah, you don't hear where he is, but you do know that he's out of his room, and you would assume, at least on the bottom floor, judging by the fact that Kage and Alaric audibly reacted.
From the stairs, like I'm jumping down.
Okay.
Alaric would be
Okay.
trying to get would be getting up and trying to like charge towards the stairs to be like, oh no, and he's just gonna be like, I guess I gotta either pull body blocker or fucking tackle her, like one of the fucking two.
If he tries to body block me, I am kicking him.
Oh, jeez.
Oh! Yes! 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 Get it!
Alright.
Yes!
Alright.
Run it!
Alright,
Run it!
so yeah, like, I think from the perspective, both of you roll me a dexterity versus dexterity. So you, Alaric, actually no, Alaric, roll me athletics. Dol, roll me dexterity.
Okay.
Would that be wait? Wouldn't that be acrobatics if she's trying to hop over?
Oh yeah, I mean she got a 14. She beat him anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to the ground before he gets to block you, so you have access to the door grater. In fact, Pablo is going to make an athletics to try and fucking skedaddle.
Well, hold on. Who rolled a 14?
Dol.
No, she didn't beat Alaric. Alaric beat her.
How?
Nope, I currently, unless we had already leveled up, I have disadvantage on athletics and acrobatics right now because I am wearing armor.
Oh, okay.
You
I
have
didn't see the first athletics.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, no. So yeah, Pablo got a fucking 10 on his trying to escape roll, which I think doesn't beat Dol's 14.
No.
Okay, well, Kage is currently in the doorway. Can he try and block her?
Wait, didn't you should have had to roll me dexterity to get to the doorway before Dol jumps down.
Wait, you? Okay, well, I'll roll a dexterity. Which kind? Acrobatics?
Yeah, it'd be acrobatics.
Yeah, be acrobatics. Where is acrobatics? Yeah.
I hope to God he doesn't get anything.
25.
No, yeah, you're standing there, and I imagine you're like doing like the bouncer thing with like crossed arms.
Try him down.
I mean, okay, Dol, you know how you can do anything, right?
Yes.
There are windows.
Okay, I'm listening.
You
Yes,
could-
but Phil, with
you
that
could-
high of a roll.
You're blocking the door.
Perception versus perception.
Well, I mean, she hasn't said she's going to try and jump through a window yet.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a window. I mean, you could theoretically try to magic it. You could, I don't know, use magic in some regard. But yeah, you come across Kage blocking the doorway, standing in front of you.
And if she's blocked, Alaric's not just gonna like, oh, he missed. He's not. No, he's gonna keep following.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a Kage in front of her and a Alaric behind her, just like take a breath.
Yeah. So, what would you like to do, doll?
Theoretically, could I use my mage hand to like try and break the window to get out?
I think the mage hand can do that. It can interact with the environment, so you could theoretically, like, pick up a chair and
Yeah.
throw it through the window.
Yes, I would
Yeah,
like
like
to do
it should be able to make an attack on the window technically.
Yeah, it should. I mean, do you want to use a chair, or do you want to just like try and punch the window with the mage hand?
punch the window with the mage hand.
Okay, just roll me a strength roll or some shit. It won't be that bad. It's glass.
Four.
Oh, it's a 4!
I mean, it's glass. Like, you just needed to roll not a nat 1. Like, if you've ever punched glass, you know that shit breaks easy. Especially, like, windows. It's a lot
I would
easier.
have laughed if you gotten on that one.
It would have been funny.
On a window.
So yeah, no, like, the wind, like... So, Kage's in front, Alaric's a bit behind, Doll's in the middle, there's a shattering of glass next to Doll. You hear the bartender yell, "Hey, what the fuck was that?" And... We're not in initiative, so... I mean, Val, are you doing anything at this point, or are you just sitting there cackling at the shenanigans?
No, I'm just cackling.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I've laughed, so this is a long time coming.
Alright, nice. So yeah, like...
So she has the window broke. Are you gonna do anything else, doll?
Yeah.
I'm going to try and jump. Not jump, I'm going to try and just go through the hole that's been created.
Okay,
There.
Okay, acrobatics from Kage to stop her.
yeah, alright. In that case, roll me a, Doll, roll me acrobatics to try and get out the window without, like, cutting yourself. Or getting caught by Kage.
Alaric would probably try to. Alaric would be trying to like get a hold of her as well.
Okay, she got... Alright, yeah, Kage, you're able to, like, fucking grab her by the arm to, like, stop her going. Alaric, what are you doing?
Alaric would do something to intervene. I mean, if he's able to, at this point, if Kage is like intercepted her and Alaric can get there and simply just sort of like hand on shoulder, just like
Yeah,
hand
you...
on shoulder, like not really restraining, but like, hey,
Doll,
Alright.
calm
maybe
down.
take a breath.
All
It's
of...
not that serious.
All of you make a strength roll to see if, like, Doll can break out of the grapples, because that's why I'm considering this. Like, the interception was a grapple.
Okay. So just a straight strength check?
Yeah, just strength.
I got a 14.
I
Oh,
got 8.
Alaric? Alaric, why'd you wear stealth? Why'd you roll stealth twice? It was a strength. It was strength.
Sorry, wrong menu, wrong.
Oh, you successfully hide. I
I
guess.
successfully hide for no reason. Neither of you have any idea where the fuck I went. The brick shit house turned into vapor. Hold on, I should just be able to hit my strength thing, right?
Doll gets out of you guys' grapples. Okay, fuck. This is bad for Pablo. This is bad for Pablo. Okay. Doll is outside. Pablo is also outside.
He's
You chose this.
Nothing can stop that bunny.
Pablo is...
Kage, after bouncing, catching her, and letting her get away, just goes sits back down at the booth, and it's just like, fuck it.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give...
He was gonna go to bed.
I'm gonna give Pablo the frightened effect. Pablo is scared of the angry bunny. Pablo is going to try to run, but I have disadvantage on that now because I'm scared. So that's going to be just athletics, I guess. 17 and... Okay, 17 and 22. Bunny, you can try and roll athletics or acrobatics, depending on what's higher, to try and catch me, depending on how you're running.
Wait. I'm
If you're
definitely
charging straight
hopping
after him,
sure.
okay, if you're
Oh, she's
after
hopping?
him, that's acrobatic.
Yeah, if you're hopping, that's acrobatics.
19.
I get disadvantage. So you catch up, because I had a 17.
Oh,
So yeah, you catch up to Pablo. Like, I imagine it's like those scenes in like cartoons where like a character's running and then like the other character that really shouldn't be is just like gaining on them perfectly. And it's just like those constant like, you know, in old cartoons where they're running in a straight line and everything becomes a blur in the background as it moves, and they're like looking back at the other person, almost like that SpongeBob episode where Patrick gets pulled back and explodes.
Oh my god.
It's that. But you catch up to Pablo.
Alaric would still be coming. Alaric would at this point Alaric would have broken into a sprint after if he's just like, hey, I'd really like to not have to speak to the guards in this fucking town for causing a goddamn disturbance. So at this point, Alaric's starting to get a little frustrated about it and is probably perfectly willing to potentially choke somebody out.
Alright, yeah, you can roll athletics to try and catch up to Dole, but Dole has already caught up to Pablo.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely something she's gonna do before anyone can get her off of him.
I mean, granted, that may affect how that happens. Just because it's
I'm
been a
already
long
caught
day.
up to him.
Alaric
We're
almost
eye to eye
died.
right now.
That's the thing. Alaric almost died, so Alaric's running out of faith. So Alaric is just like, yeah, we might just be making people go night night. Okay, hold on. Skills. A boop and another boop. So that is a 12.
What did Dole get?
On
For
her.
acrobatics, I got 19.
Okay, so, and you got... Yeah, if you both got 19, meets it, beats
No,
it.
I got a 12. I got a 12.
Oh, you have disadvantage. Oh, right, yeah, because...
Advantage because we haven't leveled up.
Yeah, Pablo has... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, fuck. Okay, yeah, Dole, what are you doing to Pablo?
The moment we are like, I catch up to him, he is tackled. Like, I'm holding him like wrestler style. Thighs are like wrapped around his head, and I'm like giving him the fucking most like a noogie. Like, I'm like, why the fuck did you have to open your mouth?
Okay, so Pablo is getting somewhat rewarded by having his head crushed between your thighs. No, okay.
Yeah, once again, good job. Great decision.
Let's roll strength. Let's roll strength versus strength for like a grapple.
Alright.
I got a 20.
Oh, I got a 7.
Yeah, so you like jump on, and essentially like you're in like a piggyback situation where you're trying to like choke him out. You've got like your hips, your like thighs on his hips, your arm around his neck, trying to like give him a noogie, and he's just like still sprinting with you attached, even more panicked now. Oh wait, no, I get disadvantage on strength because thing. Okay, never mind. It's 23 or fucking 20. Yeah, no. So you're just like you're like attached to Pablo, and he's just sprinting. And in fact, he even tries to sprint faster to shake you off, but he can't because you're literally attached. So yeah, you're attached to Pablo. What are you doing to Pablo?
I feel like she tried to get a better hold on him because she's scared she's gonna fall off.
Yeah. Also, Alaric, try to catch up if you want.
Like a what is it called? Like a koala hold. She's like crawling, running, trying to get a better hold on him.
Alright, Alaric, roll me athletics to try and catch up. You'll have to try and catch up to Pablo because, thing. Oh well, it doesn't matter because you got disadvantage. So yeah, no. Pablo is leaving Alaric in the dust, and Dole is attached to Pablo while she's trying to grab a better thing. Trying to find a better grapple position while climbing him. I would argue that's
That would be
dexterity.
acrobatic.
Yeah, dexterity, acrobatics.
Okay, acrobatics. 9.
9. He's trying to shake you off, so I'll roll.
Be a dex save, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess. A dex save works. A 12 versus your 9. Yeah, he does successfully shake you off. So, like, you fall to the ground, like, do like a roll. And Pablo is just sprinting off into the middle distance. By the way, you're on, like, the outskirts of town now. Pablo is just running into the fucking woods.
Can I have Doll chase after him?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
She's still chasing after him.
Alright, yeah, roll me another acrobatics. Alaric, you can try and catch up if you want.
14.
Jesus Christ. Okay, 14 versus my strength, which is a nat 1, which means you catch up to him again.
This time, I tackle him to the ground. Like,
Yeah. With a nat 1, he is definitely on the ground.
I'm, like,
That's an
grabbing
attack
him by
roll.
his fucking
That's an
collar
attack
and
roll.
shaking him.
So yeah, what you have Pablo on the ground?
I
If
tackle
she's
this
gonna
man to the
tackle
ground.
him,
No. Let her explain. Let her explain. Go on,
I
Dol.
tackle this man, this cat. I tackle this cat, and like legs either side of him. I'm grabbing him by the collar, shaking him like, "You couldn't keep your feline mouth shut."
Okay. All right. How's Pablo going to react to that? So Pablo is completely terrified at this point. Like I have the frightened roll. I don't think there's a roll deeper than terrified. Or frightened. So yeah. I think at this point Pablo is just like reverted to like primal instincts and is just like hissing. Just
Oh
So yeah, what are you doing to Pablo? By the way, Lark, you can just constantly roll athletics in the background to catch up. Because we're not
my
moving.
god! Is like
is there a
embarrassed.
point? Is there a point?
She's like embarrassed as all hell. Her face is red. She's like, no one was supposed to find out about that. And in the midst of like her ranting, she's like, that was my first kiss.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Perception roll, perception roll, Alaric, perception roll.
No. I think Alaric's too far away to have heard that. Especially with those rolls.
I
Like,
just got an
screamed
18.
that, and
I
then
just rolled an
fall on
18.
Pablo completely exhausted, and I'm just like, that was my first. Like, I'm crying at this point.
Yeah, no, Alaric, you are approaching. I will say I don't think you heard her say that. But Pablo has gone from hissing to like looking very upset. Not like upset as in like how dare you, but upset as in like oh my god, I'm sorry. And like Pablo is just like he's reaching up, trying to like pet her head to try and like help her calm down. Which actually roll me a perception, Alaric, as you approach because this could look very bad from the wrong perspective. You good, Alaric? Okay, there we go. No. Yeah, no. So your perspective, you walk up on Dole, and she's like sitting on Pablo's chest, and she's got her hands on like his collar, and he's stroking her the side of her face, but you don't know why. So it's up to your interpretation of what you think Alaric would infer from that position. Also, if you're speaking, I can't hear a damn thing you're saying.
Yeah.
Me either.
Your mic going? Okay, there we go. Huh?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Um,
Because by this point, having chased you like this, Alaric is not.
yeah, no. Just to like,
Alaric is not in a charitable mood at this point because he's like, we just did this. And it's just like, so he walks up and he's a little fumey, but he's just kind of looking at the situation like, what the fuck? That'd probably be what he'd say. He'd just go, what in the fuck?
yeah. Just by the way, like from Doll's perspective, Pablo is just like in a calm but quiet voice, being like, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was that serious. I, I mean, when she looked at me, like you saw how she looked at me. How was I supposed to say no to that? I didn't know. Like he's just apologizing, trying to explain like what happened, but he is like just like stroking the side of Doll's face, trying to like calm her down, wipe away tears, etc."
Yet, question would still stand. Um,
Yeah, Doll, it's up to you. What happens next?
I feel like she still like has like tears rolling down. She turns and says, you don't know what happened, and you don't know why I'm like this. I don't want to explain it to you, but for the sake of not making anyone any more upset, if you must know that, and I try to whisper, but it's clear I can't, and I just blurted out, that was my first kiss.
at that, you would see Alaric deflate a little, probably similar to Pablo's reaction. There would be a bit of a deflation because at this point, he's like, why is this the reaction? What is going on? This is insane. We could get a bounty. Like, like we are now going to have to pay for that window. Like, because otherwise we will have a bounty. And so he's just like, okay, okay. And you just say, all right, that's a bit significant. I can see how that might be a little bit of a thing. For my part, I'd like to apologize. I wouldn't have pushed. Absolutely wouldn't have.
In fact, can Pablo roll to like try and squeeze out of underneath Doll just a little bit? Wait, why am I asking that? I'm the DM. Yes, I can. Oh, that's a nat 20. Yeah, no, Pablo, like, he doesn't pull himself fully out, just enough to, like, sit up, and he sort of, like, pulls Doll into a hug, and, like, strokes the back of her head, like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Just, again, just, like, reaffirming, calming words, just, like, stroking her back, trying to make her feel better.
God damn.
And in regards to what was just said in the chat, Pablo canonically has a bad pullout game.
Son of a bitch!
She didn't hear that last night.
Oh, didn't she?
What?
No, she
it was
wasn't here for
explained.
that
It was
part.
To
explained.
bed.
It was explained. It was explained.
Oh god, yeah. Pablo has a bad pullout game, Doll.
Yeah. So, yeah. At this point, Alaric would be more would have deflated, like, because now he has context, and he's just like, ah, okay. And I mean, how old did you describe Doll as?
Doll's 20.
Okay, so
21.
she's only like
She's 21.
she's only like she's only like 4 years younger than Alaric. So Alaric hasn't forgotten what being younger was like, and I didn't really think about this, but I would imagine he might have had his first kiss before uh before that age. It would have just been a thing that happened. I mean, living in a big city, having friends and stuff, kisses happen. And so, but he's like, he's not old enough that he has forgotten those feelings. And so he's like,
Hmm.
ah, That's a bit of a thing. He would have apologized for having pushed about it, thinking
Yeah.
it was just some silly thing that happened, and not that it was a significant life event, canon moment.
Um,
He's just like, I see, but maybe if you take a moment, catch your breath, we can go back, get out of the woods.
yeah.
We're almost back at the ambush site, I would like to add. Y'all are fast, and I'm tired.
Yeah, Pablo will look at you and be like,
Because
the
Alaric would still have his armor on, so it's obvious to them that he sprinted after them in his full armor.
yeah, no, like, Pablo will sort of like look at Alaric and be like, hey man, just, I'll get her back. Don't worry, just go get yourself some rest. We'll be back shortly. We'll probably be back before you're unconscious. Just, don't worry, it's okay. I've got her.
All right, you'll take care.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, you may be back before me. Wave if you pass.
um, yeah, Pablo chuckles slightly at this, but continues to like pet Doll's back.
And he would just pull, and Lark would just kind of start to saunter away, and just at this point he's like, he's not gonna try to make speed back. He's like, fuck this, I just sprinted here. He's gonna pull his pipe out and fully just fucking meander his ass back to the tavern.
Yeah. Um, so that's what happens. Doll, what's going on there?
At this point, I'm just sitting there while he's petting my head, and Doll's just like, I'm sorry, I got really upset because that was really embarrassing for me, and I'm sorry I chased you and got mad, but thank you for comforting me anyways.
Yeah, Pablo like By the way, if you just want it to be like Doll, if you want it to be like Val and Kage are already in bed, that's fine. We can like whatever. But anyway, in character, um, uh, Pablo is like Pablo's just like being like shh, it's okay, it's okay. You don't need to explain. I get it. Just calm down. I'm here. Like I forgive you. It's all right. I understand what happened. And yeah, he's just trying to like calm you down, make sure you know that you don't need to apologize. Like, um, yeah, that. Uh,
At that point, she'd just kind of slump against him, feeling tired.
yeah. Um, at this point, hold on. Let me just roll. I'm gonna remove the I removed the fear condition because like after you started explaining everything, Pablo was no longer scared.
Mm.
What's this? 12. Yeah, I'd say 12 is enough to just like pick up the sleepy doll. Um, this doll's only what like 5 foot.
Yeah, she's 5 foot, and what I give her 170.
5 foot 170, and I've got 20 strength. Yeah, I can. I'm pretty convinced I can pick you up.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Pablo just like picks her up. God, he's like he's holding her so she's like resting on his hand, like sitting on his hand almost, or like hand slash forearm. He's like patting her back. Like you're carrying a child back to bed.
Mm.
And he like carries her back to the hotel. Um, and then hold on, give me a second. Um, but yeah, Pablo takes her up to the room, and in fact, Pablo like puts her in his room and takes her key, and then goes into where her room would have been. Um, just because, like, from Pablo's perspective, she's too tired to really want to go to her room and have to unlock it and then lock it, etc., etc. So he just puts her in his bed, tucks her in, goes to his room. Well, goes to now your room, but you know what I mean. Goes in his separate room, shuts it. Well, he shuts your door after leaving, of course. Shuts the door after he walks in, lays down, goes to sleep. And are the rest of you asleep?
Yeah.
Kage
Okay.
is passed the fuck out.
Alright,
I was gonna have
yeah,
a
yeah.
little convo with Doll, but after everything that happened, I think I'll just wait till the next day.
all good. Now I will walk you all through leveling up. Alaric, Kage, you two are aware of it.
Alaric, yeah,
I
what
don't know how
like,
to do
he
it
entered
in D&D Beyond.
Okay. So what I want all of you to do is go onto the main part of your character sheet, and then you should see an anvil being struck by a hammer. It'll say go to builder.
The main page after...
Okay.
And then underneath the manage HP, the blue button, there's a level. Click that, go to level 2.
Okay, hold on. I'm not finding the anvil thing. What are you calling the main page?
Like the one where you can see like your name, all your stats.
your basic character sheet. You're gonna look for your basic character sheet. You can just go to any of the ability save senses or whatever. At the top where you see your name.
Like, can I level up through the campaign?
You see your armor class. There should be a campfire button. Next to it should be a gear button. If you hit that gear button, one of the options under there will be character information and level.
Oh yeah, I'm on desktop. I'm on desktop. Sorry,
Yeah, I'm on the app, so it kind of...
Yeah, my bad.
It's all good.
Doll, Val, you got that?
I did it, and I chose my 2 choices for expertise after.
Alright, did you go through all the things to make sure you got everything that you unlocked? New spells, etc., etc.?
Wait, I can get new spells?
Yes. Do you want me to help you do it?
Please.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so from this screen, I click add another class if I'm wanting to multi-class.
Yes. And obviously you all level up, like you all get full heal on a thing. I'm going to deafen everyone except Doll and myself so that she can level up in secret in case she's got any spells she wants to keep secret. You know what I mean?
I don't think anything changed for me.
I'll help you go through it after I'm done with Doll, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Give me a second. Alright. Yeah. Actually, wait, no. Doll, just follow me to the lobbies channel. That'll be easier.
Hi.
Alright, there we go. Now, you know how to look at screen shares, right? Or do you want me to just go through it verbally with you?
But I can just turn on the camera and then face it to my computer?
Yeah, you could do that, actually.
Alright, hang on. Because now I have to get off push talk for a second.
Oh, good.
God, I never know. See, that's why I'm careful. Ew. How do I... It's right here. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
So yeah, make him level 2. Alright, go to bard traits. Core bard traits. And then see if there's anything you're missing. Just like scroll down. You'll see like you can just like scroll down fully once you go through things. And then if you see anything that's like make a choice or whatever. Anything okay, so you see how if you scroll up to the top, you see how on that tab it says first level underneath core bard traits? Mm-hmm. Yeah, look for anything that says second level.
Second level, like.
So close the drop down tab. So click the little arrow on the side. Yep. And then do any of those say second level? Yes, expertise.
Jack
you already did?
Trades and yeah.
Yep, alright. You already got those, okay. Jack of all trades, what's that do? Okay, that's not something you have to select. Alright, press the spells option next to class features. And then you have Okay, hold on. Do you get more spells as a bard?
It says add spells down here, but I'm not sure if I actually
Cl
can.
click on it and see if it tells you anything.
Ow, cough.
You alright?
I'll be fine.
Alright, you can add another spell. So scroll down, find any second level spells. You can also remove spells and take better spells if you want to. So charm person's a first level. That's a healing spell.
I want the healing spell.
Okay, click add, but keep scrolling just in case there's anything else you want to add. Okay.
I think that was it. That was the only green one.
Okay. Yep.
None
No.
of them are green anymore.
That means you've got all your spells. Click the little arrow again to move to the next page. Is anything there? It'll probably have like a blue outline on any of the tabs if there's something new you can add. Alright, yeah, no, I think you should be good. In that case, just go to abilities. So just click across. Actually, click across. Yeah. No abilities doesn't change. Wait, does it? I think it changes on. No. I think it changes on. Yeah, on level up, you can add one more to your thing. So if you go down, if you scroll down, pick one of those things and add a 1 to it. You should be able to do that. Hold on, let me have a look at your character sheet and see if I can help you with that.
If anything, I want to add one to dexterity.
Alright, let me just alright, dex. Sorry, I can just make that a 9, I think. Yeah, alright, so if you if you were to click on your dexterity little number and then backspace and then put that into a 9. Alright, and then press the arrow to move along. You don't need to worry about that, that's all good. And then yeah, that should be good. Just you can just view your character sheet, or you can just like close the page, and that should be leveled up. And that is the upgraded doll, new and improved. Send Val over, and I'll help her.
I got you.
Yep. Hey Val. Let me help you level up. Do you want me to screen share for you and level up, like do everything for you, or do you want to do it yourself and
I want you to show me.
Okie dokie, I'll show you. Give me a second to screen share. Boppity boopity. Share my screen. Valerie's character sheet. Okie dokie. Go to builder. Alright.
I did that already.
Yep, you already got everything. Cunning action. This is going to be useful for you.
Okay.
Next.
Oh, okay, I keep going.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's anything else that you're missing. Okay, that doesn't change anything. Ability score increases.
Did we have fixed HP?
Yeah. Wait, did you upgrade your HP? Hold on. Let me look. Yeah, your hit points are 15. It already leveled up for you. You're good. You don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Ability score increase. Oh, I need to tell Dol something in a second. Because I fucked up. Yeah, do you want to increase 3 scores by 1? Or 2 scores, 1 by 2, 1 by 1?
What does that mean?
Basically, you can make strength, hypothetically. You could make it a 13, or you could make it an A12, and then you could make, like, if you chose 1, 1, 1, you could upgrade this by 1, upgrade this by 1, upgrade this by 1. or any of them. And then if you choose the 2 and 1, you can upgrade 1 by 2 and 1 by 1.
Okay.
What do you want Val to be better at?
Charisma.
Charisma? Okay.
So I do 2 by 1.
Okay, in that case, that'll make that a 12. And what else would you like to increase? I mean, theoretically, I think you could increase this one by 3 if you wanted to put the other point into this one as well.
I think I. Ooh. You know, I think I might do that 1 in strength, so I have 4 12s.
Okie dokie. Alright. That's good, that's all done. Is there anything else? What's next? View character sheet. This should be the new and improved Val. Hell yeah, no, didn't it? Oh no, yeah, that should be 12. Okay, it seemed to have been fucky wucky. Don't worry, I'll help you through it. I might need to rewalk Dole through things. You think you got it, or you sure?
Yep, I got it.
Alright.
12,
Yeah.
12, 12, 12.
Yeah, probably just like use this. Because I think you can just yeah. You can use this drop down menu to just pick which one to thing. So
What's the second one? Increase one. Oh, okay.
increase skill by 2, which would be for you where you wanted the charisma up.
Strength.
And yeah, strength and charisma. There we go, it automatically did that for you.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I can finish it up for you, or you can finish it up. Do you want me to, or do you want to?
I should be good. Skylar, I know you want to go out. I'm sorry.
Alright, I'll need to bring over Doll. Actually, I think I can just like drag Doll over.
You are, yeah.
Hey, Doll! What? Okay, she died immediately. Stay. 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 I fucked up. I fucked up. Don't worry. So I don't think your ability scores took because I messed up. I apologize.
Sure.
I'll move to back to the gaming.
Yep, cheers. You got this, Val. Good job. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced I fucked up your thing, Doll.
Oh. All
well-
my stuff changed.
Did the numbers change?
Yeah, like survival's +3 now, persuasion's +8.
Oh, then yeah, no, great, good job. Okay. Well, you have half proficiency to everything. Holy shit, that's dope as
Right.
fuck. Yeah, no, good job. Good on you. In that case, I didn't fuck up. I didn't fuck up for once. Great job, man.
Let's fucking go, bro.
Alright, yeah, no, you can go back to the LVC. Actually, I'll just move you now, and then I'll move back myself.
Alright.
Tall, hilarious situation.
I was so confused. I thought I was in the wrong place.
No, you got kidnapped. That's what happened. Alright, Pablo. What does Pablo get? Pablo gets action surge. That's funny.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna take a little break and go let dog out. She's whining to be let out.
All good, all good. Take time, take time.
About 10-15 minutes, give or take.
Yep.
I'll be
Okay,
back.
question.
Yes.
Sleeping at the inn constitutes a long rest, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yay, I get heroic inspiration.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm almost going through my level.
At least I believe I get.
Getting all of my different choices knocked
Oh
out. I had
boy,
to
if someone wants me to
fucking
hear them
bacon.
do a voice impression, I'll be right back, lads.
Alright, look after yourself.
Oh boy.
Yeah, bacon. I had to have the fun thing of realizing that I already have 2 weapon fighting because of Longtooth, and being like, wait, fuck, that's always the option that I choose whenever I'm a fighter. I was like, fuck, god damn it, I gotta like sit here and look at these damn fighting styles because now I have to figure out which one I'm gonna use in addition. I just want defense. I'm not gonna always be wielding that long sword two-handed.
That's all good. It's
Taking
all
great weapon master, taking great weapon master like Pablo has, or great weapon fighting, that's not. It's
True.
better to get that nice little bonus to the armor class.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
I just
in it,
noticed something.
I use 3 types of weapons, and I get 3 weapon mastery. That's the best shit on the planet.
It would be so funny if I
That's
increased my
right.
20 strength by 2. 22 strength.
You can't go above a 20.
That's true, yeah. In that case, I'll bump something else up. Anyway, you were gonna say something?
I just noticed something in Magic Initiate. I want to make sure I'm reading this right.
Mhm.
Because I'm a human Magic Initiate. I get 2 cantrips, level 1 spell, spell change, repeatable. The main thing I'm worried about is level 1 spell. Choose a level 1 spell from the cleric spell list. You can always have that spell prepared. That one I already kind of assumed. You can cast it once without a spell slot and regain this ability to cast it that way when you finish a long rest. So basically, me having it 1 cast, I can use it twice per long rest.
Yes, you have 2. If you have 2 spell slots, you can use it twice.
Okay.
All right.
And then, fuck, where was that thing that it said something about when I take a long rest, I get something? Where the fuck did that thing go? Because I could have sworn I saw something on my character about every time I take a long rest, I get something.
Oh, no, that was right. Yeah, no, that was right. Okay. Pablo. I am El Pablo.
Okay. I gain heroic inspiration whenever I finish a long rest.
I also gain inspiration when I finish.
What is heroic inspiration?
It just allows you to re-roll a d20 if you fuck up. Basically, like advantage on demand.
Oh, okay, so I get one mulligan.
Yes, basically. You're like, oh, I
Okay.
got a nat 1. Well, haha, I didn't. And then,
Okay.
knowing our luck, get another nat 1.
Yeah, no, our luck.
Yeah. Okay.
And I love how the entire Pablo Pablo dog conversation almost initiated like 4 combat situations.
Yeah, that was almost a fight a few times there.
I loved that. That was so fun. And then I love how canonically Pablo cracked to Val. He didn't crack to the intimidations. No, he cracks to Val.
Yeah, no, it just like it wasn't fucking being scared. Like he was scared of the bunny, then people tried to persuade him, they tried to intimidate him, nothing worked. Then Val like fucking took off her coat, leant forward, and just like essentially batted her eyelashes at him, and he immediately just folded. And then had to run for his life.
Yep. And Jesus Christ, 45 gold pieces for a...
It's a big window. I was thinking like those windows you see at like those Italian
window?
restaurants, like those
Bay
fucking
window?
big ones. Yeah.
Yeah, the bay windows. Yeah, dude. Like that's what I was figuring. I was like, this is a window big enough for a whole human to jump through. Like,
Yeah, no, it's a fucking big window. Especially considering like she stepped through it rather than climbed through it. Like it was like the whole wall essentially.
That's okay. I also retroactively thought about something when you said 45, and I was like, you know what? I'm getting off kind of cheap. Because we didn't break just one window.
How do you mean?
I'm pretty sure. Well, no, Pablo didn't break his window, did he?
No, Pablo climbed out the window. He didn't fucking
Yeah, he.
burst out. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess just hearing the we turn around and Pablo is dead sprinting. I was like, that motherfucker probably hopped out the window. He probably didn't even take enough time to open it.
No, I like once she screamed out like I'm gonna make you wish you were nuded. I was like, fuck, Jimmy the door, Jimmy the window, Jimmy the window. Fucking pried that shit open, dived out.
and what sucks is if we had thought about it and we had just waited, we could have leveled up, and then had it happen, probably wouldn't have gone off like that because I would not have been rolling my athletics with disadvantage.
Yep, but here we are.
Yep. And I also love how I made the plan to go see the bailiff before we went to sleep, and then all this shit went down, and we just went in and went to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome
the
back,
win-
Bill.
It's awful. I feel bad.
Why?
She was
The voice
racist.
impression- The voice impression was just not good. I didn't sound like
Oh.
the character at all.
Ah,
I have to ask, who were they trying to be?
They were trying to voice Asterion, but they just couldn't pull it off.
You.
oh, that's
you-
rough.
Some fucking scrub, some pathetic insect dared
Listen,
to
I
think,
love Asterion. They were not Asterion.
bro.
I killed the Asterion.
Carlac for the win.
You did what?
Look, motherfucker pulled a knife on me, and if I'm role-playing, you pull a knife on me, you fucking die. It's a role-playing game. Motherfucker pulled a knife on me.
Yep.
That's so mean.
Nah, Karlak for the fucking win. Although on my Dark Urge playthrough, I did go full evil and behead her.
I have yet to do a full playthrough.
Oh, I can't dirge. Dirge, like, Alfira, my heart. No. Oh, it.
Like, I think I just recently got to the point where I recruited Carlac.
Ah, right,
I
yeah.
really want to buy the game so fucking bad, but I can't get it on the PS4 and it makes me want to cry.
What do you mean you can't
Dirge.
get it on the PS4?
Why not?
I don't have enough storage.
Oh.
Clear some games.
What do you think I've been doing? I can barely even keep Genshin on there anymore.
Kill
Get rid of
someone.
Genshin.
No, I fucking love Genshin.
Kill someone. I don't know how to help but do it.
Baldur's Gate
Wait,
3 is
wait,
20 times
uh,
better than Genshin.
I can
Do
totally
you
kill
only
someone.
have a
It'd be
500?
easy.
Do
I
you
could
only have
lure
a
someone
500
up.
gig rig?
Huh?
Is your PS4 only 500 gig storage?
I don't know. I bought it secondhand.
It's probably a 500 gigger. Buy a external hard drive.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
not expensive. You can get one that's like a terabyte for like $20.
You act like I know anything about these devices. I've had my PS4 for a year because
Okay,
I've been wanting
doll.
to play games
You
for
know
a
what?
long time.
Fine. You know what?
Doll.
Everyone
Fine.
in my house has a
Fine.
PS5.
I got this. I got this.
You can go to Walmart. You can go to Walmart and buy a 1 terabyte external hard drive in the electronics
true.
section for $20.
What is that and what does it look like?
Just go
It's
to
a box.
the electronics section and ask the employee, I need an external hard drive. They will show you what
But
it
that
looks like.
requires me socializing with people. I don't do that.
Real
Okay,
statement.
do you
Here's
know
the
what?
thing,
Okay,
that is
do
not going
you
to be
know
an
what
object
a?
that you're probably going to be able to get without an employee anyway. That's
No,
not something
no.
they're going to leave out.
Yeah, no. They will. They do. They leave those out. I was fixing to
What
say,
In
Noel,
Florida?
do you know what a USB drive looks like?
Yeah. I mean,
Kind
Do you know what a
of.
USB? Okay, the little stick things that you turn around and you stick it into the side of a computer
Yes.
for extra storage. Find those in Walmart. They're literally right next to it.
and you'll just need one that's a bigger one, and it's a external hard drive, and it'll have a USB cord, and you take it and you plug it into any of the USB slots on your PS4, and it will automatically everything is on there to your PS4 will know what to do. It may even give you options to it may even give you it may automatically pull up options. Hey, how do you want to use this additional storage?
When you plug it into the PlayStation, it'll ask you to format it for the FAT.
Because it'll ask you, do you want it to remain a separate thing, or do you want it to just exist as an extension of the memory on the device? Which is probably what you're going to want to do, because then you'll like bump the memory of your device by a terabyte.
Also, Dole. Unrelated to like the conversation outside of D&D, but when you started like sounding sad while apologizing for being mad, I felt sad IRL. Stop it. I was like, I feel bad now. What the fuck is this?
I have that power.
And I love how it is. And I was originally joking about it with Kage. Now it is actually canon. Kage does not recognize that Val and Doll are attractive. Because me and Val were in the tavern that entire time. And I'm not even gonna remotely try and be funny and say, oh, Kage would try and talk to Val. No, because Kage has a hate boner for Val at this point. No, What was it that what was it that Kage congratulated her on?
Killing a guy.
And what did she say?
She didn't want to kill a guy.
She wasn't proud of killing.
Uh-huh.
That plays into Kage's character.
I like how you throwed up gang signs at a fucking preacher and expected that to be a good idea.
Well, I couldn't think of a. I was trying to think of a religious, like, typically when you walk in, like a Catholic church, you do, you know, but I can't think of a particular one for a death god.
Well, it wasn't a death god. Like, I said, like, it looked like a mausoleum minus all the death stuff. Because, like,
Well, I would think.
it was like I
Oh,
was
yeah,
trying
that's
to,
a small town.
I was trying to, like, because it wasn't, like, a proper, like, church with the Gothic architecture, right? Because, like, it's a small town. So, it's like, it's got to be something small. And frankly, that I'm going to be real, I forgot the name of chapel. Um,
Oh.
I was trying to go for more of, like, if there was, like, a Gothic architecture for a chapel, like, as opposed to a church. But, like, I don't know what the religious, like, what the religious greeting would be for, like, Catholicism. But, like, it's gonna be something fucking ridiculous. Like, wiggling like a tentacle or some shit. Like, your whole body, you have to do, like, a wiggle.
No, did you ever
No,
see
what they do
the
is
Little
they take
Rascals
their
movie?
hand,
No, I didn't,
they hold
unfortunately.
their hand in front of their mouth, and they just kind of wiggle their fingers out front of it.
Yeah.
Yes, you're doing the exact same thing I was thinking. The He-Man Woman Haters Club greeting.
Yeah, because they do it under their chin, where they that they would put their hand under their chin and wiggle their fingers out in front of it. But if you do that at your mouth and just be like, "Boom, Davy Jones,"
Yeah. That, basically. That is what the meaning is now.
Jack Sparrow.
Okay, hold on. I will see if it'll let me pull up my camera so that I can. Fuck. I'll be back in the chat here in a second, but I'm gonna show you in video what he's talking about.
Yeah. I
'Cause
think
it's hilarious.
I know what you're trying to do.
Okay, the original, which is from the Little Rascals, it's this.
Hmm.
If getting Alaric's hint right, he's talking about doing this.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, from the fucking mouth, the...
I love Little Rascals.
What did I come back to?
Discussion about tentacles in mouths.
He's doing the religious greeting for Cthulhuism.
That's a thing?
Yes.
Damn.
I mean, it
is in universe
when you
now.
go to other churches.
Careful, Skylar, don't trip.
I'm now trying to imagine a priest doing that in a stately manner to a congregation.
May Cthulhu be with you, and also with you.
Wait, what? Wait, now that I think about it, what is the religious greeting for Nevum?
I don't care.
Jorking it.
Jesus Christ, I don't want to go to that church. I don't worship. No.
That's it. Sadly, you're already a part of it. You're the origin of it.
I
You're
don't
the Virgin
want
Mary.
to be.
Nevum the Great Jorker. Alright.
Our great Lord Nevum, long may he joke.
Long may he
Jesus
joke.
Christ, I can't even imagine that because I'm supposed to be Nevum's mom. So technically, I would have to be like at the front of the church, no?
Yeah, everyone when they sit...
probably have a position at the church, like a throne that's off to the side where the mother sits. And yes, you have to hear some priest say that shit every time they worship.
Whenever someone mentions, like, Nevum, they do a jerking, like, gesture. So every time someone mentions your son's name, there's followed immediately by someone jerking off.
It's giving
Oh,
Spaceballs.
That's what I
It
was
is giving
thinking.
Spaceballs. It is giving fucking Spaceballs. Long may he joke.
Oh.
So I think we're all done, right?
Are we done for the night? Are we gonna pick up tomorrow on the new day?
I mean, like, done leveling up.
Yeah.
Unless you have to go, in which case we can end it here.
No, I don't have to go.
No, I'm good. I can stay.
Chillin'.
Let's do it.
Give me a second to finish eating, I almost died.
For what?
Just pick one.
Well, I mean, I kind of want the context. Are we talking about, oh, this is somebody's house, or the most beautiful? What, give me a little context.
Ooh, these look pretty.
I do.
Hogwarts School of fucking upper classness? Like, shit. Posh AF.
I like the last one.
I
Wait, no,
will
not the
say
last one.
it does
Second to last
pertain.
one.
It pertains to
Oh.
Valerie
Uh,
backstory.
I'm aware of what it is. I'm aware.
I was fixing. Just going off of like purely aesthetics, I'm going either first or the last one.
I'm going with the second to last one. I like how in order to get to the main castle, you either have to go by air or by boat. I think it's cute. I like
Yeah.
it.
I think I agree
Yeah,
with
you know
Dole
what,
on this
though?
one.
Yeah. No, actually, looking at it a little bit closer, I do like the second one a little bit better.
This is fine.
That one, okay.
Yeah. Second one or last one are like I love those designs. Those look really, really good.
So yeah.
Because I like the building aesthetic of the second one, but yeah, the way that like that kind of like isolated access setup is for the last one is fucking cool.
All I'm saying is those stairs, fuck your legs. That's gonna hurt. But yeah, if we're all ready to go immediately, oh yeah, by the way, for how I almost died just then, I was eating some food, and if you're like chewing through like a steak or whatever, sometimes like you think you've sawn completely through the meat, but you haven't, so it's like attached by a bit, and when you swallow, you can feel it like trying to take the whole
Go
thing.
dangling.
Yeah, so I was like, oh shit, fucking
That shit is legit terrifying.
yeah. So I immediately dealt with that. I won't describe how, obviously. Um, so you all wake up, um, feeling better than before. Um, some of you may be feeling stronger, wiser, smarter. Um,
Sexier.
yeah, you've all got a pep in your step. Um, and yeah, I think we'll go from what is it? Who's first? Was it Alaric or Kage? Oh no, it was the girls. It was the girls this time today, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Val, you're the first one to wake up.
Okay, so obviously I am up, I'm ready, I'm wearing fresh clothes, I throw my jacket on, and I head to what I perceive to be Doll's room. Because I went to bed before everybody got back, so...
Yeah, it would be Pablo's room because Pablo put
That's
Doll
what
in his room.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So
Okay.
she's gonna actually walk in.
Do you
Pablo's
do you walk in or do you wait at the door?
That's a good option too. Fuck. I think because she perceives it to be Doll's room, she just walks in.
Okay. On the bed you see Pablo, curled up in a little tiny ball, asleep. Um, got like his tail resting over his face. But he does not seem to notice you enter. He's still eepy.
Val freezes and she just kind of like looks around really confused. And like she apparently she assumes that Doll and Pablo slept together. So she's just like,
Oh!
I'm gonna. She's like, I'm gonna back away out of the room slowly and just shut the door.
So I imagine like the way that your brain is registering this is that Pablo is like asleep on top of Doll or something.
Or like she's curled up in the arms or something.
Yeah. Okay. Um. This is fine. I won't correct you. That's what you see. That's what you feel.
That's what Valerie assumes.
Yeah.
Obviously, I know it's not true, but that's what Valerie assumes.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
so, yeah, so when she leaves the room, she just kind of like tilts her head to the side in a really questioning way and like, did this happen? Like, what happened last night?
Part of me wants to retcon that Pablo looks like a snow leopard rather than a tabby cat, but I've already said tabby cat, so you know. But yeah, Doll, it is you.
I'd say Doll yawns, stretches, gets up, and walks out of the room to see if any of the others are okay.
So you left the room.
Yes.
All right.
Do I see her? Does she see me?
Yeah, you both would see each other. Like, assuming Valerie didn't like immediately run away. Like, if you're just outside the door, you would have seen Doll exit through what you would have thought would be Pablo's room.
Do I respond or does Doll like look at me?
That's up to Doll.
He looks at me, and I look at him. I'd be look at Val and be like, "Morning. Did you sleep well?"
I point to the door behind me. What happened last night? Why is Pablo in your bed? Why did you come out of Pablo's room?
Doll would look at her and say, "I don't remember how I got back here last night."
I look back at the door behind me and back at Doll. You know what? I'm not even gonna question it. Are you okay? I came to find you. Are you okay?
Doll looks a little taken aback because she's not used to Valerie, like
Giving a fuck?
openly. Yeah, exactly. But she'd have like a puppy dog eyes, like, oh, she cares. And she'd be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm great. How are you?
And Val just kind of like leaned back a little bit with her hands up. She's like, that's too much cheer for the morning, I think. Calm down. The last thing I see is you taking off angry. And like the boy is following you. But then I heard nothing when you got back, so what happened? Like, I just want to know.
Calm
What did I
down a
miss?
little bit. And she'd say, oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Well, needless to say, I caught up to Pablo. He got what he deserved. But we reconciled like adults. Everything's fine now. It's all gonna be okay. Shit happens, right?
I guess. Anyway, I just, obviously you seemed a bit what I perceived to be angry and embarrassment. You were embarrassed by kissing this bandit, and I just wanted to let you know that you're not the only one. And I know in the past I have, for reasons I shall not name, but I have kissed a bandit before, so it's not uncommon for us women.
Don't make the name of the
It
guild
won't
the
be
Bandit Kissers. Don't make the name of the guild the Bandit Kissers, please.
At the mention of kissing a bandit, Dolly immediately deflates again. She's like, her eyes, they look dead inside, and she's like, it's normal, huh? Oh, okay.
Can we please stop them right here? Because they just gave me the opportunity to pull a bad joke.
You sure?
I don't mind.
Okay.
Go for it.
I think it's Alaric's turn.
I thought you wanted to make a joke.
No, in character.
Oh, right. Yeah, Alaric, it is your turn.
Yeah, Alaric would at this point probably step out of whatever room he had, whatever key he had. Whatever key he'd been handed, he'd been like, "What room is that?" Okay, cool. And so by the time he got back, he would have just been dead. So he'd just been like, huh, huh. And so he'd come kind of walking out, blinking a little sleep back from the eyes, and he would, Doll, you would see that he would meet your eyes, and there would be a little flicker of shame in his, and he would have a little bit of trouble meeting your gaze after the initial contact. And but would say, "Good morning, ladies. Sleep well."
Doll would probably give a little defeated wave, like, hi, good morning. I slept fine. How about you?
Hey,
And I would have
slept all
just
right.
nodded, just said, morning.
Hey, he slept all right. They slept all right. You're fast. I suppose it makes sense for funny, but Jesus. Or I guess I wouldn't say Jesus. God damn it! I have to have a corollary here. Oh no, I didn't think of this. No, I got it. Let me see. God, you're bloody fast. It's like, but hey, it's pretty decent workout after all. Feel a little better this morning. So I suppose it's that. It isn't seen any of the others.
Right. Next in the list is Kage.
Okay. Can I roll a perception to have heard the conversation between Val and Doll?
Sure, send it.
Okay. 7.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, Kage comes out of the room, and for the first time, everybody has seen Kage without his cloak or his leather jerkin on. He comes out, and he is covered from the tip of his head, like where his hairline starts, to the bottom of his chest in bandages. Like, this man looks like he is mummified outside of his arms and his stomach. And he, hey guys, and just walks down the hall.
You all saw the
Um,
bandit too, right?
yeah, that's, what's with the mummy? What's with the walking mummy?
Uh, and as soon as Val says that, Kage looks down, looks back up, looks back down, and goes, "Oh God, I forgot to put my armor back on." Uh,
I mean, it's
uh,
kind of a look, but is that all it is?
It's, it's concerning.
let's just say there's some things in my past that my master did to me that I would rather not be seen by the general public.
That's fair.
All right. Um, Pablo, for the record, he just wakes up, does like typical cat stretches, like doing that like big back arch and everything.
Big
Um,
stretch.
yeah, big stretch. Um, and then yeah, he just like walks out of the room. Um, but like as he walks out of the room, like you see his jacket's on and everything. You put it back on, and he's just like adjusting his hat, and then he looks at everyone and he's like, "We all sleep well."
Hey, I mean,
Uh-huh.
pretty well.
All right.
Val just kind of like glances at Doll, between Doll and Pablo, that image still in her head. Even though she's not, it's just not true anymore. It's kind of like still lingering there. And she just kind of like bites her lip and like moves off. She just doesn't want to. It's very awkward for her, so just walks away down the stairs to get food.
Radio. Um,
Hey, that's a fine idea.
yeah, so just general good thing that Pablo didn't watch you bite your lip because that is a thing. Um, what about you, Dole? Pablo looks at you and
At this point, Doll's just embarrassed with herself. She's like recalling everything that happened last night in great detail. She just looks away and gives a wave. She waves, but she looks away.
yeah, Pablo just like doesn't really care. Like he obviously cares about you. Like he was there, he was consoling you, but like he just doesn't give a fuck like that about what happened last night. He doesn't you know feel embarrassed. He doesn't judge you or whatever. He's just he's acting natural for the sake of everyone who didn't see, because nobody knows exactly what happened last night. Val knows that Pablo quote got what he deserved, and Alaric saw. Did Alaric see the hug, or was he already leaving by the time the hug happened?
Well, Doll straight up
No.
said to Alaric.
Right. Okay. You know.
So Alaric is aware. That's why Alaric had like the look before anybody else was out there, and at this point he's buttoned up.
Yeah. No. Okay. In that case, yeah. No, it's all good. Pablo is just like not telling anyone about what happened last night. Um, just trying to keep a calm head for the sake of Dole, and honestly, just for the sake of expediency, I'm gonna have him vault over the railing onto the second floor, onto like the bottom floor. Let's see how that goes for him. We'll call that acrobatics. It's a 19. Yeah, no, he does fine. He just like you just see him like vault over the railing, lands, goes into a crouch to like avoid hurting his knees, stands up straight, walks over to the bar. The bartender looks pissed. Um, you imagine from the window incident. And then he waits for you all. Which I assume you all make your way down. Do any of you vault, or do you all just walk down the stairs like normal people?
That's what I was fixing to say is, since Pablo did it, Kage's gonna do it.
All right, acrobatics. No acrobatics. Yeah, acrobatics. Sorry, not athletics.
14.
Yeah, that's fine. You go down there. It's not as smooth as Pablo's, but it works. It does the trick.
Okay. So I
Uh,
land, stumble a
Alaric,
little bit, but don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alaric would just sort of look at Doll and it just sort of gesture to the stairs. Like
I'm already headed to the stairs.
Doll.
I'd nod at Alaric and just walk down the stairs.
And I'd follow down behind her. Oh, and I'd also say, yeah, Alaric probably wouldn't at this juncture would not have his full armor on, so he would be, um, it would be the first time y'all seen him where you don't see the armor on his legs, so you're just seeing he's wearing appears to be a pair of trousers and a nice well fitted, sort of like textile shirt. It's probably it's the most casual you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, no. So you all get down to the bar. I assume that's where you're going to like get food and stuff like that.
Ye-
Pablo looks at the rest of the people walking down, makes a comment to Kage about took him long enough. And then yeah, just orders himself. Yeah, they just have like like for the breakfast menu. There's just some like bacon on toast. Which Pablo orders. And we'll go from Val down the list of who orders what, etc., etc.
I'm just gonna do a basic, do basic bacon and eggs, just kind of a simple
Oh.
breakfast.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Dol,
I would go with the same as Valerie.
Roger.
Yeah, Alaric would probably do something similar. Just some sort of like toasted bread, eggs, a little bit of bacon or something like that, and then if they have tea,
Yeah. Kage.
be in the morning time.
Yep. Yep.
Kage would see what everybody else is, eating and look at the bartender and be like, I know this is gonna sound like a weird quest, but do you happen to have any bananas and oranges?
No, I'll roll for that. Why not? Let's see. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Kage
No
would,
fruit for you.
Kage would hear this and be like, just a piece of plain bread, don't even toast it.
Yeah, he hands you a slice of. It's even whole grain bread.
Even better.
Yep.
And can I roll a perception to see if I heard Pablo's long enough?
Yeah, sure.
Because that sounds like a time for Kage to be a smartass, especially early in the 12?
Yeah, I'd say you would have heard it. He wasn't exactly quiet about it.
Oh, okay. Kage would cut his eyes over at Pablo and be like, well, not all of us can be an oversized tabby cat.
Oh, you managed just fine. Okay.
Kage would grin and just go back to eating.
Yeah, Pablo picks at his food and leans over to the others, and mentions like just, does anyone have any new ideas on the note, or are we just gonna head to the bailiff?
That still seems like the best course of action to me.
All right. You can all tell he's being deliberately vague, so that like the bartender doesn't know what he's talking about. He just says note and like bailiff.
Fuck, I knew there was something I was going to do last night.
I'm not having you roll to jerk off.
No. No, hearing bailiff, Kage would remember, oh fuck, that's right, I was going to go see the bailiff last night. I fell asleep.
Oh, that was like you in character saying that. Okay.
Yes.
I thought you meant like you as a player saying that. I'm like, no, you're not rolling to jerk off.
No.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. Pablo's like, well, things did get out of hand.
That's one way to put it.
Sigh.
Yeah. In fact, in an attempt to make Dol feel better, Pablo audibly says like, well, you kicked my ass pretty good last night. Just so that like, for the people who didn't see, they think that she beat him up.
Val's thoughts are not going in that direction. And I kind of choke on my food.
Kage would look between Doll and Pablo and then Do I hear Val choke on her food?
Roll me a perception.
17.
Yeah, no, you hear Val choke. But
Upon hearing Val choke, he leans over, looks at Val, and goes, "What happened?"
Alaric becomes very interested, having finished his breakfast, in his pipe.
Nothing in particular. It's just my own brain. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. And I just continue eating, like putting more food in my mouth, so I don't have to keep talking.
Alright, well, I mean, Val, it is your turn. That's what it lives around to.
Um, are we all done eating at this point?
Yeah, I'd say you're all finishing up, like, those of us who had bacon and toast are finishing up the toast. Um,
Okay.
so yeah, we're all basically good to go.
Alaric at this point. Alaric at this point is just kind of slightly puffing on the pipe, just sort of waiting, just finishing his tea. Just perfectly content to hang out with everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I will, basically kind of stand up and take a deep breath and ask them. I think, I say out loud that I think it's time that we head to the bailiff before he's off doing his own thing. So we can get on the road.
Alright. Um, no, Pablo sort of like. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, yes, shit. Right, yeah.
No,
Turns.
okay,
Dole.
go ahead.
No, you go. I fucked up. That's on you. Go.
First,
Yeah, it's your turn.
I would nod my head and agree with Val.
Yep. Anything else?
Yeah.
No.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Alaric would stand up from the table, stretch. He'd have his satchel with him, and he'd be ready to rock and roll.
Rightio. Kage?
Okay, while everybody else was finished eating, since Kage just had a single piece of bread and stuff, can he have went upstairs, grabbed his gear, and be coming back down the stairs as everybody else is finishing?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I did say that Alaric had doffed his armor overnight and had come down with it. So he would, since he had finished eating, he would have just sort of slipped out and headed
Yeah.
upstairs to just gather his armor and get maybe be like, well, if we're gonna go out, it'd be nice to not wear the armor, but I don't feel like taking up the last bit of space in my satchel. It's almost at the, it's at like over 60, I think, a little over 60. So he wouldn't want to stick what would be almost the entire remaining weight in his armor.
Okay. Well, as Kage, comes back downstairs, sees everybody else is finished eating and stuff, he just kind of, you know, puts his cloak back up, covers what little of his head he can with his cloak, and then just starts walking towards the door, like, ready to get everything started.
Yeah. That's fine. Pablo's about the same. I mean, Pablo was ready pretty much from the second he left his room. Like I said, like adjusting his hat and everything the second he walked out. Yeah, he stands up. And I guess just opens, like walks over to the door and holds it open for everyone to come out, and Val lead the way.
Okay. So I lead everybody to the bailiff's office from before. And basically just kind of walk in. Val has never heard of knocking.
Yeah. Anyone else do anything?
No, I'd just be following her to the bailiff's office.
Okie dokie. Alaric?
Yeah, he would have sort of just fallen into step, and so he'd be bringing up right behind him, just kind of moseying along casually with everybody.
Yeah. Kage?
Kage's just gonna be following after, trying to work that kink out of his neck that
Oh.
he mysteriously developed again.
On the other side this time, though, so yeah, every time you turn your head to what you're used to, it hurts.
Yep.
And then, yeah, Pablo is just following as well. As you get into the bailiff office, um, the bailiff like comes out again after the receptionist assistant person calls out, and he's got a big, big like jolly smile on his face, and he's like, "So, what can I help you find folks with today?" And Val, it's your turn.
I glance at the others quickly before moving closer to the bailiff and just ask him. Oh God. Um. Fuck, I don't even know what to ask. You know what? I'm just ready. We have a couple questions for you.
Okay, yeah. He looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, what are they?"
That is a very good question. Above table.
Um. Okay.
So
Do
we
you
have
want some above
information to
table
give.
advice?
I don't know what kind of question to ask. Fuck. I didn't think
Well,
Well,
about this.
I was fixed to say you can go across the route of, because I mean most of what got said was common knowledge, so Val would know about the flux situation because Kage would have said something about it. She would know about the Pablo situation because he would have said something about it. So Val would know everything that Kage and Pablo knows.
yeah. Do you want me to remind you the things that you would know?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that they were talking about interrogating the steward's daughter for a noble's route, or the noble's route. Um, you would know that um, that it's an organization, not just one person, and you would have heard from Pablo that there's something to do that like he did see nobles by docks at one point inquiring about a ship.
Also, you would know that Flux is a well-known um higher up thief that mysteriously disappeared, but somehow he is sending out other hits, contracts, and stuff. And Doll, do you want to give your portion of it?
Um, I tell the bailiff that I
No, no.
wait. Go
Tell,
ahead. Say
tell,
it again.
tell, tell Val this is above table information.
Okay. Okay. What I got from the letter was that because he said we assigned you to this one in particular, it's basically saying that he there's like multiple operations of this happening. Like it's happening in more than one place at the same time, and they're sending multiple operations to be done to kidnap important people and get information and get trade routes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
they're they're planning something big, and we know that there is some reference to what didn't ring as a god, probably a person, but all we would know is that it is definitely a name used by upper class people, Amadeus. That this is the will of Amadeus, because that's the person who's actually in charge. Flux is facilitating, but the person that Flux reports to is this Amadeus character. But none of us could recall anyone notable by that name other than that it is a high class name.
Oh, we suspect that he's answering to Amadeus.
Yeah. And you're not sure if Amadeus is the name of a person or an alias. Like, well, I mean, you figure it's a name, but you don't know if it's like their actual name or an alias.
Okay. So my first question would be, have you heard of any other towns that have had kidnappings?
Yeah, right. He'll have a think about it. Sitting there just like scratching his head. And like trying to keep things like lighthearted. He makes a joke about like, "Oh, looking for more work, are you?" Um, in all
Something
honesty,
like that.
I can't say I have. Don't know. It's Yeah, no, not that I've heard of. No. Why?
Instead of answering his question, I respond with another question, basically asking him, "Do you happen to know what Amadeus means?"
All right. Yeah, he'll sit there and he'll be like, Amadeus, Amadeus. Uh, no, it sounds posh. Um, I think you might have better luck in a city, but I haven't really heard that name before. What's it in relation to? Is it like a group, a person? Do you know?
Will
I would respond, "That's why I was asking. I am trying to find out. We are trying to find out. And we just needed some place to start."
Oh, good. Yeah, no. He'll he'll like nod his head and be like, "Yeah, all right. I'm really sorry I can't help you there. Any more questions?
look.
Hmm.
Well, look. Here's the thing. Have you had a chance to talk to the steward's daughter after what happened?
No, I got her back to the steward as fast as I could.
That's what I was a bit afraid of. Okay, so above table, I'm thinking we should probably let him see the letter because, like, at this point, we're asking sort of abstract questions.
I mean, as it stands right now, we could still keep it without the letter being involved.
I mean, he did say
Because at
to
I
this
mean,
point, he
try
has
the.
no context.
I was fixated on this one. I above table. I will honestly say what Val decides would kind of decide it because I mean Val is still holding the letter. So if
Yeah, because
she
that's the thing.
wants to,
I don't want Alaric to make that sort of unilateral decision, and he wouldn't in character. But it's also, I'm trying to gauge of like, would you let me roll a perception check, Bacon,
Sure, send it.
to see? I just want to see. I just want to see if he's like, maybe he did pick up on something with those names, and we're just not.
Yeah, roll me perception.
He's trying to be subtle about it. Come on, man, you scroll for me. Let's be friends, huh? A 12.
A 12.
also can
Go on.
go ahead, go ahead, Bacon.
On a 12, he doesn't really seem to react. You do get the impression he's trying to help you. Like, you helped him, essentially saved his
Okay.
life. He just doesn't know.
Okay. Uh,
No, I think in that moment Alaric would not. He wouldn't. Then he wouldn't want to say anything about it. Just be like, this sounds like corruption in a lot of ways, and he'd be guy seems like he means well, but dude could run his mouth to the wrong person, and so Alaric would just say, no, no. I mean, if you can point us to the next largest city where we might find some better information, that'd be helpful.
All right.
I didn't know I was done. But okay.
that's what I was fixated.
If you have more
This
to
is above.
finish, yeah.
This is above table. Above table. Can we please not interject outside of turn orders?
Yeah.
That was kind of one of the reasons why we did do the turn order thing so that we weren't all jumbling it up.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of what was just described, I think, sounded like above table. Anyway, Val, do you have anything else to ask this guy?
Um, I don't have anything else to add, but I wanted to kind of turn around to everybody else
Yep.
and basically say, it's like, hey, I think we got all the information we could. let's just head to the city and see if we can find something. Find a noble to ask.
All
That would
right.
be our next best option.
All right. Dol, do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with them that we should go and ask others to try and get any more information out of this.
All right.
Maybe
I'll
go to
go ahead.
Elf.
I think Alaric at that point would only have a question of he would ask the bailiff, "Is there anyone you could point us to in one of the nearby cities who might be more helpful to us? Might have a little more information, better access, that sort of thing."
Yeah. He does mention that you're not actually too far from the capital city, Hearthspring, um, which is one of the biggest cities in the land of Tyrannius. Um, and he does like he does like he's like, well, you're a few days travel from Hearthspring. Um, well, there's plenty of high class people there who may know what it is you're looking for.
All right. That's helpful. That'd probably be a good place to start.
Kage?
Uh, Kage would look at the bailiff, look at the group, and then be like, guys, y'all go ahead and head out here in a minute. I want to ask the bailiff something a little bit less socially acceptable.
All right.
Something that I don't feel needs to be said in potentially higher class orders. And he kind of gives Alaric a, kind of an apologetic, like, because Alaric knows what Kage is, and Kage knows what Alaric is. And those two groups
Yeah,
don't usually cross paths on the best of terms.
so yeah, he would just sort of give him a nod. He'd just sort of give him a nod and be perfectly ready to step out with everybody else.
All right. Can everyone roll me history real quick? Everyone.
Alright.
History. Oh, okay. Boopity doopity.
I
Six.
got an 8.
Okay, Val.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. What did I miss?
Roll history, please.
History?
Yep. Pablo will also roll, I suppose.
Nat 20.
All right, easy. You do recall on the note, that Flux mentioned, if something comes up, send a raven to the outskirts of Inverwick. Yeah. Which on a nat 20, you would know is a smaller coastal city.
Oh god. Inverwick. Of course we have to go to Inverwick.
It's actually not that far. It's a little bit more than it would be to travel to the capital city. If you bring that up with the Inverwick, do you want me to send you a picture of where you are and where everything is?
No, like what turn? Whose turn is it? Mine?
Yes, it would be your turn.
Did Pablo take his turn?
Honestly, Pablo's just gonna be like standing there idly.
Oh,
Because Pablo only got a 13, so yeah, it'll be Valerie's turn.
So I would say in disdain and disgust is like, ugh, we have to go to Inverwick, and that's a little further than the city.
All right. Do you add anything else, or is that it?
I guess that'll be it.
All right. Dol, reactions.
I'm just excited to get to travel with everyone again. I'm jolly. I'm happy. As long as we all stick together, figure out what's wrong, and get to the bottom of this.
Rightio. Alaric?
Yeah, Alaric would be ready to rock and roll. He'd get himself a comfortable stance, ready to rock.
Alrighty. Kage.
Kage's gonna, wait for everybody else to head out to ask his or give his statement to the bailiff that he feels, might help the bailiff in future endeavors.
Yep. Alright. Pablo, for the record, he's like, so I go on Invoic. Alright. And he will, stand outside, and you get the impression that he's familiar with Inverwick, it being a coastal town. He may have just laid port there. And yeah, we'll let Kage finish out what he's doing, and then we can begin our journey.
Okay. Kage would kind of, after everybody's left, would ask the bailiff. Um, there was a mention of flux, and I know y'all are kind of y'all aren't too horribly far from a major city. Have you by chance heard any other mentions of him lately?
Alright, well, you said you grew up in the capital city of Bastalon, didn't you, Kage, in your backstory?
No, I grew up in a small city outside of it.
Oh, small city, okay. Bastalon, I mean, your history roll from earlier, you would have known that Flux would have been active in Bastalon, it being the largest city.
Yeah.
Which is actually remarkably close to this town. So I'll roll a 20 on this for the bailiff to see if he remembers it. Unfortunately, that's a 6. He, you think something crosses his mind, but you also get the impression that he can't put his finger on it. He's like, I don't. Maybe in like a story or something once, but the name doesn't sound familiar.
All right. Thanks, big guy. And he'd give him a nod and start following everybody else.
Yep. So you all get outside, and then Pablo sort of looks at everyone, looks them up and down, and is like, so we walking it, or we're gonna see if there's a place where we can hire a carriage. What do you want to do?
I feel like hiring a carriage would be a good idea so we don't have to walk all the way there.
All right.
I mean, how far of a journey are we looking at?
About 3 days to the main city. About 4 or 5 days.
Oh yeah, no, that's carriage territory.
Yeah, you'd be camping out if you were walking.
Val would probably. Oh, Jesus. So Val, okay, so to me, 4 or 5 days is nothing on the road, but then that's me just traveling by myself. I can get pretty far.
Yep.
So I say my vote is to save our money and travel by foot.
All right. Alaric?
Sorry, I had to deal with dogs for a moment. I am a little behind.
Well, good. We're just deciding whether to walk or take a carriage. The journey will be 5 days on foot.
Ooh. What's in the carriage?
Carriage, you think of it.
What are we looking at?
Carriage, you think about 3 days.
Ooh, damn, 2 days. Knock off. What's the price on the carriage? I'm assuming we're
We don't know
renting
yet.
a whole carriage to take everybody.
Yeah, no. For short day trips, it's only about I don't know, 35. It's pretty cheap. But for a long trip, you're looking closer to 50 plus, especially 5 days. You'll have to go up there and talk to him to try and gauge the actual price. But your rough idea is
Carriage. I mean,
50 plus.
I've got if we want to do the carriage, I can cover it. It's not a problem at all.
All right. Pablo, for the record, he seems okay with either. You get the impression he enjoys walking, but he also doesn't mind taking a carriage. So yeah, if the main consensus seems to be carriage, except for Valerie and Pablo, well, Pablo is neutral more so. Yeah, so you can all walk over to the carriage, and you see like a guy sitting there. He's just flipping a coin. And Val from the top.
Are we still in the bailiff's office?
No. You walked off. You walked off towards the carriage, like the carriage station.
Carriage. Okay. So, okay, so we reach the rental,
Yep.
I guess. And I, for some reason, I asked, okay, no, I asked the guy, how much is it for a 3-day?
Yep.
Was it 3 days?
It'll be
3 days.
It'll be 3 days by carriage. Yes.
How much is it for a 3-day rental?
Yep. He pulls out like a little sheet of paper and looks at it, and like, it seems like this guy might be kind of new to the trade. And he like runs his finger down the thing and he's like, "All right, you can get the higher class carriage, which comes with some nice comforts, nice cushy chairs and stuff like that. Plenty of room for storage. You can get the lower class one, like the middle class. That's nothing too fancy, just like, a few benches, little boxed in carriage.
Covered wagon, effectively.
And then you get the bottom one, which is just an open wagon. One guy with you, and that's about it.
Okay.
Uh,
How much is...
you want to know the prices? All right. Hold on. He like flips it over. So, okay. And this he's a pretty young man. Like you think like 17 or so. He's just like, all right. It'll be so 3 days. 50, 45 for like for the middle class stuff. Only like 30 for the farm cart. Yeah, that's the cheap one. And for the expensive one, you're looking at closer to 75 gold pieces for the luxury one.
50 gold pieces for the luxury?
75 for the luxury, 50 for the basic.
75. Can I try to seduce him to lower the cost of the luxury?
Okay, roll to seduce the 17-year-old.
Just to kind of...
I know what you mean. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, roll me persuasion.
Okay. 19.
19? Yeah, no. In fact, he fumbles around in his own pockets and he's like, "Well, ma'am, I don't control the prices. I'm just, he's like stuttering, he's like clearly like, pretty lady, he can't really talk right. So I can, yeah." And he hands you his coin purse with like about like 15 gold pieces in it. It's like you can use that to pay for a bit of it.
Oh, my dear boy, thank you so much.
Yeah, he's like smiling, like he's like got his hands in his pockets. He's like trying to he's clearly trying to play it cool. He's not doing very well, but he's trying his best.
And remind me again, what was the price for the luxury?
75. 75 for luxury, 50 for basic, and then I think it was like 30 for farm.
Farm cart.
Yeah.
So it would be 75 minus the 15 that he gave me,
Yes, so 60.
which for
Yeah,
10,
I
10
can
pieces
just handle that.
more.
I can just handle that.
Alright. Is that the
Yeah,
plan?
I would toss the coin. I guess I would kind of hand the coin purse to Alaric so that he can pay for it, I guess.
Yeah, alright.
That's what you're offering.
That's the
Yeah,
impression
you
that I
said
got.
it's yeah. So it was it's how much all told?
All told, it'll be
15.
60 gold because 15 from the 17-year-old
Okay.
plus,
So
yeah.
I will. That is pull my platinum. Remove platinum, and then that is another. Ooh, no, where is it? 10 gold. All right, bet.
Alright,
Money adjusted.
roger that. So yeah, the cart comes around. You were paid for the luxury one, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Roger that. A nice like ornate carriage comes out. It's like made of like a nice red wood with like some gold inlays.
Riding in style.
Hell yeah. Some nice like the wheels are like made of like a nice oak wood. And there are like 3 people riding on top of the carriage. 2 of them are in like a light chainmail. You get the impression they are your like bodyguards. Like they're going to escort you essentially. Then the doors open. There's like it's nice cushy inside. There's room enough for like. It's got those like on certain trains they have those like beds that fold out on the sides.
Ooh.
It's got like stuff like that, so you could all theoretically sleep in the cart if you wanted to.
That's a fucking bet.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, we could sleep on the road. We don't even have to. You know what? This is amazing.
Yeah.
I was going to say this. Doing it this way ensures that we're basically just going to be able to through the travel.
Yeah. Essentially, like how I like. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you since like you've already chosen the luxury one. How I was gonna word it is like, farm cart would have been like you would have had to roll to deal with a potential encounter every night. Middle cart every like so only one of the nights, and then luxury cart it's just you don't have to worry about anything. It's all taken care of for you.
Because we get guards, like we get
Yeah.
our own guards.
Exactly. So you're honestly it is 3 days, but we'll essentially just make it that you're pretty much there now, right? So like the sun's rising, birds are chirping, and you all sort of like wake up.
What's that? How does the morning song go that they always put in movies?
I know the one.
Where it's like,
Yeah,
that was we get that as the sun breaks.
yeah. Sun like lightly shines in through the like white curtains. You all sort of like wake up a bit. Pablo is still purring, but he wakes up. And then like you all get comfortable, push the beds in, and then the cart pulls up, and like the guards even like open the doors for you, and then it's like you have arrived, and here you are in Inverwick. Val, you are first.
I will obviously hop out of the carriage and stretch
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of take a deep breath and just like see air
Yep.
and instantly get hit with like a
Rock.
sense of dread.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
fuck.
Yeah, you get hit by a rock. No, you get hit by the sense of dread. Um, that's fair. Anything else?
No, I just kind of move out of the way to let the others out.
All right, Dole, that's you.
Get out, pop out a stretch, kind of just look around, see what's around us, where we've well not departed, but where we've stopped to see everything that's around us.
Yep. Kage just pointed out he'd like to see where we are on the map, so um, I'll just take a quick screenshot of this and then send it in the general chat.
There's a particular reason why I'm asking, because if Inverwick is looking like what I think it's going to, I might be retconning Kage's story just a little bit and putting a name to a city.
All good. Um,
Like, Inverwick is the one that Pablo said he potentially knows it.
Yeah, Inverwick is where
It's a
Pablo
port city.
Yeah, he laid port there. When before he started adventuring, he laid port at Hearthspring, but he has been to Inverwick before. So let me just upload that in the general chat for anyone who's interested.
I was fixing. Okay, I'll go ahead and save you that just for a second. I hate interrupting. I really do.
Oh, good.
Okay. With Inverwick being a coastal city, would you say there might be some poverty areas that it's like little hovels next to the water line that like?
Yeah, there's like a shanty almost, like a small shanty village.
Yeah, yeah, I might be retconning Kage's story a little bit. Might be putting a name to a city.
All good. Um, there's like a small little shanty village, little shanty town. Obviously, like the main like city is different.
Yeah.
But like,
A little bit more upscale, a little bit more.
yeah, exactly. Think like yeah, and basic insert like medieval city here, like fucking that whitewashed walls and shit like that, like
Yeah. Okay. That answered that question.
thatch roofs. You can smell the stench of fish from the fish markets. It's a beautiful place, apart from the smell of fish. Unless you like the smell of fish, which Pablo does, because he's a cat. Um, Next up is, unless, yeah, it'll be Alaric. Alaric, what's your turn?
Yeah. So we're here. Gotta try to figure out who we can talk to. Might not be a bad idea to try to find a tavern.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what Alark would say. He would just look to the rest of the party and be like, well, suppose we can find a tavern. Usually good sources of information. We can see if we can't get a lead on some sort of somebody we can talk to about this.
Yeah. That's completely fine. Yeah, there is the nice smell of the sea, but also you can smell the fish from the markets. Um, so it's like that. It's like almost aftertaste as a smell. Um, but yeah. Next is Kage.
Can you see the hovels from where we disembarked?
Yeah, you disembarked at the sort of like the top of the town.
Okay. Kage would kind of, hopping out of the cart. He wouldn't initially, like, he doesn't recognize the name Inverwick, but upon smelling the fish smell and looking down and seeing the hovels, he just gets ghost faced. And he goes, "Wait, um, uh, uh, I, I'm not liking it. That I don't like." And he is terrified.
All right. Are you trying to hide it or not?
I'm trying.
All right. Everyone, roll me perception.
I got an 11.
Mm-hmm.
I got a dirty 20.
Based.
Perception. I got a 16.
All right. Let's see. I'll just say Pablo doesn't have the chance to see it since he's only just getting out of the thing behind everyone. Yeah, no, you will see Kage freaking the fuck out. Or at least not being comfy. And yeah, Pablo gets out, stretches, widely, extends his legs a bit, like, fuck, tired of being cooped up in a fucking carriage. And then he like claps his hands together, rubs them, and says, "All right, everyone, what's the first order of business?" And Val, from you.
I kind of look at everybody and I'm like, I don't fucking know. Find a tavern, I guess, and get something to eat.
All right. Okay. Doll.
Can I would like to look around and see everything that's around us at the moment.
Yep. Shouldn't need to roll perception for that. It's pretty obvious. Um,
That was an accident, anyways.
all good. All good. Well, shit. You rolled a 20. I mean, you're just going to see good, I guess. Like you can see pretty much everything. There's taverns. There's like clearly a store that like sells stuff for sailing. Like they fucking sewing needles and threading. For like fixing up stuff. Like tar for making sure that if there's a breach, they can try and fix it. Um, there's another fishing store, which makes sense. It is a coastal village. Uh, you see two taverns from where you're at. You can see an upper class one, full of like wealthy, like where you think like the wealthy merchant would go if they were coming into town. And then you see a smaller, run-down one off to the side. That looks like that's where shady characters would go. The less wealthy plus shady characters. Obviously not every poor person is a criminal. There's another general store. There's a there's even essentially a pirate defense store, which sells like weapons, armor, um, stuff for dealing with like boarding, uh, if there were. And yeah, other than that, there's just miscellaneous markets. Trying to sell fish, um, baskets, etc., etc.
I would point out the two taverns and ask them which one they want to go to, because realistically, if we're gonna get useful information, because I feel like taverns are a good place to start to get information. It's where all the locals are going to be. I don't know if the wealthy people are going to be inviting and like actually talk to us.
Mm-hmm. All right. Um, everyone, make your choice.
Kage's gonna vote for the shadier tavern,
All right.
and he's kind of gonna be like, um, yeah, with Flux's name being involved and this being a under the table kind of operation, I don't think the bureaucrats and the higher ups are going to know what's going on. I feel like we need to go be talking to my people.
Alright. Val?
Um, you know what? I agree. I agree. Let's go with the lower class one.
Alright. Alaric?
Yeah, I think Alaric would be down with that. He'd say, "Yeah, yeah, we can go down to the lower end, see what we can turn up."
Alright. Pablo, for the record, is just like, yeah, I don't mind. Um, and then, yeah, now it's actually Alaric's turn to do whatever he wants to do, in terms of, like, perceiving, looking around, etc., etc.
Trying to think. We've already got a pretty good idea. Hang. Can Alaric do a sort of a general perception check? Try to see if anything stands out to him.
Yeah, you can try. Oh, Dole, on your 20. Something else you do pick up is you see over in one corner, um, there seems to be a message box where messenger pigeons and such would land, and the note of the crow flying here does kind of, your brain does pick that up.
Okay.
Whether or not you announce that to the group is up to you.
I would like to announce that to the group.
Alright.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Dole noticed a message box where like messenger pigeons and stuff would land. Um,
No.
and considering the raven was sent this way, that grabs her attention, and she just mentioned it to everyone.
Whose turn is it?
Alarix.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so yeah, Alaric would. Yeah, let's see. At that point, okay, so if that's, I think Alaric would go over and want to examine this message box.
Alright, it's quite the walk, but you can do it.
Oh, okay, I must have been so far away.
You're like at the top of the town looking down towards it, so you can see like pretty much everything. Um,
Ooh.
the shitty tavern, where the poor people go, ew. No, that's on like the right side near the shanty town, and the message.
Peasants.
Exactly. The message box is the message box is actually more near the high end tavern, because message merchants and stuff are the ones that are going to be receiving letters more commonly.
Okay. So yeah, Alaric support would be for probably going to the lower end bar first. See what the folk of the town are saying before we go talk to the people that don't know how much things cost. I'm sorry, my dogs have been acting foolish because we have a storm going on right now.
All good.
So I'm a little frazzled. Remind me, anybody already made the indication of like, yeah, we could just go ahead and head over to that tavern?
I believe Dole suggested it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, then
Kage
yeah,
supported it.
okay, yeah, he would just, yeah, and so yeah, Lark would just be like, yeah, I think it's the best idea. We start there, talk to the people, and then we can go talk to the nobles and the higher end folks. They don't, their eyes aren't as open, honestly. So talk to the people who actually see things first. And we can go up there, and by the by, when we're up there by the nicer place, we can check that message box too. Never know.
Alrighty. Um, Kage.
Kage would hear the conversation going on, he'd kind of roll his shoulders like, okay, all right, and would kind of look at everybody and be like, okay, just to give y'all a heads up, this might be my hometown, so there might be some fighting at this tavern. That particular end of town isn't well guarded, so I'm not necessarily saying stay on guard, but don't relax your guard either. And he kind of starts walking towards the tavern.
Yep. All right. In fact, at Kage's mention of this, since you all can see the tavern, you see someone just get like thrown through a window. It's not even a glass window. That's how like run down this tavern is. It's just like a hole in the wall, about like a few feet off the ground. Clearly, it's not the best place. As for Pablo, he's sort of just like, I'm going wherever you guys go. And yeah, so you all head down towards the Poverty Tavern. Val?
Um, as we enter the tavern, the hairs on Val's arms and neck kind of rise,
Mm-hmm.
and she like immediately wants to grab her daggers as kind of like a safety net in case, because she doesn't feel um she doesn't feel safe, I guess would be the right word to
Yeah, no.
say it.
I get it, I get it. And to be fair, I just rolled for it. There are like four guys who are just like eyeing you up. They haven't said or done anything, but you get the impression that they are just unpleasant company. Um, Doll.
I would hesitantly walk in behind Valerie
Mm-hmm.
and I guess scope out the place to see what kind of people are in there.
Yeah. We'll just say that the same four people are still like looking you up and down as well. Um, like I said, they haven't done anything, just looking, being weird. Uh, Next up is Alaric, I think.
Yeah, so Alaric will, push through the doorway, and post up next to the girls.
Yeah. Um, in fact, Alaric, when you walk in, there's uh, there's a woman with like red frizzy hair and like pox scars who sort of like leans forward looking at you. Um, and she makes a snide remark like, "Can I have him?" Um, just out loud. You get a feeling that, like I said, not an upper class establishment. But you
And I
know,
would say that from the moment Alaric walks in, his face is just stone mask, and so I'm assuming she's not remotely of a height to Alaric.
no, no, no. She's about like she'd come up to what, about chest.
Oh yeah, so he's drawn up to his full height, and he would just look down his nose at her, and just the face would not change at all, and he would have blank eyes. It would be almost no reaction other than to just sort of level his gaze downward at her.
Yeah, no.
And he's ostensibly taken up a position behind and to the side of the ladies, just and so he's just sort of like standing there and just doesn't say a word, just sort of looks at her and then looks away and just goes back to just looking forward.
Yeah, no.
Like almost drone, like just he's gone full drone like.
Yeah, she doesn't give a shit. She's just still gonna like keep eyeing you up and down hungrily. Um,
Jesus.
uh, yeah, no. And then I believe it is Kage's turn.
Um, Kage, upon entering the bar, is walking with a purpose. Like, this is not standard Kage. This is not the jovial, fun-loving. This is Kage going in to do something. He knows exactly what he has to do, and he does not care who gets in his way. And he makes a beeline for the bartender.
Alrighty.
Can he roll perception to see if it's the same bartender from the last time? See if it's any familiar faces.
Oh, right. I thought you meant the same bartender from the last town. I'm like, how fast do you think he is? Jesus.
No. Like, I'm pretty sure you probably picked up this is Kage's hometown.
Yeah, no. No, you can roll that, and in fact, I'm going to roll something as well, so tell me what you get.
18.
Alright, let me roll this. You definitely recognize the guy, however, it seems like 3 people recognize you. In fact, 3 of the 4 that were looking at Val and Doll snap their attention towards you and are looking at you. You're not sure, I mean, I would say you're not sure why, considering you don't seem to remember much about your hometown, but they are definitely looking at you with less than pleasant eyes.
He remembers his hometown.
Right.
It's just he does not have a proper education.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, like, these people are looking at you not pleased. And, yeah, it is Pablo's turn, who, for the records, walks in, and let me roll, just to see if anyone hits on Pablo. There are 2 people hitting on Pablo. In fact, Alaric, you're kind of grateful as Pablo walks in, because the displeasing red-headed woman starts looking at the cat man, and like she starts purring, to which Doll, roll me perception.
Alright.
Okay. You don't notice anything off with Pablo, but in fact, I'd say actually Alaric might be able to notice this without a perception roll, being like more primal himself. You see, Pablo. It looks like a cat about to throw up a hairball. Just the and yeah, there's also like another like a brunette, also pox scarred. Like the really you know what I mean when I say like proper like
just the worst tavern wenches. Just the worst.
Pirate style prostitute, you know what I mean? Like not clean, clearly like you fucking high five her, you're gonna catch something levels of like, oh god. You know, she's also like looking at Pablo and like trying to reach out for him, in which like he like steps back out of her reach. And yeah, you are all now the points of interest in this tavern. Like any chatter in general sort of dies down as people like glance over your way. And yeah, Val, just like everyone's way, like towards the entrance where you all came in.
I tried to shake off the feeling that came over me when I walked in, and tried to bravely look for an open table.
Alrighty.
The back.
Roll me a perception.
Oh gosh.
What did you get?
I got a nat 1.
What is it with you and nat ones? Are your dice like fucking rigged?
I don't know.
No, you see an empty table. There's an empty table up the back. And that looks like a prime spot to take a seat.
Oh no.
That's all. Doll?
Um, can I roll a perception check to try and get the vibe of everyone in the tavern? Because I didn't notice anything wrong at first, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, don't think so. Roll. Yeah, sure. Roll. Send it. Send it.
A what?
Perception.
Send it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All right. You get the perception. You get the idea that there are people looking at you, like there. People are looking at you like you would expect people to look at the wenches. Um, like eyeing you up and down, just being real weird about it. But like they're not touching you, they're not making comments. They're just like staring. It's unpleasant. Um, and then, is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like to follow Valerie to the back and try and get away from these people.
Okay. Alaric.
Thought we would have followed Kage to the bar. But yeah,
Well,
the
that's-
Lark would be sort of torn. Yeah, Kage went to the bar.
Yeah.
I figured y'all knew that.
Yeah, he went to the bar.
He went alone, I thought.
Yeah, he did.
I
But
did.
Alaric
Yeah,
seems to be
no,
following.
that's what I'm debating whether Alaric would think to go up there and just like stick with Kage just to make sure somebody's up there. Yeah, I think he would. I think he would. He would go to follow Kage up to the bar just to make sure there's somebody watching the six.
Yep. Kage.
Okay, so Kage does recognize the bartender, and I'm assuming the bartender recognizes Kage.
Yeah.
Okay, Kage would turn around, pull his hood down, start unraveling the bandages on his face, revealing that his face is like he has what looks like necrotic levels of the pox that the other wenches have.
Right. Okay.
Like like this man looks like he should be dead at this point.
This children is why you wear a
And
condom.
yes. And he looks at the bartender and he goes, I need some information. I'm pretty sure that you know who I need to talk to.
Yeah. At this, the bartender grimaces. He's like, oh, "Fuck." He sighs and acknowledges. It's like, "Yeah, fuck." He clearly like he's unhappy about having to do this, but also like doesn't really have much of a choice.
And he also adds as he sees that the bartender's kind of, I really don't want to do this. And he looks him dead in the eyes and trying to intimidate him to keep his mouth shut, he goes, and this does not get to silver.
Yep. Roll intimidation.
24.
Yeah, no, this guy is like he's already unhappy about all of the everything happening. Um and yeah, he's like, fine, whatever, just I'll give you the information. Just get the fuck out of my establishment. You can tell he's not worried about what you're going to do, but what's going to happen because you're here. And now it is. I'll handle that in a second. Now it is Pablo's turn, and I think just for the sake of making sure things are like everyone is taken care of, Pablo's going to walk with the girls just to make sure that nothing goes wrong. He's confident that Alaric and Kage can handle themselves. He also just thinks that like these guys, they're rough types, not the best people. They might respect the man's word more, not being the most upper class people that they are. Um, and yeah, uh, that's about it. Um, but yeah, so the bartender, for Kage's sake, the bartender leans forward and is like, "So take it you're here about um, the fairy tale?"
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Let's just say that I found a letter with this man's name on it, and we both know that name shouldn't be there now. I need to know if this is legit Alark, or if somebody's trying to piggyback off of a reputation. If you catch what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Hold on. You know, he like nods again, grimacing like fuck. I wish it wasn't this. And then like Flux like, not Flux, sorry, the bartender. I've got Flux on the mind because I just typed it out. The bartender leans forward and like sort of like whispers something that only you can hear. So like, he's making sure that no one else can hear this, and he's like, either he's back or we've got a fucking good impersonator because I've seen him around and it looks exactly as described. And then he like leans back, like he's pale from even talking about it. Like he's confident that you won't say shit, but he's worried that someone's gonna find out what he's telling you. Um, and yeah, that's all he really tells you. And then he sort of like hints to the door because you get the impression he doesn't know where Flux is. He's just seen Flux around.
Um,
All right.
can the shifters roll to see if we heard that? Given we have animalistic.
I suppose you can try, yeah. Roll perception.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Um,
I was fixing
18.
that.
yeah, I'd
It's
say
I
a
think
19.
yeah, I'd say
And also Alaric is with Kage.
I was literally about to say Alaric is with Kage. He'll probably hear it. Yeah, no. Val, I'll say since you aren't like at the bar with them and it is like decently loud, like it's not a decently loud, but there are conversations going on. You pick up, um, the damn good impersonator or he's back, and that's really all you can pick up. But you get the idea that this is about the Flux character you've heard of.
Okay.
Um,
hearing the bartender's response, Kage would look at him and say, "Which direction did you by chance see him in?" So I've at least got something to start with.
yeah. The bartender's like, he was heading towards the message box. That was about a day ago. Um, Something like that. But I haven't seen him since.
All right. And Kage would turn around and start heading towards the door.
All right.
And how close is Alaric to Kage? Like, are you standing back to me?
Yeah, he essentially would have like walked up with you, but then he probably would have like turned to the side just to sort of be able to still keep an eye on the room and stuff. But so he wouldn't have been directly paying attention, which is why I still rolled because I was like, oh, I mean, he's not like he's trying to not be like a fucking looky loo.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay,
so he would have heard it,
so
but he would have just
there's enough of a distance and a positioning that if Kage turns around and starts like beelining for the door, he's not gonna collide with Alaric.
no. Alaric would have positioned himself in a way, and he would have been listening to the conversation, so he would have heard the bartender say, like, okay, I'll talk to you, but you need to leave. And he'd have been like, made sure that he was in a position to be like, all right, we got to turn and go.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Um, I think Dol and Val would have seen Alaric, not Alaric, Kage turn to leave. Um, So yeah, you girls do with that as you will. In fact, it is your turns. So, uh, Valerie, then Dol.
Um, I believe so. Um, are we at? Are the three of us at the table?
Yeah, you did get to the table.
Hmm. Shit. I guess I would look at Doll and Pablo and just kind of shrug in a way of like, okay, I guess we're just leaving now because we just got here.
Yeah. Um. As you turn around, there are yeah, there's like two guys who were like walking towards you with drinks, and they look at like the table that you're about to take a seat at, um, and yeah, they sort of like they smile at you in like not a pleasant smile, you know what I mean? Like they've like got rotten teeth and
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
and they're like, what you doing at our table? Um, and yeah, what are you doing at their table?
We thought this table was open, but we're just leaving.
Radio.
So enjoy your wooden table.
Yep. Doll.
I would get up and say, apologies. We didn't know. We are leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you enjoy your drinks. And I'd follow Valerie, like, to leave.
Radio. Yeah, Pablo's gonna trying to save face. Pablo's gonna like smile at them, but also like raise to his full height and like just stand in front of them, like trying to keep their eyes on him so you two can get past. Um, and like, as you two go past, I'd say Dol, you probably hear this better. Actually, wait, no, you're a shifter, aren't you, Val? You would hear this as well. You hear the two guys be like, they're just they're talking to Pablo clearly, and they're like, "What are you still doing here, Rug?" Um, Clearly, that's not a nice thing to say to someone made of fur. Um, and yeah, I'm just gonna roll a Well, do you two do anything about that?
Like, Doll would. I feel like she would because chaotic good. She wouldn't appreciate that they talked to him like that.
Yeah,
I feel like she'd turn and say, "You could have been a bit nicer about that. We are leaving."
yeah. All right. Val, do you do anything?
Um. Hmm. What does this guy look like?
Well, not to give Doll any ideas, but he is bald. Um,
Listen here.
well, one of them's bald at least. The other has like blonde hair, but like think of it like a reverse bald spot. Like instead of like there being a spot on the back of his head that has no hair, it's the only spot on his head that still has hair. Like in fact, one of the first things that crosses your mind is absolutely no fashion sense was here. Um, but yeah, they're like pretty lean builds. Or one of them's like really lean, one of them's like chubby. One's like the lean one is shorter than the wider one. And yeah, they're both talking in like just the unpleasant voices, the rotten teeth. You know what I mean?
Who was the one that said the insult?
That would be the shorter, thin one.
Is he the bald one or no?
Yes, he's the reverse bald one, the one with like just the fucking tiny bit of hair.
Hmm. I'm gonna say that's rich coming from a walking sack of scrap.
Nice, nice. All right, yeah, they turn like that one turns around. In fact, I'd say they both turn around. You know, trying to like defend. He's trying to defend his boy, so the fat one turns with him. Um, and he like he raises his like fist in a like he's not he hasn't thrown a fist yet, but he's like got his fist up ready to he hasn't taken your insult kindly. Um, and over his shoulder, you see a very upset Catman get ready to do the same, but the Catman is a tad more committed to the punch. Um, and yeah, I'm just gonna roll. Roll.
Initiative.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that just. Yeah. So roll initiative, but on account of backs turned, you know, I got a 16. Well, actually, no. Fronts would be to you. Roll me what you got, ladies.
And
Okay.
Well, what?
Initiative.
we can have a bar fight, my girl. Oh,
19.
okay.
Goddamn. What was yours again, Val?
Mine was a 10.
Alright. 10 Val. And let me just roll for the bad guys real quick. Ba, 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 ba. Let me just find where their stats are. I'm a silly boy and forgot to pull that out beforehand.
Well, I mean, in your defense, you probably didn't plan on the bar fight happening.
I did have like enemies that you could try to combat with. So like I was, just miscellaneous enemies just in case something would happen, such as this. And yes, this is all happening because of a nat one.
I figured.
All right,
Yeah,
so
no,
You're welcome.
as soon as you said nat 1 and empty table, I was like, haha, they're gonna go to move, and something's gonna happen.
yeah, okay, so okay, and then 2. What does he get? Oh, okay. One got a. Okay, yeah, one got a 7, one got a 4. So it is Bunny first. So Doll. Actually, I probably should do Pablo's punch because that's what is initiating combat.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Oh wait, I already rolled the to hit, which let me see if it beats that AC. AC. Yes, it does. Okay. So what does a punch do? Punch does 6, just basic. Versus their HP. Okay. Yikes, that's rough. Okay. So like Pablo just punches the fucking reverse bald guy right on the bald spot for like fucking a solid, to be fair, 6 damage. And yeah, this guy just like immediately like stumbles forward, like kill that fucking cat. And yeah, now it's Doll's turn.
Okay, I want to. Can I cast a spell?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to use Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Okay, on which one?
The one that insulted you to begin with.
Alright, so the one I've just punched in the back of the head. Alright,
Knock them down.
yeah, no, roll, what is Tasha's Hideous Laughter? Let me have a look at that for you real quick. Tasha's Hideous Laughter. A Wisdom 14 or prone. Okay, let's see if this guy beats the Wisdom. He does not. So he gets punched in the back of the head. You play a little tune on your clarinet, and then he just starts cackling and just immediately falls to the ground, like clutching at his sides, just laughing his fucking head off. And is that everything you do?
Can I do something else to the other person?
No, but as a bard, I'm pretty sure you can cast Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action. Wait, let me just make sure that's a bonus action for you. Yes, it is. So you could do that. Cast it on either. I mean, theoretically, you could. All right, Valerie. All right.
I'm also gonna stick my tongue out at the other person because fuck them.
You're gonna what at the other person? Sorry.
I'm literally just gonna blow a raspberry at them.
All right, fair. All right. Yep, it's your turn, Val.
I hate to do this again, but can I get a mental map of where everybody, what's happened so far?
All right. So I punched.
Did they both attack the same person?
Yes.
Pablo and Dahl attacked the same guy.
All that's left is Fat Man's still standing. Skinny Man is laughing on the floor.
Laughing?
Yes.
Yes.
I casted Hideous Laughter. He's gonna be stuck there for a little bit.
Oh boy. Ooh,
Wait, you did a Hideous Laughter?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
It's
it sounds
not a
real bad here right now. It sounds real bad.
Also, I just want to like point out, in typical bar fashion, once like the first punch is thrown, everybody starts fighting everybody for no explicable reason.
Yeah,
trust to believe when you said bar fight, trust to believe Kage's about to do something.
Yeah, there's people being like thrown out of windows. Like one dude's been like run across the bar. Like immediate just chaos.
Everybody could have been bored, and somebody decided to fuck with you, and they were like, you know, that one guy has had a punchable fucking face all goddamn day.
Yep.
It's like
Yeah.
someone decided to fuck with these random people, and it looks like they're gonna get theirs. Well, then you know what? I'm gonna go get mine. Like by the gods, I'm gonna go get mine.
Exactly. It's just chaos everywhere.
In seedy bars, sometimes that's the vibe in the middle of the fucking afternoon. Just you've had a punchable fucking face all day, and they're beating the shit out of those assholes that were dumb enough to run their mouths. You know what? I'm gonna have mine. Like.
Yep. Oh, Dol, by the way, check one of your spell slots.
Okay. Okay.
So,
How many guys are there? Two?
Two, yeah. One's on the ground laughing, the other is still standing, untouched.
Okay. Where is the guy located from me? Like, is
The
he
fat one?
in walking distance?
Yeah, he's literally like about 2 steps away. You can just 1-2 punch.
Yeah, you know what? I want to do that. I want to punch him.
Okie dokie.
Sure.
Roll me to hit.
Okay, I'm just gonna use the sight for this one.
Yeah, tell me what you roll, and then yeah.
I got a 13.
Yep, 13 hits, easy.
Okay.
Roll me the punch.
bludgeoning.
Yeah, it'd just be the unarmed damage. 2.
Unarmed strike.
Yeah, right. Hold on, let me have a look at their health. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, you like break his nose. Like he immediately clenches it. You're like, you bitch. And then it is the bald guy's turn, which I don't think he can even do anything. Let me look at the stats for hideous laughter. What does that even? Can he even try to stop laughing? At the end of its turn, each time. Okay, so he can try to make a wisdom saving throw to stop laughing. Versus a DC of like 14, I think it was. Oh, he got a 14, but -1 wisdom, so 30. So he doesn't beat. He stays laughing on the ground.
Like you wanted to check earlier.
Pardon?
Oh, check off one of your spell slots.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
How do I do that?
Okay.
Go into your spells menu.
Next to first level on the other side, it says like slots. Just like click one. Do you see that?
Okay,
You
I
on the
got it.
website or the app?
No, I got it. I got it now. Been checked off.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. No. So he failed his wisdom. Now it's the other man's turn. I think he's gonna try and he's probably gonna try and punch Valerie back. Which is so it'd be d20 -1. Ooh, 18.
Okay. What do I do?
Yeah,
Your armor class.
yeah,
My armor class is 13.
yeah.
Then it hits.
He punches you. And that's a d4. So, isn't that automatically a 4 for basic unarmed strike unless you have like an extremely high strength?
Yeah, no, it's armor.
Yeah,
strike
you have
is-
to have something else to give you like an actual die. I think it's supposed to be fixed damage.
Yeah. So yeah, you take 4 points of damage to your face from being punched.
How do I do that? Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. Okay, I'm at 11.
Yep. And now from the top, it is your turn again. Oh no, Doll's turn. Sorry.
Are you just not gonna let me and Alaric take part?
Well, you haven't entered combat yet.
Yeah, like
You
I was
haven't
gonna say
had.
that
You
we-
haven't gave us a turn.
Well, you're at the front. If are you coming back
we've
in?
essentially just been standing here.
I thought you were outside.
I didn't
Alaric-
leave the
No.
bar. I never got a chance to do anything. After.
Oh, I thought you were
Yeah,
outside.
Kage
Shit.
Turn,
No.
you went straight. They went straight to them, and it popped off. But we've just been basically standing.
You know, I heard
Yeah,
Kage say like, now that he got the information, he's gonna leave, and I was like, oh, okay, he
I
left.
was headed to the door, but you know, I'm pretty sure the girl. You know, I hear a bar fight growing up in the seedy part of town. I'm a turn around.
I mean, I guess,
I
yeah,
didn't
no,
even
roll
move.
d20.
I didn't even move.
I kind of figured you would have followed Kage. But you followed Kage to the bar. I assumed you would follow Kage away from the bar.
Well,
it was
literally
my
didn't
turn.
get to do that. That's the thing.
be
We
fair-
never got to me.
To be fair, though, after Kage was my turn, right?
Yes.
Essentially. So,
Like,
like my turn and pretty much initiated the combat. So you wouldn't have had a chance to move anyway.
Yeah, I just didn't roll you guys for initiative yet. So actually, you can roll for initiative now if you want.
Yeah, that's what I was fixed to say. Is it? You haven't even given us an opportunity to roll for initiative.
Yeah, roll for it.
15.
15. All right, let me put that in.
Yeah, like I know for a fact we're not going to get a turn in this round of combat, but if we didn't say something, it sounded like you were going to let
Got a
them just
14.
have this bar fight.
Well, yeah, I
By
thought you guys.
themselves.
I thought you guys had left. So like, yeah.
No.
I still go first, though, right?
Yeah. Unless they roll higher than a 19.
No, they didn't.
I rolled a 14.
Yeah, nah. In that case, it's fine. Things are about the same, only Valerie goes slightly less.
Yeah.
Shit. I did it. All right. So yeah, Bunny, Doll, what you doing? What you doing?
What does lucky footwork do exactly?
Lucky footwork. Let me have a look for you. Lucky footwork. What's this? If you fail a dexterity saving throw, so not really applicable here.
Okay. Then I am going to try and cast this whispers.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Go for it. Send it. All right.
Might as
That-
well. Why not?
Yeah.
Waste it here.
Sure. Yeah. No, he fails that. Roll me damage.
How do I do that?
Just click on the thing that says 3d6.
Jesus!
It is dissonant whispers.
D6?
Yes, the 3d6 thing. So if you look at your spells, how like there's like the on like hit DC and then next to it there's effect. And if you go down the list, there's like the first one is charm person equals charmed, disguise self. Yeah. Click the button that says 3d6.
It's literally 6.
Oh, you rolled a 6 on that? Okay.
Yeah, 3d6. I rolled a 6.
Okay. And that one was
Two and a 3, yeah.
that one was already damaged by Val for 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If she's
Uh,
casting it on the one that Val punched.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, you drive this man so insane that he curls up into a ball and starts muttering to himself.
With a broken nose.
The guy with the broken nose. The one who's down is still laughing. The one next to him is muttering because he's literally insane now.
Now he gets to go to the pretty house.
Yeah, great job, Bunny. You fucking sent a guy insane and made another one stop, like, unable to stop laughing.
He insulted you and then he hit Valerie. I didn't have a choice.
Well, it's Pablo's turn for this.
I'm not gonna lie. It was about to pop off because like a lot, like I don't think I can use my damage bonus unless I'm willing to use my claws. But
Yeah.
I think it still affects my rolls for hitting. Like I still get I still get the boost of that, but I can't do the damage because it would be the bludgeoning, it would be the piercing.
Yeah,
But like Alaric has a hell of a thing for his unarmed hits fucking nuts.
yeah, so, one is the equivalent of dead, and the other is cackling like a madman, but not as mad as his friend. And that's all that's in combat with us at the moment. So if Karge and Alaric, after this, want to get into combat, they're going to have to pick a fight with a random dude in the bar. Which I'm okay with. If you guys want to just start beating the shit out of citizens, go for it. But yeah.
I was gonna say because here's the problem. The thing that I didn't like think to mention is it's like here's the thing. There will be people who could be considered like a super low level like actual enemy. All the rest are commoners. Like it's like we actually can't cut loose in here because we'll fucking annihilate people.
Yeah, this is also part of the reason, like, I never really considered there needing to be an initiative roll, is both of these people had, like, 7 hit points.
Like no help. Yeah, because I do like 5 bludgeoning per unarmed strike, and I have a +6 to hit.
Yeah, no, Pablo does, like, 6 to fucking unarmed strike. Like, I almost killed that guy in one punch.
Like, so Pablo, yeah, just Pablo and Alaric in a normal civilian bar, even a shady one. Yeah, that's bad. That's real bad.
Yeah. And I think Pablo at this point, upon seeing Dole drive someone mad, he's probably just gonna stomp on the other guy's head. Like,
yeah, they're just knock him the fuck out.
yeah, let's see what Pablo does with a stomp. Let's see how this affects the other guy's life. I'll consider this an unarmed strike. Oh, that's a nat 20.
Oh no!
So that's 12 damage.
Who the fuck around after getting off that carriage?
12 damage on a man that had 1 hit point. Yeah, I don't think this guy's unconscious.
I don't think he has a head anymore.
Yeah, so from Doll's perspective, she makes the man go insane, looks to the left at the guy who was laughing, and then just sees like a fucking pirate brute just like go into the head. Like, not squash the head. The head is still there. It's just there's a hole that the boot is filling where the brain was supposed to be. And Kage's just trying to kick his foot out of a skull.
Another kill for the belt.
Yeah, so Pablo's committed homicide. Okay.
I mean, hey.
I'm gonna suggest, because like I did not intend to kill this person, but I got a nat 20. Let's just say, in terms of just DM to players, I would get the fuck out before the cops show up, because it's gonna take them some time. But bar fight versus murder is a very different scale, and I've committed murder.
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, but counterpoint to that, they have to get out of the bar to announce that.
I mean,
And Kage's standing in the bar and has a short bow, and could shoot people as they're going out the door.
well, I didn't say no one was coming to announce, but like bar fights happening, citizens are gonna talk, cops are gonna come eventually. But if you want to start mowing down civilians, you can.
Like a couple of guards will come by in an hour, maybe, and will ask some questions.
Yeah. So if you
Shady bar, do you really think these people are interested in talking to the guards?
If you wanna like remember no thieves can't, you can absolutely start murdering these motherfuckers. Just like kill and just wipe out the entire tavern if you really don't want anyone to talk. Or you could just leave, I suppose. But if you insist on murder, we can do murder.
Oh no, I'm talking about in the perspective of this is the seedy part of town. Nobody's gonna want to talk to the guards, and if anybody really tries to move, Kage can stop them. Is he gonna actively shoot? Roll of the dice.
Yeah, no, it's a thing of like, you reckon that you should probably get out of here. Like, you don't think anyone in the bar has even clocked that someone has just had their head crushed. Because like, it's a chaos of a bar fight. You're not exactly looking for people's heads to put holes in. So
Unlike a certain cat man.
yeah,
Translation, we leave now.
yeah, I would recommend that you skedaddle.
Okay, well, whose turn is it?
We no talk. We no talk. We leave. We
But
move.
if they don't see anything,
Movement
they
only.
just leave.
Alaric, hold on. Because we still had one person still alive, don't we?
No,
He's tackling.
Dole drove a man insane, and he was like out of the fight. And then there was another one who was on 1 hit point, and
Okay, so
well,
he didn't die, but she took him out of combat, so we don't have any more combat.
yeah, no, there's no more combatants fighting us, but there are combatants still in the thing that are just fighting each other. So you can you can join in if you want to, but
Okay, no.
yeah,
No. Yeah, no.
I think
This might be Kage's domain. This might be what Kage is used to. But Kage has the mentality of, okay, I am not by myself anymore. This is the group, and I know for a fact this is a bad situation because I just saw Pablo kill, not knock out, kill. Get the fuck out.
yeah, you kind of get the impression that Pablo didn't mean to kill. He was just really mad at someone, like essentially making the equivalent of a slur towards him.
Pablo forgot he's a brick shit house, and for one momentary lapse, he dropped his weight.
Yeah. So yeah, you can fight if you want to. I've got no problem with it. I do kind of feel bad that I forgot to initialize you guys. But also, yeah.
No. If there's no more combatants in it, nobody's under a threat.
No.
Kage's gonna turn around and haul ass.
Yeah. So yeah, it would be Kage, Ulrich's Valturn, but since we're out of combat, it would be if we're going from the are we going from the top, or do you want to go from your turn, lads? Since you guys didn't get really much to do.
I mean, Alaric's turn would literally just be to move up to the door, like make eye contact with our three brawlers, and would just move straight to the door and would just post up next to the door and essentially just slam it open with his arm. And the face would just be screaming, "Move, move, move, move!"
Yeah. Kage, you already said you're turning to whole ass, right?
Yeah, I'm turning to haul ass.
Yeah. All right. And just from Alaric's perspective, Pablo is, tries to move, stumbles a little bit, trying to get his foot out of her head. And then it's Val's turn.
I will not say anything, but I will be like rubbing the spot where I got punched and grab Doll's arm and like book it to the door.
Yeah.
And yeah, then Alaric would just be there holding the door open, just like ready to like get them out, and then just dive out after them, knowing that Pablo can take up the rear on his own. He trusts Pablo has that.
Oh yeah.
As soon as everybody else is out, he's go.
Yeah. If a fight breaks out, Pablo can handle it. He would really rather not though, because he might end up killing people again, and Pablo doesn't mean to kill people a lot of the time.
Yeah, pirate.
Privateer, actually.
Hostile pirate.
Government mandated piracy. There's a difference, damn it.
Excuses.
It's this piece of paper.
Yeah.
You know what? No. I'm going to continue this joke going on. Yeah, and we also remember certain thing called SS, just following orders.
Jesus Christ. Hold on. What's the...
Polish and shine a turd. It's still a fucking turd.
Yeah, fucking... at being called a pirate, Pablo, like, just on instinct, pulls out his letter of marque from inside his jacket, like, I'm licensed! Puts it away, and then...
and I think in that moment, Alaric would kind of stop for a moment and think for a long moment about the insignia that he can feel on the chest of his armor, and just be like, don't like that. That's not a fun comparison that I am drawing for myself right now. We need to go. Let's just run.
Yeah, so inside the bar, they just hear, I'm licensed, damn it! And then from the outside perspective, a catman just barges through the door after, like, Val and Doll leave. So yeah, you're all walking away, calm as can be. Pablo is trying to, like, drag his feet through grass to get, like, blood off of it and bits of brain.
There's a brain food over here.
Alaric would see him do that, and Alaric would just reach out and snap, and the boot would be completely clean.
Yeah, prestidigitation. Yeah.
Yeah, prestidigitation. There'll just be, when Alaric snaps, there'd be like a small, like, arcing of like a darker purple energy would just sort of arc around the fingers where they snap, and Pablo would look at his boot, it would be spotless.
Yeah. Wait. Does it now canonically look better than the other one? Because the other one's just, like, dirty by, like, weathering?
Alaric's consideration of boots would be as a pair, and so
Right.
it would just be like, you have clean boots. Like your boots looks as if you just had a small urchin boy shine them for way too little money.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, like, does he just have, like, one really, like, polished boot and the other one's just covered in mud?
No, it's now that, like, there might
funny.
still be a little bit of blood flecked in the fabric of his trousers, but the boots are spotless.
Yeah. Alright. So yeah, you're all walking away, there's, noise of chaos in the background. You hear someone, you're like,
Actually,
go on.
if you're down bacon, I'll retcon that he would just throw out a couple of snaps, and the entirety of anything that might be on the lower portions of Pablo's outfit is not there anymore. Pablo's outfit is perfectly as clean as it was this morning.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, so you're all leaving, you hear someone call out in the background, like, fucking, oh my god, what the fuck is that? You assume in relation to the whole head man.
And
I mean, unwhole headband?
Well, no, he has a hole in his head, a really big one.
You said whole head
He's
man.
just-
His head is
Yeah.
not whole.
Yeah, whole head man, as in
He's a
man
whole
with
man.
hole in head.
In the head. Hole in the head.
I get it.
He's a very holy man now.
Yeah,
he's
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
aerodynamic.
yeah, Kage. That's an excellent observation. Alaric is in the company of a couple of rogues. One of them he knows for a fact is in an organization, a shadow organization, a murder kitten, and a bunny girl who he watched drive someone insane. It's just,
I feel like just for
and he's
the,
just like-
I feel like for the sake of just
he's sort of
gameplay,
A-posing, he's just sort of A-posing Eldritch right now. He's just like, fuck.
for the sake of like just like in lore, whenever Dole drives someone insane, they immediately just reciting the fucking rats. Rats make me crazy.
Yes. Yes.
They're just indefinitely rambling that from now on.
Well, the rats and the rats and the
Yes.
rats.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just that. In fact, that is what the dissonant whispers sound like to anyone who hears it. Is it just kickstarts that? So yeah,
But make it so.
you're all walking away. Pablo sort of like
Suddenly, this has turned into a horror campaign.
Pablo meekly asks like Kage like, so did you get anything out of that?
I
Alaric
just
would die
realized
laughing. Alaric would die
No.
laughing.
just can I have everybody roll a perception check? Because I just realized something in the middle of that combat. Well, in the middle of that entire situation.
I think I just realized what you are asking us to roll for, but yes.
Okay.
Fuck, I'm in the wrong menu.
I got an 8.
I got
A
it.
5.
I got a nat 20.
If it's is it the bandage thing?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, alright, I'll say that that's pretty easy to tell, because you didn't mention putting your hood back up either. And
No,
you,
but
anyone... Go
I
on.
have a distinct feeling everybody hopped up. Doll and Pablo might not notice it.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking anyone with like a 10 plus probably noticed.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing. I can see
Okay.
a Lark and
It was also
definitely
white.
Val.
One person, please. I can't hear 3 voices at once.
All good. Yeah, if you rolled a 10, you see Alaric, not Alaric, Kage's pox scarred face.
But yeah,
And I got a nat
upon
20.
I got it.
You got a nat 1?
A
no,
nat
she
20.
got a net
Oh,
20.
oh, nat 20. Yeah, yeah. You can fucking you see everything.
Yeah, but upon Pablo asking the question, Kage would kind of side eye him, realize that he's not put his bandages back on, and it's like, you know what, fuck it. He already sees it. Everybody else is going to see it eventually. And he goes, let's just say that either Flux faked his death, or there is a very, very similar, very, very skilled thief posing as him, using his name. All I got was his last sighting was at the the bird was at the I call him a rookery.
Yeah, rookery.
Yeah. His last sighting was at the rookery, and that was within just the past few days.
Yeah.
He hasn't been seen since.
I'd say upon thinking about it, it would make sense that the bird got here like within a day or two. The raven.
They do call it as the crow flies for a reason.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, Val, it is your turn.
I will. I'll still be like rubbing the spot where he hit me because obviously it's gonna fucking hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just kind of like nod towards the rookery, I guess.
Yep.
And basically say, let's just go and get away from here.
Radio. Doll.
would like to use healing word if possible to heal Valerie.
Okay, yeah, sure. What's the roll for that?
2d4 plus 4.
Alright, roll me.
8.
8. Alright, yeah, Valerie, you're healed for 8 points.
Okay, my max is 15.
Yeah, you're just healed to max.
Okay.
Remember to check off another spell point, doll. Yep. And once that's done, is there anything else you wanted to do, doll?
Can I roll a perception check to see if I notice anything different about Kage?
Sure, why not?
Oh my gosh, imagine I just don't see anything. $21.
21.
21. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No. You see Kage's face. You see yes. You see Kage's face. Fucking scars and all. That's really about it.
Yeah, that's all I
Um.
wanted.
Yeah. And then after that, it is Alaric's turn.
So yeah, Alaric would just sort of probably pretty similar to Val, just sort of like nod, nod towards the rookery. Say, well, I mean, that's a hell of a solid lead. And let's see if we can find anything at the rookery, and maybe we can ask around at the Nice Tavern as well. That will probably go better.
Yeah. Kage.
Kage, having noticed that nobody's really said anything about his poxmarked face, he would kind of he's still got the bandages in his hand from where he took them off, and he kind of looks down at him, looks back up at the group, looks back down at him, and just throws them onto the ground below him, and then just throws his hood back up, but not quite as high as he used to have it. Like it's back a little bit.
That's wholesome.
Like he's not hiding his face anymore, and he just kind of starts walking towards the rookery, and is like, I mean, it. We do have to keep in mind, it's been a few days. Chances are whatever was in the rookery probably already been passed on, but even an old lead's better than no lead.
Yeah. Um. Pablo, in the nicest way possible, like glances at Kage's face and like tries to quietly ask, like, "It's not contagious, is it?" Like, just as a friend. I don't like. I'm not trying to be mean. I want to know, for the sake of like health, you know.
Kage would kind of shake his head, and he goes, "No, no. Now, if this was what y'all saw in the bar, yeah, that stuff can be pretty contagious. This," and he kind of touches his face, and it almost looks like the skin slogs away,
Ugh.
but as soon as his fingers move away, it's back to the way it was. And he goes, "This is magical. This is not contagious."
All right. Yeah. Pablo like slaps him on the back, like, "Ah, oh, okay then." Um. And yeah, you all make your way over to the rookery. Um. And I mean, I'll ask you all to just make a perception check. In fact, I'll make one for Pablo as well. Pablo.
I got a nat 20 again.
God damn!
4 or 5, 5.
Roll for you. Okay, doll. I can do that. Um, yeah, Pablo got a 5 or a 6, I think. Perception. What you get, doll? Don't never ask me to roll for you again, doll. I got a 1.
That one. No.
Doll doesn't believe birds exist.
Wait, no,
Perception?
I
What's a
couldn't.
lot?
Going
Yeah,
back to the
perception.
computer.
Yeah, doll, you don't believe that birds exist.
Well,
I
I
got
mean,
a 15.
I'll say we do have that joke of that pigeons aren't real. So I mean,
Yeah, you're convinced. You're convinced that birds are like birds are warlock drones.
All the
Oh.
birds got wiped out by the warlocks in 1987.
Yes, a time that hasn't even existed yet. You're about like 4 centuries early.
You can see into the future.
Yeah, you perceive things so badly, you travel through time temporarily. Oh.
Oh, I clicked that by accident.
Becomes
I'm
a
sorry.
divination bard for like a half second.
So yeah, no, you are now convinced that birds no longer exist.
Future.
As for you, Val, on the other end of the spectrum, you got a. Sorry, that's very funny.
okay. Temporary pause so that I can actually put this into the lore channel, so we can actually make this canon. Doll doesn't believe in birds.
Nope.
It was small dragons.
What was? I was thinking, what was the canonical thing that we said about Val? She gets like she grunts every time she sees a door.
Yeah. So, Dole doesn't believe in birds. Val is like. Val grunts every time she sees a door. Pablo has no pull-out game. Yeah, Pablo has no pull-out game. And Dole doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, Pablo can't pull out. And do we have one for Alaric yet?
Oh yeah, that anytime Alaric.
No, we
just
haven't done that one in character.
Okay. And then
we need to have a moment in character where Alaric just like mentions the fact that God damn it, another fucking Scott. Like.
Yeah, and Kage gets a crook, like a pain every time he goes down.
Kage gets a cake every time.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. It's in the lore now.
Yeah, no. So. Yeah, no. Val, on your end of the spectrum, the not insane one.
I am insane and I make people insane.
Yeah, absolutely. You do in fact believe in birds. And you.
That is good.
Yeah. And inside the.
I've forgotten what my freaking roll was. I got a 15.
You're still telling me what I got.
Yeah. Inside the rookery, you find a singular black feather, but no sign of the raven itself. You also find. You look into the mud, and even though it's a few days old, you see some distinctly. Like. I don't know how to explain it other than like reptilian-like footprints. In the mud. It's dried. It's pretty old, but you do notice them. They come up to the rookery and then move on. They like turn towards it and then they move on.
What direction?
So they move on more outside of town, not back towards the bar, but like just like leaving town. Who else rolled what? Sorry. Did anyone else roll perception?
I rolled a 5.
15.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, Alaric. You notice the raven feather, but that's about it. You don't notice the footprints or anything. And yeah, from there it's up to you guys what you do.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it would be your turn.
Right, top of the list. Okay, so I will, pick up the feather and kind of hand it to Alaric.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that, and I noticed that he saw it as well. And then upon seeing the footprints, I will kind of walk a few steps in the general direction that it's going in, and then turn around and look at the others and say, "Hey, I found footprints. They're leading us out of town."
Yep. All right. Um, that's fine. And then yeah, so okay. Um, next would be Doll.
Yes. I'm scared of those weird things in the sky, but I'm listening to what Valerie said, and I would follow behind her while looking at the tracks. I don't think there's anything I can do here unless I can try and tell the. No, I don't think there's anything I can do
No.
perception wise.
Um, you you see a bit of machinery laying on the floor. This type of machinery is often used to make quills. It's where the ink goes inside this part. It's a feather. Everyone else, you see a feather.
No, I don't. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you see a piece of machinery. Everyone else sees a feather.
Yes, it's a piece of a robotic pen.
Yep.
All the rage nowadays.
Exactly. Then I believe next, if you can't do anything else, Doll, next would be Alaric.
Yeah, I think Alaric would examine the feather and probably wouldn't be able to think much of a use for it right now. So he'd hold on to it though. Say, guess you never know.
Yeah.
Hold on to it, tuck it in a pocket, and would go ahead and follow along behind the girls.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You follow along. Next would be Kage.
I mean, Kage would see Val and everybody else. Val would call out the footprints, and Kage would look between them, and he'd look further into town because he had wanted to try and grab some supplies while they were in town. He needs to grab some new weapons, but he'd shrug and be like, "All right, let's see where this leads. Hopefully, we get to come back into town. If not, oh well." And he starts following them.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, and just Pablo being Pablo, just happy to be there. Um, he follows along. Um, so yeah, Val, you're following these prints, right?
Yes.
Yep. All right. They lead further out of town. They take you. You can see that they're leading you towards some woods. In fact, yeah, like they're luring you not deeply into the woods, but like you get to the woods and then you sort of lose the track. And I'll ask everyone else to roll me another perception.
18.
All right. Yay, 16.
Not
There you
20.
go.
Nice. Good job. Good job. You know, so
My senses.
I got a 22.
fuck yeah. Great job. Um, everyone who rolled higher than a 10, which I think was all of us,
Yeah, it was
uh,
all of us.
we all see we all see the same thing, but some of us see more. Uh, firstly, those of us who rolled below a 17. Well, let me have a look at the what everyone rolled.
That'd be me and Pablo.
Yeah, everyone who rolled below a 17, we simply see a tuft of hair hanging off a stick. Um, that's pushing more into like a almost like deadwood sort of area. Like the trees are less alive; they're sort of rotting. Um, and yeah, um, and anyone who rolled above that would see. Anyone who rolled up to a well, what did you roll again, Val?
Yeah, I got an 18.
All right,
I
yeah,
got a 22.
yeah.
I got a nat 20.
Everyone who rolled just below a 20, you see, and you can smell more than just the rotting of trees. You can smell the rotting of meat. Um,
Oh, gross.
yeah. Um, Dol, since technically a 22 is lower than a natural 20, um, rules are weird. Um, you can see, like, you can look into the distance, and you see what looks to be like a rotting head on a spike. Um, the head appears to belong to a human. Um, Alaric,
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead, Dol.
oh, I just said, oh man.
Alaric, you being a warden and having done just like things for people in the background, you would recognize this as goblin activity. You know, like rotting, sort of the stench of rot, the displaying of corpses. And in fact, if you listen carefully, you can hear like some weird sort of like what sounds like a party, but all the instruments are severely out of tune. Um,
Mm,
some chanting and such.
uh, you would all of you around would Dalaric would probably scent the air a little bit. You'd see him cocking his head and listening as he starts picking up on those sounds. And as he gets like starts to get the whole picture, sees the head, starts to connect the dots, you just kind of a low growl out of his chest comes out, and you just hear him say, "Fucking goblins."
So yeah, you're all under
And he he
the
would he would, he would, he would say it loud enough where everyone can
yeah. Um, you're all under the impression that Alaric is dead on, that there are goblins ahead. Um, and yeah, it's up to you what you guys do from here. Val?
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. Oh God, I don't even know. I think I heed the way Alaric said it, which I'm assuming was like there was no joking. It was dead serious.
Mm-hmm.
It was serious, but there was it was more of an exasperated serious of like fucking goblins.
Like kind of like God damn it kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because it's like okay, this could be a problem, but it could also just be a really annoying inconvenience. Like
Um, I would suggest we scout ahead,
Mm-hmm.
and I would kind of like nod towards Kage and be like, "Hey, why don't we send a scout up ahead and see what he can find out.
Yeah. Kage, I believe she's talking to you, but before you do that, we'll go to Dole's turn, and we'll go down the list.
I would probably tell the others how, because they don't see the head on the spike, do they?
No one but Alaric does. I don't know if Alaric, you mentioned it to everyone.
I think Alaric would have like pointed it out and indicated like that's a fucking head.
I feel like at this point, Doll would kind of be like trying to find a way to get like fresh air. Like her face is scrunched up in disgust,
Yep.
and she's just like trying to like hold it together because she feels like sick to her stomach in this place.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
No, I don't think so.
All right. I will just once again remind you. You can cast inspiration. I don't think inspiration. I don't think bardic inspiration takes a spell slot. I'll just have a quick check for you though.
No, it's
She just gets four
Yeah.
uses of it per day.
Yeah, 4 uses per
Double
day.
rest.
So yeah, you can cast it again. It won't take anything away from Val.
alright.
That's up to you though.
I'm gonna cast it on Alaric.
Roger, Roger. Alaric, you now have bardic inspiration.
Would that is that just the same as my heroic inspiration I get?
No. It's plus 1d6 to any natural 20 you want to reroll.
Oh, okay. I need to add that somewhere. There's a way for me to do that, is there not?
I don't know. You'd think that there'd be a place for it.
You would figure.
Or why no? Because I have my little heroic inspiration.
I'll just keep it in chat, and as everybody uses theirs, I'll wipe it.
Cheers, appreciated.
Yeah, that'll work because it's just and it's a D6 for now.
Yeah, 1d6.
I'm gonna set aside one of my D6s.
Roger that.
One of my physical D6. I will set aside one of my physical D6s to denote for me that I have a D6 inspiration.
Yep.
Since I'm doing digital rolls, because I can't seem to get this box to sit at an angle where the dice aren't just fucking up.
I mean that's a pretty smart way of doing it.
I mean, normally that's how I would do it, even if I had like way more dice than I do, not just the single set. Even if I had the good multiple sets of dice, like you really kind of want to have. That's exactly what I would do if someone gave me inspiration. I would take one of my dice and be like, "Oh, you're gonna go here as the inspiration die." At crit rolls table, I think literally they will borrow one of the person who gave them inspirations die.
Huh.
Interesting.
That person will literally give them the inspiration dice. So it works for me. A good physical reminder, and my dice are kind of brightly colored too. So
Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm just trying to figure something out real quick. Next is Alaric's actual turn.
oh, so let me try to scout ahead. So yeah, Alaric would get himself ready to draw his sword if necessary, and would essentially just kind of hold his hold his action and his movement to just sort of like let Kage get ahead and scout, but he wouldn't like let him get too far ahead without advancing to keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
And then just hold his action that if anything goes after Kage, he can draw and rush.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Then it is, I believe, Kage's turn to actually do some scouting. If he wants to. He could also just be like, no, fuck you, Valerie, I'm gonna go to sleep. Or some
Actually,
shit.
I was actually fixed to say, Kage having noticed that Valerie like kind of started picking up on Kage's habit of being the scout and stuff, he'd kind of give her a respectful nod, and he gives her a little bit of a grin, not like a full one, but it's like, all right, finally somebody noticed. Could Kage try and see if he could like listen and see like try and get a general idea as to where the goblins might be? Like, can we hear them very distinctly? Is it distant?
Yeah. Pretty distant, but like you can get there pretty quickly. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Kage would go ahead and try and stealth up and enter the tree line so he can do his scouting.
Yeah, no. Roll me. Um, yeah, stealth. I mean that works. To be honest, you're quite
Okay.
far out still. And roll me a perception to just see if you notice anything else.
Okay. 14.
14. What you notice is little bits of string between branches attached to some cans on a stick.
Is this in the tree line that I'm in, or is this going out into like what I
approaching where you hear the goblin's noises coming from?
Well, I was talking about like I can assume that there's a little bit of an open path that they would be traveling in, and I'm going into a slightly more heavily wooded area.
Yes.
Okay, is it going towards their area, or is it out in my area?
The traps are like. So the traps are just like. They're not really placed in any pattern. You know what I mean? You only spot a few of them, there might be more, but yeah, they're sporadic along just sort of like. Accuracy by volume, essentially, of like. Well, if we put enough traps out here, eventually someone's going to set one off.
Okay. Could I go back and let everybody know, hey, need to keep an eye out for traps, don't move too fast?
I feel that's a bit much for just like one turn.
Okay.
So we'll go to Pablo, who I guess is just like walking with the rest of the group, so really not doing much at the moment. And then it'd be Val's turn again.
Before I go, actually, can we stop for the night? We've been playing for like 5.5 hours.
Yeah, alright, absolutely. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Did you all have fun?
It's actually a pretty good stopping point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like if we continue, we're gonna be getting into combat, and
Yeah, that's fair.
probably it's been 5.5 hours. My brain is fried.
Plus, you had school today, so yeah, no, you get some rest, Val.
Yeah.
Oh, I probably won't be
Okay.
sleeping. I have to get up early to take the dog to the groomer.
Damn, you let people groom your dog? Crazy.
I don't have any shears. I can't do it myself.
I was making a grooming joke. I'm very immature.
I'm talking about you. Yeah, you are.
Alright,
Giggity.
yeah, no, did you all have fun today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering we got to have some in-group combat without combat.
Yeah, I think that's probably like my highlight is like the doll incident.
Yes. And I love how the doll incident led to further chronicles of the Pablo no pullout.
And Valerie seemed to have some sort of idea that Doll and Pablo got more.
Got real close.
Yeah. Which Pablo hasn't picked up on, so he hasn't corrected her. He just like.
It's the fact that she saw me come out of a different room, but she's still in her head thinking something happened.
Yeah, somehow they fucked each other from different rooms. I don't know how, but they
It's that
Hey, you're a bard. Who knows?
it's that bard against
the bunny bard.
I mean,
Bunny.
to be
Bad bunny.
to be fair, fucking for all you know, Pablo saw her kiss a bandit, and you know he wanted to get some of that action.
It should have
Oh.
been me.
Oh, I am so mad about my damn roll right there at the reception of that conversation.
Well, yeah. What
I-
joke were you gonna?
I was
Okay.
gonna, regardless, I was gonna have Kage come out without his hood and his shirt and stuff. Like I was intentionally letting y'all see Kage in his bandages at that point because I did not realize that the city that we're in.
Inverwick.
Yeah, Inverwick. I did not realize that Inverwick was going to be a coastal town that I could kind of retcon into being his hometown. Because I had a general idea what I wanted his hometown to be. And it just so happened to be, you know, a city that had some not so great area, and a coastal town typically has some shitty shanties. But if I'd rolled high enough, I was gonna have Kage come out, like pop his head out, hear the word kiss, and make the Goku joke of "What's a kiss?" Like
Nice.
just the concept alone blows his mind. Like, wait, what's a kiss?
But wouldn't he have done that? The night before.
He did no. Kage doesn't know about any of that. You got to remember the in character, Kage tried to stop Doll. Doll got
No, no,
pre
no,
of
no, no,
his.
no. No, I mean when I got Pablo to tell us what had happened. He said she kissed the bandit.
Oh yeah, I could have done it at that time too.
Wait, wait. So you don't know what a kiss is? Did Valerie have to explain to you what a kiss is while you were fucking while we were off running around? You're like, so kiss,
Hannah.
right?
Like after it happened, and you come back to the bar, you're just like, what the fuck is a kiss? And I have to be like, oh my god, what the?
Okay.
So
Okay,
when a mummy and a daddy love each other very much.
I'm a
Okay,
physical learner,
now-
by the way.
to be fair, in character, you know, at this point, Val and Kage are kind of somewhat seeing eye to eye to a small degree.